Are we rolling?
Yeah.
Good. Carl's not used to this hillbilly land.
No,
Yeah.
What do you mean he's not used to it? Is he from Virginia?
What the hell you want? He was an Estevan.
This is
That's pretty
this,
hillbilly.
this is the place you find all the characters.
Running around as a dog.
Direct it to, you know.
Direct it to everybody.
So most folks know what I do. You know, I try to help people put claims into courts instead of trying to answer complaints. I tell people, you know, flip it around and make sure that you got your case into the court at the same time that they're moving their complaint against you into the court. Because answering complaints could take an awful lot of time. And once you, you know, time is a commodity that once it's used, it can't be restored. So they could just keep making complaints over everything. Like I say to somebody on the shows all the time, I said if I'm worried about every single thing like say an ex-wife complained about, I'd never be able to function. I wouldn't be able to get out of the door if I had to answer every single complaint before I got up and went to work in the morning. So answering complaints takes an awful lot of time. So you want to try to get it answered their complaints back with a claim as fast as you can. So that way you get in and out of court as fast as you can. And they'll back off and leave you alone. So most folks know I've been doing these shows for about 2.5 years now. I started out on other people's shows, and then a friend of mine who was running a show on a Saturday night, he was exhausted, and he was literally exhausted. A couple hours later, one of his friends called me up and told me that he was dead, so I had to start doing my own shows. So I never wanted to be the host. I always wanted to be a guest. It's a lot more fun being bad cop instead of good cop. So I kind of got to be nice, and that's not really my specialty. My specialty is getting in and out of court very fast, and I don't care if I, you know, hurt the other side's feelings, and I'm not playing the game that they like to play. I'm playing to get out of there and go home and be let alone. So, like I said, most people know why I started this, right? Most people know the state of Alabama took my kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, really simple story. I'll do it really quick. You guys see me on an English TV show, and I got a piece of paper in my hand, and that's just a contract the state of Alabama said that me and my wife signed, consented to have the child removed from our custody. And I had a 80-year-old lady's name on it, and a 43-year-old man and a 3-year-old girl to live in an apartment. But somebody asked me that about contract law yesterday. I don't remember who asked me that. At Alan's house, and he said, well, can I make them bring forth the contract? I said, no. I said, a contract is an agreement or the law between the parties. So if me and Alan have a contract between each other, and I don't want to disclose the contents of the information unless it's expressly written within that contract that disclosure is permitted by both parties, and the third party interloper can jump in between our relationship and that we decided to intercourse in, no third party interloper can you know, merge. So like I said to somebody yesterday, people love the way I do the analogies, I do stories, and to me it's just like old fables, old Aesop fables and old fables, and I try to bring things into very simple terms. I was like, just say you're married, you got a husband and a wife, you bond yourself together in a contract, you bond yourself to the woman, you become a bound man to the woman, and you want to bring somebody else into the relationship, and she's like, no, even though it's not expressed in the contract between us that a third party interloper cannot intervene, it's common knowledge and common law amongst our people that a third party intervener is not permitted unless all parties agree. So you guys try to run into courts all the time. I forgot who's asked me this question, and they said, can't we force them to bring the contract into the court and make them interpret it and have the jury? No, you can't do it unless it's expressed within the contract that you can. But you could always, you know, dissolve the union between the two. You could always rescind or revoke the contract. Depends if you're the author of the contract, or if you're just the signatory to the contract. You could either rescind it or revoke it. So when I went to Indiana, I had no intention on doing a class like a seminar, whatever you want to call these things. I just went there to help the people who build all the John Deere plants in North America deal with the EPA, and help the man with the taxes. Yet some man had an IRS tax case there. But the next thing I know, I'm stuck in Indiana because the EPA wanted to wait until Thursday, and the tax people wanted to wait 2 weeks. So I got stuck in a group of people. They said, well, why don't you bring, you know, your knowledge to a group of us down here. We have a whole bunch of friends and neighbors, farmers, who would like to ask some questions. I said, yeah, sure. So Sunday, when I got there, I just wrote down, like, say somebody wanted to talk about CRA or IRS, and somebody wanted to talk about bankruptcy, and somebody wanted to talk about, say, child support, and some people wanted to talk about property taxes. So I just wrote a whole list. I was like, yeah, till Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, that's about 4 days worth of stuff I could talk to you folks about. So I have a whole bunch of DVDs. Thank God somebody from Apple Computer came down and recorded all this stuff, because now I actually have copies of 4 days of me teaching. Well, 3 days of me teaching people my beliefs, and then the 4th day was somebody who's incredibly complicated, wrote down this ridiculous process that he was doing. It was somebody was saying like the OPPT, and I was like, the 4th day all I did is broke down their process, and I said, well, why don't you get rid of this and put this and change this, and the 4th day is really a nonsense video. But the first 3 days was really good, and people who watch it love it, and I'm glad somebody actually was smart enough to record it. So it was funny, we went through a whole list the first day, and about 10 o'clock at night we got down to child support. I said, who was asking about child support? I'm like, this guy. And another guy said, I picked on a little Irish guy down at the end. He was in the front row. I said, hey, what seems to be your problem? You know, why can't you pay child support? He's like, I ain't got a job, and I drive a moped, and, make a couple of dollars here and there. I can't pay child support. He says, because I ain't got no money. I said, money? I said, money is just a medium of exchange. Like where I live, there's a waste processing plant, and we bring fertilizer up there, and that's of great worth and value. But if you try to pay the court with a fertilizer, they're probably not going to appreciate it. But where I live, that's what we call in a form of money. It's just a medium of exchange in which both parties agree. Both parties have to agree that it's worth value. You can't say manure is worth, and you have to dump it on a court's lap and say, accept this because this is a medium of exchange. No, both parties have to agree that it has worth and value. So I was getting really tired. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and I drove all the way out there to Indiana. I said, how about we just wrap this up, and we'll do this first thing tomorrow. We'll pick up with you, deadbeat dad, okay? And he was like, he was just like, okay. So he didn't show up. Obviously Tuesday and Wednesday he didn't show up. So next Sunday I got a phone call from him. He says, I got to go to court at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I said, what are you going to court for? He says, well, it's sentencing day. I said, I got sentenced to 4.5 years. So it was either 4.5 years. And they're going to like take me away today. I said, oh, isn't that special? He's like 57 years old. I said, wow, so you ain't going to come out till like you're 61? And he's like, yeah. He says, it's going to be, he says, I was hoping that I could find some money. I said, money? I said, you mean like green pieces of paper? Well, Canada's brown pieces of paper? He said, yeah. I said, that's not what money is. I said, but you just keep believing that. I said, and go spend 4 years in jail. I said, how about we, I said, tell me what's going on between you and your wife. And he says, well, he said, I spent $9,000 this year fixing the roof on our house, and we get along great. The only reason why I got divorced from her is because the kid needed medical services and food, and I couldn't provide. But me and my ex-wife get along great. He says she shows up in court all the time and, backs me up all the time, but the state of Indiana didn't get the green money from me to go through the administration process to get a check mailed back to her. He says, when I could just hand her whatever she needs on the other side of the sofa, I could just say, here you go, honey. Here's the money. So they got divorced for economical reasons. They didn't get divorced because they hated each other. So I said, oh, okay, that's a good story. I like that. I said, yeah, I'll help you real quick. You seem to be a good guy like that. That's fine. So I said, why don't we just ask the state of Indiana a couple of simple questions. And I just basically said, I said to him, how much money do you have at the end of the day? How much money, like disposable income, do you have at the end of the month? He says, what do you mean? I said, can you afford $5 a day, $10 a day? He's like, no. I said, how about $1 a day? He said, yeah, I could probably come up with $1 a day. I said, okay, as long as it doesn't interfere with your ability to eat or sleep. I said, it'll, $1 a day work for you? He said, yeah. I said, okay. So I just sent a nice little easy letter to the prosecutor, whoever's prosecuting the case, who's ever the plaintiff, who's ever the movant, the plaintiff, the movant, the petitioner, the prosecutor, whosever case this is, You know, I just like, oh, hi, oh, good. I see you got a case, and I heard you invited me into your case. Yeah, I don't mind, you know, participating in your case. I'll jump into your case with you. But, you know, if I summons you to appear, you'll appear in my case as well. They know that. You don't have to say that. They know that's common courtesy, that they will, you appear, they'll appear. They know the rules of the game. It's our belief in our society. I invite you to my party, you better invite me to yours, or whatever, vice versa. Everybody knows that's, you know, common decency. So I just basically said, at this time, I, man, Brian Bonner, do not, oh, so it was funny, he calls me up, sorry about that. He calls me at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and on Sunday, and he's got to go to sentencing on Monday. And I said, well, what happened to you on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? He said, well, it kind of embarrassed me. He called me a deadbeat. I said, yeah, because it's simple to pay off your debt. What, your mom and dad didn't teach you how to pay off debt? He's like, no. I said, huh. I said, if you think if you owe somebody something, it's okay to ignore it and just walk away from your responsibilities, you think that's okay? He said, well, I said, no, your parents taught you better. And if your parents didn't teach you better, you know, go kick them in the pants, because there's no way in the world your parents didn't teach you this. I said, you just didn't understand what they were trying to tell you. So you always try to compensate anybody for anything that they believe is due, and that you also believe is due and true and is owing. So, you know, what happened was, when he called me up, I wrote him, I guess what you'd say is notices or letters, however you'd like to, documents. Just make it simple. I wrote him some documents to put into the court the next day, and place into the other side's case. And you basically, when you want to put something in somebody's case, I try to explain to people, a case is not, it's a casing. It's just a carcass. It's just a, in the olden days, believe it or not, if you go to find out what casing really was, it's basically like a corpse, like a carcass. So what you would do is you bring your case before the court, and thousands of years ago, basically whatever food that you brought before the court, like you take a deer and you throw it in front of the king, and the king would say, oh man, that case smells, it's no good, get that case out of here. Or, oh, the court's pleased, we'll accept your case. That's how where it literally came from. So what I try to tell people in more modern times, I said, well, this is my case that I am going to ship over to, say, a court in India, a place in India. So I take my case, I open up my case, and I take my suit, and however I design my suit or stylize my suit, and whatever accoutrements like buttons or threads or lapels I put on there, I don't want anybody to tamper with it. I don't want anybody to touch them. I want them to leave my suit the way I placed it before my case. I want my case sealed until it gets delivered to the persons on the other side, like the jury. I don't want the court clerk, I don't want the magistrates to open up my case, rearrange my suit, say, oh, we got to take this thread out, we got to take this silver thread out and put tin thread in, because you're going to destroy my suit. So just leave my suit alone. So that seems to be a lot of problems. What people have is the court clerks or magistrates try to micromanage your case, and they're not there to give me any kind of a legal opinion, and they're not, certainly not there to give me any, they have no lawful authority to trespass on my case, because as far as I'm concerned, there's only two wrongs. It's a trespass and trespass on my case. That's the only two that I believe that exist, my belief that exists on planet Earth. Is you trespass, means you've done something wrong to me. That you, and wrong, like I say to people, is the worst word you could say, is wrong. Because wrong is not the same thing as illegal. Like one day it'll be legal to grow 1 pot plant, 1,000 pot plants, 1,000, 10,000 pot plants. It'll be legal. Or there's some places in Canada, I'm sure right now, that could grow tons of pot, like a university could probably grow it, or an agricultural division could grow it. It's legal for them, but illegal for, let's just say the average citizen. But wrong, I say to people, that's one of the worst words you could say in court to a judge. You could say, well, what are you doing, Judge? He's illegal. He's like, legal today, unlegal tomorrow. That's okay, The code reads this. That's what you interpret the code to read. That's fine. But when you say somebody's done wrong, that means they, with deliberate and wanton intent, knew that their actions or inactions was going to cause you injury, harm, or accrue a financial loss. So when you say that somebody's done something wrong, even a 3-year-old knows when somebody's done wrong. And I try to make things incredibly simple. And whether you were 3 years old, you understood the rules, or whether you're, 80 years old, you understand these very basic, simple rules. So, I was hoping to get this thing down before he's here.
There's a brown one there.
Oh, a pen. Just hit your space bar, it'll come back awake.
Yeah. But anyway, I was trying to get this thing up and going before so you guys can see this.
Did you go to sleep on you?
Maybe it's the cable.
No, just went to sleep.
We'll find out in 2 seconds here. Yeah, not the battery died.
You need power?
Yeah, this kid went down to the house to pick me up though.
I got a plug. Yeah. You need your adapter?
Yeah, but his brother, his son went down to the house to go get it.
Right here? There we go. Thank you.
He's got it? Yeah. Good timing.
Pulling this in.
That's great. That's charging. That's good. Yeah, so like I said, I was given, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Brian called up with the guru of Indiana. And the guru of Indiana, his name is Denny, he's a real nice man. But I kind of feel bad for these gurus, because he told me, the guru, I think he's 50, I think he's also 57 as well. And he said he's been doing this, dedicated his life, he said, since 25 years old, when he went down there with a whole bunch of other freemen of Indiana and tried to arrest the governor right from the state capitol. So that didn't work out very well for these guys. And but he's devoted, so much of his life. And this man makes things so complicated when things are so simple that it's sad to see him so frustrated. And I'm hoping that he's going to get, to understand what I'm doing before he gets too much older. That's the 4th day. Is that man, the guru? He explained every single thing that he did, and then I just went back and micromanaged it. I said, why don't you chop this down, get rid of this, and that was a whole day of that. If you go to my YouTube channel, that's the only thing you see is that man. His name is Denny. You see him on a whiteboard, and if you can understand what we're talking about, that's amazing, because I just took a 5-minute clip and uploaded it just to see how you upload videos to YouTube. That's the only reason. That's the only on my YouTube channel right now is Denny, talking about his process. But like I said with Brian, I've sent him, I think it was 23 or 26 versions of what I would write, if I was him, what I would say in court. But like I said, I had to ask Brian, what was the reason why you're in court? Basically I asked him, what, grade of education do you have? And he said, I basically have have a 3rd grade education. I said, okay. So, because a lot of people are looking for this stuff, and it's funny, a lot of people come running up and they'll start copying word for word verbatim, and it doesn't work that way. It's not a template, and people are always looking for these silly templates. And templates is what the legal society uses. But a man has to stand on his own 2 feet, and you have to say what's from your heart, and a judge will be able to tell if you're sincere or true or real, or you're just memorizing some ridiculous script. There's some ridiculous script that was going around. And somebody named Gordon Hall, who's now a guest in the federal penitentiary, he had 37 words that he told people you had to say. And when the court judge starts to hear this, they realize you have no clue, and you're just trying to scam the court, and they're not going to put up with it. You've got to talk like from the heart. So I said to myself, if I was a 57-year-old guy, I had a kid, and trying to stay out of 4 years in jail, how would I write this? In what manner would I present this to the court? So the first thing I brought was that I'm more than glad to pay the debt. There's not a problem with that. And the next part of it was, now I'll be glad to pay the debt, but are you going to come forth and claim that there is a debt? Are you going to come forth and claim that debt is true, and that you have knowledge of this actual debt? And then you're going to actually say that now it's post due, that is already due. So that's basically all I wrote here in this letter for him, and I said to him, which version do you like? And he says he likes version 6. And I just offer child support at this time. Yeah. So there was like 23 versions I sent to him. And I said that on another seminar. I said, oh no, it took me a couple hours to write this stuff. And him and his buddies jumped in and said, no, we called you at 4 and we were printing the stuff out by 5. I said, wow, I'm pretty quick then. Do 23 versions of this in all different levels of competency. You know, I changed the style a little bit. Changed, you know, one syllable words, two syllable words. I just change them to get to the point where the man feels comfortable with what I'm saying. I said, will you be able to say this when you get into open court? And he said, yeah, I understand what these words basically mean. So I said, okay. So he basically said, at this time, I, a man, do not have access to more than $30 per month. Is there anything else of value in which you will accept as payment to a debt, in which you claim is true, you believe I owe to you, and you declare is now post due? So, and I'll finish the rest. I require of you a prompt answer, as I believe you wish to move your claim against I and my person in open court. This being the 21st day of July, 2013, I, a man, verify all he may be true and all verified be true in open court. So what was fun is I do a show on Saturday night, so he called up on the show, and he said that the judge was laughing when he got into the court. He says he usually goes in around 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon because everybody with lawyers go in before them. So he usually goes at near the end of the day. They called him up at 9 o'clock in the morning. They were the first ones to open into the courtroom. So he says, that was amazing. I bypassed all these lawyers. And he says, when the judge, he said, I seen the judge holding my letter to Andrew in court, the notice that I placed into the case, into the court. So the judge started laughing, and he said, the judge said, oh, strike one, oh, strike two, oh, strike three, oh, home run, this is going to be fun. He says, he said to the bailiff, we got a man in court. When was the last time we had a man in court? Like 1990 something. What was that old man's name? Yeah, he was a man too. See, so when you're a man, you go right to the front of the line. You know, you're the, you don't take a back seat. You're the man. You show up. You know, you go to the top. So I'm trying to see if I could find the one that I did there. Is that the one? Yeah, that's it. What I say, like I say to people, everybody in court there's a hierarchy. Everybody's heard that the judge is like the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and you don't want to mess with him. Everybody's heard that like expression. That's right, because there's a hierarchy. Everybody knows, like, if you have like a hierarchy, like a triangle, like there's some sort of creator, something created all this. Like, thank God I'm here today. You know, thank God everybody made it in one piece. That's amazing. So there's a one something that everything came from. I don't care if you're an atheist. It came from one particle of dust. Something came from one. There's a hierarchy where everything came from. So the next under what whoever created man, you know, you could be a judge if you decided to act in person. If you decided to act in the public as a judge, you could. But everybody knows that the judge just acts as a judge maybe 8 hours a day. The other 24 hours a day, he is a man. He's always a man. He'll never be anything but a man. Could he act as a judge? Yes, you could act. He could act as anything he wishes to act. But he's always going to be a man. And everybody knows that the judge has authority over a defendant or a prosecutor. So there's the hierarchy. So that when the judge realized there was a man in his presence, he's like, oh wow, you know, we got one of our creators. Because man created judges, no judges created a man. So the judge understood, oh wow, we got a man. We got, you know, like, who else knew this? You know, well, remember the old man back in 1990? He explained to us that he was a man and that we're just acting in the public. Yeah, that's right, you're just acting in the public. You're not a man. So let's do that one real quick here too, because people don't understand this thing. This is really very simple, basic concept. And people don't understand this very basic, simple understanding. Everybody always says this, are you here in person? Like, here in person. It's like, you mean, am I here in person? I'm hiding behind a mask? Is that what you're saying? Like, I'm cloaked? You know, is that what you're saying? So see, that Etruscans, I go back, when I do etymology, I actually look for the original meaning of the word. Because when you're in court, in these public courthouses, through their legal society, they're using the actual root of the word. They're actually going back to where it began, where it came from. So, like I said, the judge understood what I was trying to say. That I and my person are going to be in open court. You know, I, and as I, with the lowercase I, everybody understands, you know, capitis, minimus, maximus, medius, right? Everybody understands that? Everybody understands uppercase, lowercase, almost everybody in this place does. Right, so if you have an uppercase I, it's basically you decapitated You took the head off of it. It's a dead entity. It's like drawn and quartered. It's like an uppercase I. So when everybody says, why do the lowercase I? It's because I represent the Creator. I created you. I created this court. You know, man created you. So I'm here as the Creator and as in person. I have a mask. I am wearing that as a, you know, a citizen, or that as the defendant. But at all times, you do realize you also have the Creator here. You do have man here before you in this court. I will accept the role. I'll put on the mask of like say you're going to go to a venue, a dance venue. Say you're going to go to a formal ball, or you're going to go to a polka or a square dance or a costume ball. I'll wear the mask. I'll put on the uniform or the cloak you want me to be, you know, how you want me to address the court as. But at all times, you do know, you still don't have authority over me. You still know I am a man. So you're going to treat me as such. So the judge had a really good time, and was laughing about just reading these 3 little questions, what he wished to address to the court that day. So the younger prosecutor said to the older prosecutor, are you going to have to answer these 3 questions? And the older prosecutor said, we'll soon find out. So it's funny, I asked Brian, how did they treat you in June before you, you know, because when he came back home, he called me up and told me. I said, wait, save this for Saturday's show and we'll record it. So the June before, he said that he put some manifesto and stuff that he found from his buddies, all the sovereign nonsense. And when I write something, if it's more than a half a page, getting close to 1 page, I start getting nervous that I'm saying too much. It's not required. There's no reason why. This needs to be, you know, a page, 2 pages long. Well, it's 20 font. Yeah, it's like 20 font double space. So I try to fill up the page and make it look like there's something.
Can you expand that, Karl?
Expand what? Oh, yeah. But, yeah, I usually have the great big huge board. That's kind of funny. Not a little TV, but it's okay. But like I said, he said in June, he said the prosecutor kept doing something behind his back, and his friends who were in the courtroom said he looked like he was trying to place a crown on your head. So he kept looking at the prosecutor, said, what is he doing behind me? You know, the judge said, don't worry about your highness. Come here, Majesty. Oh, King, I need some paperwork for you to sign. Come on up here. Approach the bench, your highness. So there's all this nonsense, this sovereign nonsense, you know, or Yahweh, all this stuff. You know, keep it home. Nobody wants to hear it in the public. Keep your beliefs to yourself. You know, just make it simple. That's what I say. Just keep your beliefs. You know, I don't want to hear people, you know, with these Islamic temples. I don't want them screaming out in my neighborhood all this prayer and stuff. Look, you know, keep it in your own, you know, temple. You know, the public don't want to hear this. So that's for everything. You know, make it simple. You know, keep it quiet in the public. So maintain the peace. So he said they treated him, you know, horribly. You know, when he went to court in June, he's in July. The younger prosecutor said to the older prosecutor, "You got to answer these. We'll find out." So the older prosecutor, as soon as the judge, you know, convened the, you know, started the court up, said, "Are the parties present today?" And he said, "The state of Indiana stood up and said, well, we wish to request a leave of court for 30 days because we have a very important document just handed to us by Mr. Bonner." And the judge said, "Well, okay, like hold your horses. We'll see if Brian will grant it to you." See, because at that point, the judge always granted them leave of court. But he's like, no. You know, like the judge realized, I'm not in control here. There's a man here. And we'll see what the man wants to do. But the judge didn't literally say, we'll see what the man wants to do. So he says, no, we're gonna have to hold on a request until we find out what Mr. Bonner wants. Mr. Bonner, the state of Indiana is requesting a leave of court. You know, how do you wish to proceed? Do you wish to grant them leave? And Brian had no clue. He said, what's going on? He said, I don't know what this means. He says, what do they want? He said, they want to come back in 30 days and answer your questions. And Brian was like, oh, right, 30 more days of sunshine and freedom. Oh, yeah. I'll give him whatever. They come back in 30 years. I don't care. So Brian, that's what he told me. He's like, oh, wow, 30 days? He says, I'm going to walk out of this courtroom? Oh, my God, courthouse, and I'm going to see sunshine? Oh, great. So he said, yeah, he says, that's what he said to me on the show. He said, yeah, he said to the judge, yeah, he seems to be a pretty nice prosecutor. You know, they're pretty nice. They've been pretty nice to me all along. And he said, they treat me like dirt. Because when you see this man, he's like about this tall, red hair, freckles. His name is Brian Bonner, but it's like, you know, like everybody calls him Boner, you know, so half his teeth are missing from fighting his whole life. Little red-headed guy, so he had 3 strikes against him from day one. So, poor little guy. So, everybody bullies on this poor guy. So, they mock this poor guy. He's like a perfect court jester, you know, so, feel bad for the guy. So, that's why I wrote this thing for him like that too. He was a good guy. He was worth saving. A lot of people are like, huh, I don't care. Too bad. You know, you pay the, you know, you get what you paid for. You know. So, but back to the case that Brian said that the judge said to him, like, what do you mean? You know, why are you asking me if he could have another 30 days? He says, well, you put some document before the court, and you would like the state to answer some very important questions. Would you like the state to take the stand and have the state of Indiana answer your questions? He's like, I can do that? He's like, yeah. He says, what? He says, you want to prosecute the prosecutor, go right ahead. And he's like, I could do that? He said, that's what your paper says you want to do. So, yeah, go ahead. He's like, nah. He says, I'll give the state an extra 30 days. He says, you know, I don't mind. And the judge like, you sure? We could just wrap this up today. And the judge, no. We could wrap it up, close it, seal it, and be done. Everything against you would be discharged immediately. You sure? And he's like, yeah, you know, I'll give him 30 days. There's no reason to give him 30 days. You know, these are simple questions. They've been building this case against you for years. They know that if it's true or not. Just like if you said to me, if me and Alan had a dispute, and I was dragging Alan into court, and Alan said, well, wait a second, Carl, do you claim that, you know, I owe you a debt? It's true? Oh, you better believe I'm going to take that stand and say, do you believe I owe it to you? Oh, there's no doubt about it. And you declare it's now post due. I got proof. I got 100 people to back me up and say, you know, you ain't paid me a dime. So yeah, can I take the stand? Absolutely. Could the state of Indiana take the stand? Maybe in some quantum parallel universe, you know, 20,000 times removed, there could be some, you know, thing called the state of Indiana that has vocal cords. But in this third dimension we live in, I can't see that happening. But could it? It's possible. So nothing is ever, no, they can't do it. Of course they can, but at what level? What would it take? I don't know. It's beyond my comprehension, but it doesn't mean it can't happen. So can't, you know, you got to be really careful. Say, well, they can't do that. Yeah. And some 12 billionth, you know, 10,000th time removed, you know, over dimension, maybe it is happening right now. Who knows? And who really cares? I ain't got time for that. You got time to figure that out? Oh, boy. Wish I had that time on my hands. But Brian asked them the simple questions, and they said, the judge said, okay, we'll reconvene this in 30 days. So Brian walked through the bar, and his ex-wife got up and walked behind him. And he got to the courtroom door, and he's just about to open the door, and the younger prosecutor said, oh, Mr. Bonner, wait. And Brian says to me on the show, he's like, he looks up at the ceiling and says, oh my God. He's like, almost made it out of this courthouse. He says, they're going to ask me, that's fine, we'll hold it over for 30 days, but you got all these tens of thousands of dollars that you owe us. You got the money, or you got a check. We forgot to ask you if you got the check. So he's waiting for them to ask him that question. So he said the younger prosecutor ran through the courtroom and opened up the courthouse door and said, have a nice day, sir. He said, oh, you too. So he said they treat him a whole lot different. I've never had a prosecutor run through a courtroom and open a door for me and show me the way out, you know. So like I said, it's a whole different attitude change. And you could tell that this man, it was funny, I interviewed him for a little bit, and then I left the house and I was talking to the guru, Denny, and the other man, Gus, from Quebec in the Boston area. He was going to come down and help me do training DVDs. He talked to Brian, one-on-one. And he said, that was the most amazing man I've ever talked to in my life. He's like, he's got so much confidence. He's got so full of life. He said, it's scary, you know, what you taught this guy. And he said, he didn't tell you. He had to go to court 3 more times after that. I said, oh, really? He never told me. He says, well, what happened? He says, well, the second time he went, he says he didn't bring your paperwork in. He wanted to see if it was just lucky, if it was the paper, or if it was him, or what. He wanted to see if it really worked. I said, he might only have a 2nd grade education, but he's a smart little guy. So he said he went in and they just clobbered him. They said, and they realized, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. Oh boy, then they made another sentencing day 30 days from then. So they picked up with the sentencing. So then the 3rd time he showed up with the paper, and he said it was like every time he tried to hand it to somebody, you know, like, you're going to come and answer these questions. Like, no. He's like, it's like garlic to a vampire. He's like, no. So then the 4th time he came back and he came in with the paper, and the case was discharged. All the debt that he owed was removed, and the sentencing doesn't exist anymore. They said, well, we'll dismiss it. He says, no, you're going to take that off my permanent record. He said, when I have somebody background check me, I better not have anything that I was found guilty and had to spend 4 years in jail, and it's been, I want it totally removed. I said, what, in case you run for governor or mayor, you want a squeaky clean record? You're 57 years old, you ride a moped and you paint, you mow people's lawns when you get lucky. He says, yeah, but I just want to see if I could do it. I said, oh, you crazy little guy. He's like, yeah, F them. He's like, I want to show them, man. This is all gone. It's all bull. It should have never started to begin with. I said, good for you. So he said, it's funny. We're going to put the whole, 2-hour audio interview. Gus did it with an audio, but he should have done it with a video. And he said that to me after he talked to the little guy. He didn't think it was that important to videotape him. He just did audio. He says, but more and more he heard the little guy talking. He was like, oh my God, I should be videotaping this. This guy's incredible. What an example. So I said, I'm going to use this guy as my poster boy. I'm not going to use a guy with a 3-piece suit and tie. I will show you guys these videos of this man. And if this guy could do it, there is not one excuse why any of you people can't. I don't want to hear one damn thing. I don't want to hear the court did this, the judge said this, they don't do this, they don't let me do that. And I was like, oh, would you just stop? You're whining. I said, as anybody calls me up, I just say, look, just go watch the video of this guy. And, yeah, that's a pretty good description of him, I think. I said it's about this. He looks like like the Lucky Charms elf. I always say he's the unlucky Charms elf. He looks like nothing but bad luck has happened to this guy. And he's a Lucky Charms elf. No, he's the unlucky Charms elf. But yeah.
Oh, shame.
Oh yeah, a real nice guy though. But it's so much confidence now. It's so funny because what was great is the guru called me up on my show in September. And he's like, hey, I went to court 3 times and I lost 3 times using your stuff. I said, oh, really? You got the transcript? He says, yeah. And he started reading. I said, stop. You lost jurisdiction right there. And I said, give me the next transcript. I said, stop. You lost. Within 60 seconds, I said, stop. I said, read the next one. Stop. I said, when I get to Indiana, I'll open up the transcripts and I'll show you where you lost jurisdiction. So when I brought Gus and Guru, this guy actually has transcripts of plastic bound transcripts with spirals. And this guy's Guru's really intense. My transcripts look like I just rolled it up in my back pocket. I couldn't care less. So when he opened up the transcripts, I read, that's what the prosecutor said, that's what you said, that's what the judge said, you lost jurisdiction there. Let me see the next one, you lost it there, the judge said that. The next thing you said, you didn't rebut it. On the case standard true, da-da-da. Judge said that, you didn't rebut it, stands true. He's got jurisdiction control, so all that other paperwork in that transcript I don't need to read. You lost. You had a case, you lost it that fast. So I said, you better learn how to hold your court. You better learn how to have control of your court like your children. Like I say to people all the time, I was down in Texas. I just came that, I think 2 weeks ago. Some man called me up. A lot of fun. Because he told me, usually I don't just fly someplace, trust me, and just go. But this man had an IRS case against the IRS, and he was in federal district court. I said, wait a second, federal district court, that's impossible, can't be done. I said, you mean, why, is this criminal? He says, no. I said, why aren't you not in the United States tax court? He says, I was done with that, and the judgment's already been passed on me that I owe a debt and all this other stuff. I said, oh, really? So I was really confused. I had no idea. Thank God when I got into the district court, the judge said the same thing. When he opened it up, he said to the IRS, the United States attorney, he says, what are you doing in my courthouse? What are you doing in my courtroom? Don't you have your own courtroom up the hallway? He's like, what are you doing here? He says, is this criminal? And then he said, no. And I said, oh, good. I feel the same way. What's going on here? So what Texas did, Texas is smart. Is Texas, the IRS agent, or CRA, I guess, agents for up here, he admitted in open court that it's all administrative. We have no enforcement capacity. It's not written into our charter. We can't physically grab money from people. We can't physically take their property from them. We have to get you to order the enforcement. And then to the executive branch, and the executive branch could actually go out there and carry it out. We could get the U.S. Marshals in gear to carry out judicial orders, but we're just administrative. We are not an enforcement agency, and we're an enforcement division, and we're certainly not the executive branch. The U.S. government attorney did not say anywhere, nowhere near that length. He says, but he says we have to get judicial authority before we could execute the order. That's all he said. But I just expanded on it for you guys because you wouldn't understand if I just said what he said. Well, hopefully, maybe somebody's really up on this and they would have said, oh, I know what you meant, Cole. So I was glad I went to court that day. So So Texas is making the federal government, not the federal government, the United States government, go into a judicial process where the man can actually have a real trial, not these ridiculous administrative trials, and have a real trial, and have him bring their case before a real jury, and the man could come in with his, case and say that I owe no debt. So it's going to be a lot of fun work with that guy. So because the IRS or CRA, they wanted to have the trial in 30 days. And I said, this guy, you ain't nowhere ready for 30 days, and I am not going to devote my life to this for 30 days to get you ready. And so it's going to be next year, next May, 2015. So he's got a nice long time to learn what I do. Even though I think it's incredibly simple. I could do it, in 10 minutes, but if you have no idea what I'm doing and you want to go against like a government, you better know how to hold your court, because these guys are experts, and they will get you out of your jurisdiction so fast. Jurisdiction just means control. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else, because like say we in the United States, it does expressly say within our charter, our constitution, that powers that the United States government doesn't have is still vested in the people. And all power means is that you have the right and the authority to control another man. Power means, like, if somebody's standing on my shoes right now, I said, please get off my shoes, you're hurting me, and they say no, I have the right to control them. I have the right to have power over him. I have the right to control him, to preserve, my, safety or my property. So you do have certain powers that everybody commonly accepts within our society is a lawful use of power. So the IRS simply explained we do not have the power to go and actually seize somebody's car. We don't have the power to seize somebody's house. We don't have the power. We're administrative. All we can do is create the documents. We got to hand it over to the judicial branch, and the judicial branch will take it over to the executive branch, and the executive branch will carry out the orders. So thank God he didn't explain it in that great detail in open court. But you can see the judge was still like a little confused, but I knew exactly what the United States government attorney was saying. I said, oh wow, Texas is so smart. I said, thank God you guys are starting to catch on board down here in Texas. So like I said with Brian though, like I said, I wanted him to just be my poster boy, because when you hear this guy talk and you see who he is, and you realize he's got the court running scared, and nothing even exists on their records anymore about this guy or his case or their claim against him. And he has no attorney, he has no legal training whatsoever, he has no terms of arts up his sleeve, he got no magic words, he's got nothing. He just knows how to act in court and how to, and how to act like a man instead of, like I said, usually the people who do best with my stuff, what we'd call like salt of the earth, you'd call like people, like land means people. If you actually look at Webster's dictionary, 1828, land, it means the inhabitants of the people of a nation. So land, so the people of a land are people who actually believe like there's heaven or hell kind of thing, or God. Those people get my stuff incredibly quick, because they all understand, hey, black and white. They're not very colorful. They don't have a lot of creative writing and language skills jammed into their brains. Because in law, when you go to law, good law is expressed, not implied. Because when I say to like a crowd, if I say to you folks, if I say give me the definition of the word blue, hopefully every single one of you people said a color. Most of you people didn't say is a way you feel when you're depressed at times, or a style of music that slaves were singing during times of captivity, or blues music. And hopefully you're not saying blues how I feel when I'm depressed. Hopefully the first thing that came to your mind was the color blue. So that's good law. So when everybody can understand it within a certain society, a certain a region or area, what the word blue means, that's good law. So when things are expressed, not implied, it's like, well, blue, it's like, well, there's a feeling, that's kind of implied this, or, you're kind of getting, that's not good law. So when you're reading a code or something like that, like, is that expressed, is that implied? Is that what you meant? Or is that what, you led us to believe? And it's like deceptive. So good law is expressed, not implied, that everybody understands this common word, that blue means a color. So when they read the law, everybody knows blue means whatever. It doesn't mean something, creative, not creative language skills. But like I said, I'm just going to play this just a little bit. This is, I think it's only like a minute, but I just wanted you to get to see this guy, because I think this is like going to be a great confidence builder when I have these on my website. I'm going to put him in as my poster boy.
The prosecutor took care of it and got it off Andrew's bag. But then when I went back and handed him that letter, because I knew I should have made a copy, but I didn't. But he says he didn't want no part of it because I knew what I was doing there. He didn't want to go on. I pointed the finger at the old lady. And they pointed the finger at the old lady and said, she's the one. That's great.
I love his
No, I love it, man. I learned how they do business there myself. 36 more or less. No. That's funny though that they said.
What's funny, the last part I asked him here is, I said, it must be a lot of fun now when you go to court. That now you know what you're doing. He's like, more or less. Is like, honestly, I don't have a clue. But he says, it's nice to know that I know how they conduct business down there now. That he knows. He knows how they conduct business. So, but like he said, how does he do it? He said he really doesn't have a clue. But yeah, this is the part. What was that mark at? 1 minute and 58 seconds.
Now you know what you're doing? Yeah, more or less. And you know clue bit. 36-hour course. He's like around most. So yeah, that's great, man. I'm glad it worked out all right. Oh, I loved it, man. It was great. I learned how they did business there myself. There you go, no problem. Well, we better get down to the next one.
Yeah, we better
Things work down here.
We better get down to the next man. There was a man from Detroit that was coming down to visit me. So I said, I better go down to the next man. But see, that's what he's saying. He says, well, 36-hour course, you know. You know. Because it was like 36 hours. I did like 3 days. And I guess it was like 12 hours each day I did it. So that's what I guess he was saying about 36-hour course, because those guys have the original hard copies of the seminar I did in Indiana. So he listened to, I guess, when I left, because he wasn't there for those two of the next 3 days. I guess he went back and listened to the other 36 hours. But see, that's what I'm saying, that this little guy could carry the day. I'm trying to show you guys that this isn't rocket science. And like I said, so many people keep coming up to me with these technical questions. I said, would you guys just stop? You know, what are you doing? You know, why don't you just make your own case, invite them into your case. They're coming into the public courthouse. So when they have their case going, why don't you just stylize your own case? So when you open up your case in front of the jury, the only case that's going to be presented to the jury is going to be their case. So they're going to open up their case. They're going to try on their suit before the jury. They're going to have a trial. They're going to put on their suit before the jury. And they're going to tell the jury, how do you determine the merits of my case? Don't I have a good suit? Isn't this lovely? Wasn't this evidence and everything wonderful? Wasn't doing put on a great show? And the only thing you're doing is razzing them, saying, that suit's no good. That suit's horrible. That's a horrible, lousy suit. That looks like crap. That's what you're telling to the jury the whole time, if you don't have your own case going on before the court. So I say to people, you let them open up their case, and then now it's your turn. You open up your case, and now you put on your suit in front of the jury. So instead of just razzing the other guy, saying, oh, his case is terrible, that's horrible, just say, well, no, that's great, he's got a good show, but I think I got one better. And that's all it is. It's all, the jury, it's just, like I said, watching an O.J. Simpson trial, it shows you, like, it's all theater, it's all acting. It's all, can you convince the other side? Especially like a jury. The jury just wants to be amused, like they say, they just want to be entertained. So if you can entertain them and you can, convince them that your suit and has merit, that is, should be given the award, like American Idol, like, hey, you put on 2 suits, 2 trials, 2 cases, good. And then the judge is going to decide, which one they like better. So like I say to folks, people always say, well, what do you want? You want a trial by jury? You want a guy in a black robe? And it all depends. Because obviously, you see a guy like me and say some 90-year-old lady or some 2-year-old kid starts crying like crazy that this man did something. I was like, I have no idea what this blind old lady, this 2-year-old kid thinks. But the jury is gonna hang me. And at least I know the judge knows the rule of law. The rule of law is that there has to be a third-party impartial witness. Must be able to present evidence under oath that I've actually was there and that they actually witnessed me doing something wrong. But a jury's just going to say, well, this 90-year-old lady in all these, she says she got a room full of nuns with her backing her up. I'm going to hang. They're going to hang me, just because she bring better people, forward to say that this little old 90-year-old lady has never done nothing wrong in her whole life, and they're going to take a look at me and they'll say, oh man, look at the rap sheet you have. So, like the best example I could give of that is like, I was watching like a Judge Judy show, and I can't stand that lady, but it was funny. I'm glad I did watch it that one day. It was like 3:30 to 4 o'clock, and the commercials came on at like 3:55. So I was like, wow, 5 minutes of commercials. Wow, that's a lot. I was like, wait a second. They started another case. It's like, it's 3:56, 3:57. How's she going to pull this off in 2-3 minutes? This is going to be interesting. So it started, and it was funny. Walking down the courtroom was nuns, 2 nuns that ran an orphanage, and they brought a little kid with them, and the whole gallery was all full of little kids, orphans, against this black guy named Tyrone Johnson. It's like, whatever, here comes the defendant, Tyrone Johnson. So it's like, oh man, this is going to be a slaughter for poor Tyrone. He's gonna get his clock cleaned. So I said, that's why this is going to be so fast. So the ladies started the case by saying, well, we were driving the orphan school bus, and we're Catholics, so we usually forgive and forget, but we don't have a lot of money, so we can't forgive and forget it this time. We need the $500 that it cost us to put the bumper on the front of the bus. So the judge said, okay, fine, what's your answer, Tyrone? It's like, those like white crackers are crazy. I never seen them in my life. They just picked the first black man walking down the street and finger me and say I did it. And the judge said, case dismissed. And the nuns were like, what? What are you talking about, case dismissed? It's like, the judge was like, I seen that you have your claim here before the court, but inside of your case, I don't see any witnesses. Do you have any third-party impartial witnesses that saw Tyrone knock the bumper off the bus? And they were like, well, no, you got all these orphans and nuns. It's like, they're not impartial. They all have something to gain by testifying today against Tyrone. And Judge Judy's like, well, she was like, well, wait a second. The nun said, see, look, he gave us a phone number of his brother's salvage yard in the Bronx. We got there, it's like, he ain't got no brother works in no salvage yard. And so that's why we're moving it today. We're trying to collect. And she's like, nope, you got no third partial witness. He said, you understand the rule of law. He says, one thing Tyrone does understand, and you can see he's laughing his ass off at us because his rap sheet goes a mile long. He spent almost his whole entire life in some sort of state institution, correctional facility. He learned the law behind bars. He knows the mastery of the law. He knows exactly what is going to happen and what's going to happen if he just keeps his mouth shut and just says, hey, you got a third-party impartial witness to back any of that claim up? No. Well, then you know the rule of law, Judge, you got to let me go. And the nun said, and the judge was just like laughing at him. It's like, yeah, he's on parole right now. You think he's going to come to court and he doesn't have a driver's license, so you going to think he's going to admit on television that he violated parole, so when he gets back home his parole officer is going to bring him right back into jail? He's like, he's never going to admit anything in this court. He's not crazy. And she said, well, the nuns were like, well, this is injustice. She's like, oh, injustice? She said, the only problem with what you call injustice is at one time in United States history that a black guy and a white woman were caught together. The white woman would scream all of a sudden, it's like, uh-oh, to keep her keeping appearances. She'd say, oh, the black guy is raping me. So then we'd hang the black guy. And even though it was consensual, she wanted to keep up her appearance in the community, so she said it was non-consensual, so all you white people used to string them up. So, payback's a bitch, now it's equal. Now you need a third-party impartial witness to say that this guy raped me. But if you get in front of a jury, some 90-year-old lady saying that I raped her, the jury's going to take one look at the 90-year-old lady and believe her, and they're going to rule in her favor. So I would obviously want to go in front of a guy in a black robe, or a woman in a black robe, and say, look, you know the rules of law. Is there a third-party impartial witness to verify any of this? No. Okay, great. You got to let me go. So she'd have to tell the 90-year-old lady, sorry, I got to let him go. The jury would hang me. And that's what the same thing that happened with the O.J. Simpson trial, because I saw the opening statement from Marsha Clark, who represented Los Angeles County. And I seen what O.J.'s opening statement. O.J.'s case was over in 10 seconds. When his opening statement, it was done. I said, oh, Johnny Cochran's a genius. Good, God bless him. But they were going to milk O.J. for his money, so they didn't. O.J. should have got up and left, but he didn't know the rules of law. So O.J. just sat there for another year and a half until $14 million of billable hours rolled out of his bank account to his 4 Dream Team attorneys. But his attorneys did the right thing within the first 10 seconds. So, but I'm saying when Marsha Clark presented the evidence for the first 4 days, I was listening, And I said, there's 4 elements. You got the body, you got the motive, you don't have the weapon, and you don't have a third-party impartial witness. Obviously, she's not going to tell what she needs to the jury to get a conviction. She's just going to leave those facts out. So everybody on the jury, it was funny, this little like heavy older black lady at the end of the trial, she was interviewed, and she's like, you could just see she was begging to go home to watch The Price is Right, you know, if for the rest of her life she didn't want to do this anymore. She said every single one of us on the jury within 30 days knew OJ was going to walk. Unless Marshall Clark within the next year and a half was going to have a third-party impartial witness come and take out the witness stand and says, I saw that man chop that boy's and that woman's head off. And until you had somebody coming into court and doing it, all the DNA evidence is all circumstantial. It doesn't mean a damn thing. You still need the factor of a man. You need the word, the testimony of a man. So like I said, I got on some black guy's radio show in Atlanta who's going crazy that there's this poor black guy on death row in Texas and the DNA evidence clearly indicates that it wasn't him. I said, really? I said, you know, it's circumstantial DNA. He says, oh no, it's 1/1 billionth. Okay, let me tell you one more time, sir. Do you understand that who's got the chain of custody of the DNA? Do you understand that they can manipulate or tamper it? Or something like you could have a sister or a niece who's sleeping with the guy who's controlling the DNA evidence in that, you know, facility, and they're swapping things out. I said, it's all circumstantial. I said, if somebody came forth in the open court 20, 30, 40 years ago, a man or a woman came forward, pointed across the room and said, he did it. As far as they're concerned, that's the word of another God. You're the image of the Creator. That's another God that you're speaking to. You're talking to your fellow man. That's somebody who could judge you. Because only God is my judge, well, your fellow man is your judge, because he is also the image of God. So when people say, well, you know, only God judges me, that and your fellow man. Because if you're in the image of God, so is your fellow man. So that's why you have a jury. You know, try to get it, you know, but then sometimes you got to look at your peers and say, oh man, are these my peers, these my equals? Boy, we're sure stupid. We're still a dumb lot in my neighborhood. You know, I'm like, yeah, well, my peers judging me. So like I said, I like starting that out with Brian, because like I always say to people, when I went over to England and I helped the Punjabis, Punjabis are the people in northern India by Afghanistan, the people with the turbans on their head, the Sikhs, the guys who carry swords. And they could carry swords here in Canada legally, open carry swords, and they could legally open carry swords in England, which is pretty amazing. But they're nice people. You know, they look filthy, but man, their houses are immaculate, man. It's unbelievable, the houses I went into, how clean they were. So they're good people, and they're just like wolves, man. They're straight to the point, man. There's no BS in their game. They said to me, when I went over there and I went to like their temple and their homes, they were like, you know, you're over here, but you know, you're a white man, you know, and we hate the British, and we, you know, because they had a big 30th anniversary. The Brits and Indians went into their Sikh temple and killed all the priests 30 years ago. That's like going to Vatican City and killing all the priests. You know, they're gonna pretty well hate, you know, anybody who looks English. So they're like, well, we don't trust the English, and you certainly look English. And they said, if you try to do anything to us, if you hurt us, if we think you're here to hurt us, we're going to slit your throat like a dog, because you're English, and as far as we're concerned, you're a pig. So I said, hey, right on, dude. I said, as long as we got the rules right on. When we first meet, I said, I'm good to go. It's like, you still want to help us? I said, absolutely, let's do this. So see, at first I thought it was just poor brown people being picked on by white people. So I said, oh, this is going to be fun. Join the brown side and see if... And then when I got into the open court, they told me that they were just there because they were charged with harassment, you know, on their farms. That counties, they call them councils over the counties or provinces, were telling them what they can and cannot grow or do on their farms. And they were like, well, we come from, we could do this, we grow this, we could do this. It's like, okay, I see. You know, it's the same thing a lot of people in the United States and Canada say, well, we're going to grow what we want to grow on our land, and the governments are trying to tell you guys no. So they said we tried to fight back, so we harassed them. They charged with harassment. I said, oh, okay. So when I sat there in open court, though, I realized when they were reading out the charges, they said like count 1, harassment, count 2, stalking, count 3, communicating threats, count 4, terrorism, count 5, putting forged commercial paper into the public from a trust. I said, does that even exist? I was like, let me Google it. I said, no, don't even, I'm in the middle of a courtroom. We got the trial on. But like I said, thank God it happened on Friday the 13th, because that's an easy day for me to remember, Friday the 13th. Because on Thursday the 12th, I spent like 5 weeks with Bali trying to teach them how to write a claim. and he just wasn't getting the simplicity of how to make a claim. So when we went to court, I realized that he was not going to get into something called Queen's Bench over in England through the normal process. We'd actually have to physically go down to the Royal Courts of Justice, and that's where you guys see me on my website, right in front of the Royal Courts of Justice in London. And we actually handed it to the court clerk and had the Queen's Bench seal placed affixed upon it immediately. So there was no, oh, we lost your paperwork, because Bali says that, oh, the man's name is Balraj, the man who brought me over there. He says that a lot of people are putting it into their local county or local province courts to have it sent to London to have it signed and sealed by the Queen's Bench, and they always say that we can't lose it, please send another copy. So he's saying this is ridiculous. I said, why do you think I dragged you actually down to London and made the court clerk actually sign it and stamp it in front of us? And I have a whole bunch of videos of me and Bali trying to find the Royal Courts of Justice, you know, because when we got there, they said to us, oh, you want to go to Queen's Bench Division Clerk's office? I said, no, ma'am, I don't want to go to the Division of the Crown. I want to go to Queen's Bench. I want to go to the Queen's Bench, the common law, what you perceive to be a common law, or claims court. I want to go to a claims court, not a complaint court. She's like, oh, you want to go, oh, we got like we call this the treasure map. If, you know, good luck finding it, and, you know, have at it. And what's funny is, me and Bali actually made videos of us, trying to find Queen's Bench. So good thing that I like puzzles and crossword puzzles, because the way that they were doing was like when we got to like a hole of mirrors, they were like, look in the mirror, but look, like remind yourself where you came from and follow that passage to like the next clue. It was ridiculous, you know, the treasure map. So we looked in the mirrors, and he said, remember where you came from? And I looked back in the mirrors and said, ah, there's the passage behind us, so we go that way. So it was a lot of fun just trying to find the court clerk's office. So what's funny is I'm going to actually find go to my website and show you a letter that somebody actually sent me when they tried to find Queen's Bench. This was a lot of fun. Here you go. It says, hi Carl, my name is Toby Lay, or Toby Lee. And I've been following you for about 4 weeks now, and I must say I love your simplistic style. A few of us went up to the Royal Courts of Justice yesterday and searched for the Queen's Bench. I got a map of the building, okay, because what happens is, well, he actually gave you a map of the building. Down there. That's me in front of the Royal Courts of Justice, and that's Balraj. That's one of the Punjabis, but that's the map. Because it's a lot of fun. They give you the map. And it's funny, if you actually go to the Queen's Bench Division, all you have to do is you walk through these great big doors, you walk around the reception desk, and you walk down a hallway, go through a breezeway, make a left, make a right, and your Queen's Bench Division Clerk's office takes you 2-3 minutes to get there. I mean, it's 6 miles of hallways, so, but to get to the actual court clerk's office, it takes you about a quarter mile. So it's not too bad, but it's all straight, basically straight line. I got a map of the building and searched high and low, and I admit I didn't get to all of the areas in the map, the treasure map they tell you to go, but did find myself in areas that not even the security could get in. I have attached a map and wondered if you could point out the area where Queen's Bench is, please. I never explored the whole building, but swear I was very close to it. I could almost smell it. That's how hard it was to find the court clerk's office. So finally, another group of people went down there, and Bali said, he said they sent me a video that they actually found it, the court clerk's office. He says like a whole bunch of them went down there like on a mission. They were going to find the Queen's Bench. They were going to find the clerk's office. So they said that they actually, and like I said, I have time of me and Bali finding the court clerk's office for Queen's Bench. And it was funny, when we got there to London, Bali was trying to, you know, he wrote this ridiculous claim. It was still, if you put it in normal, like 12 font, and space and a half, double space, it would take him 2 pages. But he made this little tiny font, and, you know, no spacing. So he said, look, Carl, I got it down like you, one page. I said, no, dude. It's still ridiculous. It's still a ridiculous claim. But is that the best you could do? I said, you're going to have to live and die by this claim, because, you know, I'm not going to be here in England. So you're going to have to carry on your own. So I said, but is that what you believe is true? Is that what you believe is due and owed? Okay, we'll run with it. So we went down there on Thursday because Friday the 13th was the trial. And we just basically were going to put the claim in there. So there's a complaint before the judge on Friday the 13th, and there's going to be a claim before the court on Friday the 13th as well. So what we did is we went to London, and it's a ridiculous city. I mean, they got a huge beltway around the city, but to get for the last like 20, 30 miles, it takes you hours to get through the last 30 miles. So it's brutal. And the first 3 hours we flew right through it, but then the next hour we were going through bumper to bumper traffic. It's just wild. So take public transportation, don't drive. And they allow people to park on the sidewalks. It's great. England is great. All the cars are all parked on the sidewalk. All the pedestrians have to walk around the cars. It's great. You know, forget about, you know, pedestrians. So what was funny is when we got there, he was taking pictures of London. I said, dude, you know what, we better get there before 5 o'clock. He says, oh, we got plenty of time. It's only like 3 or 3:30. I said, dude, how about we just get the paperwork in, get it signed, get it sealed, get mission accomplished, then come out and take photos. Or come back next year and I'll do photos, you know. How about we just, I don't care about, you know, let's just get right to the courthouse and get our job done. So he was goofing around trying to play like Cool Hand Luke. I mean, he thought he was so cool. I was like, dude, he's like, oh, look, we got 3 minutes to 4. Oh, like 2 minutes past 4. I said, you think this is funny, huh? I said, you know, I'm a really cool guy, you know. He's like, everybody knows that. It's like, I don't wear a watch, you know, so it's like, everybody realizes, you know, I'm not stressing out. So, you know, so when it happens, it happens. But I realized, you know, this is what I'm down here for. I'm here to, you know, help the man get out of trouble. Oh, it's funny, man. This is, I do have a watch, but it's funny when I show pass my watch around in most of these seminars, you guys look at it and it takes you about 20 minutes to figure out what time it is. So when I do pass it around, don't cheat and look at the clock first and then look at it, try to figure out what time it really says. Because my clock spins backwards, it runs backwards, it's a backwards clock. It's a really goofy watch. So what I try to tell people, like law and legalese, they'll get you to the same place, it's just one takes you a lot longer to get there. Like sometimes, like I said, sometimes I want a trial by jury, and sometimes I don't. So nothing's like when I do, it's like written in stone that you must do it this way. So back to me and Bali in the court. So when we got into the building, it was like 4:15, and the court clerk said that the clerk's office closes at 4:30, not 5. So I said, oh, okay, Bali, we cut it close, man. And Bali brings this nice little leather-bound briefcase. It's funny. And who knew this guy had 2 briefcases, but these guys got it. That's important, that's relevant. So he brings this briefcase into the courthouse with us. And this Bali's like, oh, look, plenty of time, 4:15, 4:30, not a problem. He says, I said, oh, look, Queen's Bench is right here on the map. It'd take us 2 seconds to go down there. You know, it's not going to be a problem. So then the lady said, yes, Queen's Bench is right down there. And I said, ma'am, is that Queen's Bench Division? And she said, well, yes, of course it is. I said, it's part of the Crown, right? Crown Division, like Crown Corporation? Yeah. I want Queen's Bench. I don't want Queen's Bench Division. I want Queen's Bench. Oh, like you're one of them. Oh, we're the stewards of this building. You know, the Crown runs this building. We control this building. So, yeah, you want the common law side? Oh, yes, we got a special place for you common law people. Yes, we got a nice place for you folks. And here's a little map. We call it like a treasure map. If you could find it, hey, God bless you. You know, it was funny, man. It was all in forms of riddles. And thank God when Bali was reading it, I understood by so much history, I know what the riddles meant. I knew what the answer was. It was like Raiders of the Lost Ark with Nicolas Cage when he's trying to find reading the Constitution or something like that, treasure hunt, whatever he was on.
National Treasure.
National Treasure, there you go. It was the same thing that they do to you when you get over there. They give you this ridiculous riddle. And as you're going through, you're like, okay, we reached a hole in the mirrors, we look through, when we look through, we go through. And it's like, look through, go through. We looked at, it's that way. It's like, he's like, what? It's like, you look through it to go through it. That way. Obviously, we can't go through. We're not going to throw a rock through this thing. No, they mean for us to look through it and go through it. It's like, got it. So this poor guy, he was like, well, I got the treasure map and I got the riddles, but I couldn't find them. He said, I couldn't figure it out. So I said, well, you better go with a lot of people next time, and maybe you guys could decipher the riddle, because it's going to be fun. So that's what they did. So what was funny is we get to Queen's Bench, and Bali's like, woof, we got there at 4:28. We saw the clock, and the ladies were starting to get up to wrap up the show for the day. And a big iron gate was going to come down. And Bob's like, woo, got it. So he opens up his briefcase to pull out his claim. He's like, I grabbed the wrong briefcase. I said, okay, smart guy. You know, we got lots of time. Why don't we go back and take some more pictures? I said, now what are you going to do? And he just panicked. I said, dude, you have to have a claim. First thing, 9 o'clock, Friday the 13th, there has to be a claim. I said, I'm not going to lie and bullshit and say there's a claim filed in Queens Bench for you, and you're not going to lie about it. You're going to stand there and say it's true. We do have a claim before Queens Bench. I said, you will put a claim before this lady right now. And it's funny, it's a nice black lady, Jamaican lady. And she's like, you folks having any trouble? I was like, oh, no. He just left his claim out in the car. She said, well, he's got 98 more seconds left. I said, oh, that's plenty of time to file a claim. We got this. So Bolly's starting to sweat and panic. Now he's so uncool, it's not even funny. It's so cool to break that facade. It's so great to watch him just totally fall to pieces and panic. And he was like, what do I do? What do I do? Make a claim. He says, what? Make a claim. Make a claim like, you know how to make a claim, right? Claim that you discovered gold next to the third tree, past the second rock, and it's yours. Just make a claim. Make the claim. He says, what? I said, ask the lady for a piece of paper. I mean, he was panicking. He's like, what do I do? I said, ask the lady, does she have a piece of paper you could borrow? I said, ma'am, you got a piece of paper that you could borrow? She said, yeah. I said, okay, now, whose court is it? He's like, what? I said, it's your court, right? His last name, thank God, it's Mann, M-A-N-N. It's the Mann court, right? And where you going to be? You're going to be at Queens Bench. I said, here you go. Mann court at Queens Bench. There you go. Now, who's the parties? He says, well, what? What? I said, no, you tell the guy's panicking. I said, look, you got 73 seconds. Just relax. You got this. We're going to make a claim. Who's the parties? He says, me. I said, okay, I'm going to write me up here. Well, who am I going to put up here? He says, like Balraj Man. I said, okay. And you're going to be what? And it's funny because you see he's watching the clock. Like, Carl, just write the damn thing for me. He said, you're going to be what? You're going to do what this case? He's like, you're going to prosecute the case, right? You're going to pursue this into the court, right? You're the prosecutor. Prosecutor's a pursuer, right? You're going to pursue this into the court, right? Right. Okay. We're going to write prosecutor, right? With uppercase P, right? Not lowercase. It was so funny. I was explaining like this stuff. Then I knew it was just making him sweat like crazy because the lady had a hand on a window ready to slam it down. So, and it's going to be time-stamped. It's going to be in before 4:30. So he's panicking. I said, now, who are you suing? Who are you going after? He said, the policeman, right? What's the policeman's name? And his name is Barry Rose. I said, okay, now watch. Put Barry Rose's name in there. What did he do to you? He said he did wrong to me. Good, good. So he's the wrongdoer, right? Okay, right, wrongdoer. Okay, good. Now, make your claim. And he was like looking at the clock. It was like 40-something seconds left. It's like, make your claim. I said, what do you mean? What did he do to you? I said, there's only two things he could do to you. Did he trespass upon you, or did he trespass on your case? You don't have a case yet, so guess what he did to you? He did a trespass, right? Okay, good. He says, what do I write? I said, here. Because I saw the clock was like ticking to the end. I said, just say, I, a man, claim the wrong of trespass. See Exhibit A. And he wrote that down. I said, now sign it. Write your name, sign it, and hand it to this lovely lady, and she'll stamp it for you. And I said, ma'am, is that a proper claim? She said, absolutely. And she stamped it, and he paid the filing fee, and she said, there you go. I said, now, Bali, he said, tomorrow, your exhibit, you can come back, or you can mail it to them, it could be 10,000 pages long. But you made your claim. A claim is like 1 sentence, 2 sentences, that's it. You made a claim. Somebody's done a trespass. So he did a trespass, and see Exhibit A. What's the trespass? You'll see it in Exhibit A. I said, see how simple that is? And he's like, oh. And the court clerk lady said, yeah, that's fine by us. So 8 words. To me, that's got to be the shortest claim ever filed in Queens Bench in the history of England. And I just did it on a piece of paper right there. Boom, done. She accepted it. Yep, that's a claim. That's it. So it's so funny. She says, oh, now you got to go get this recorded at the recorder's office. And it was like, we looked at the clock. It was like 17 seconds left. And she says, where's that? And she says, oh, let me see that map they gave you. She said, it's right there. And I said, I said, I guess we're going to do some out-of-hours filing. And she says, good luck to you, sir. And she closed the window. And Bali said to me, what's out-of-hours filing? I said, oh, the courts are open to the people 24/7, 365. He said, what? He says, no. She said it's closed at 4:30. No. It's closed to the officers of the court at 4:30. I said, but to the people, the court's always open 24/7, 365. And he says, what? I said, we're going to have to go file this thing out of hours. So, after hours, out of hours, after hours, however you want to say it. So he's like, I said, now let's go get your exhibits. Now let's go back out to the car and go get the exhibits and come back, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock or whatever. We walk around, get something to eat, come back, and we'll file this paper out of hours. He says, I said, just trust me, dude. It'll be fine. Don't worry about this. I got this. So we went outside. We got something to eat. That's when we took some photos in front of the Queen's Bench, you know, in front of the Royal Courts of Justice. It was nighttime by then. And it was so funny. We knock on the big door, you know, boom, boom, boom. And the 2 security guards come out and said, what do you folks need? And I said, yeah, we need to access the court. We need to do some after-hours filing. And he said, office hours is 10 o'clock till 4:30, sir. I said, no, I believe, you know, this is Queen's Bench. I'm at the right place. This is the Royal Court. This is Queen's Bench. Yeah, and if the Queen was here, would you not allow her to enter and, you know, access the court to conduct court business? And he said, well, yeah. I said, you know, the Queen acts at the pleasure of the people. And right now, I'm not pleased. Open up this door. And he let us in. And he's like, what? I said, let us in. And Bali was between me and him, and I pushed Bali through. And they tried to push Bali back out. And I pushed, and I said, no, we're coming in. And they're like, no, you go. I said, no, you better, you know, back away. We have business with the court. So funny. Poor Bali was like this, and he was like a wash machine just being pushed back and forth between me and the security guards. It's hysterical. And I think the video camera was like up in the air, so I don't think you really see Bali being pushed like that because I'm holding the camera for pushing. And we got in, and I said, like, yeah, Team America, we've arrived. And we're in. And so he said, we're going to get the head of security down here. I said, you better get the head of security because you have no clue what you're doing. So they called him the head of security, and they said, what's going on? It's like, well, we got this man from the United States, and he said that he's going to access the court. He's got business with the court tonight. And I tried to explain to him it's closed. I said, is that the head of security? Good. Give me the phone. What? Give me the phone. What? Give me the sir, give me the phone. Give me the phone. We'll have this wrapped up in 2 seconds. Give me the phone. So I said, hi, sir. And he's like, yes, I heard you're the man from the United States. He said, yes. And I said, this is Queen's Bench, and I'm going to access the court out of hours. He says, sir, the hours are. I said, sir, let me explain to you one more time. I'm a man, and I am now in court, and this court is going to convene at my pleasure. You will convene this court. You will get a magistrate or duty officer on call down here, and you will file my case on my behalf. He says, sir, I'll be right there. So he came down there, and it was so funny. When he came down to the big entrance, Bali and I were standing there, and I said to the head of security, we're going to have to file out of hours. And he says, come with me. And Bali had a video camera, and I had a big video camera. Bali had one of these cute little cell phones, and I had one of those big old clunky kind of things. And Bali said to the man, do you mind, can I take pictures? And he said, no. So then I said, oh, that reminds me. So I opened up my camera, and I started taking video and pictures. And Bali's looking at me, and the man's looking at me, and I'm just like, la, 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 la. It's like, we going to go see the magistrate? He's like, follow me, sir. So we start following. Bali's like, didn't you hear what the man said? I said, yeah, I heard the man said. You asked the man, can I take pictures? And he immediately said, no. I didn't ask, because I'm like the king or the queen. If this is my house, I don't have to ask somebody, what can I do in my house? This is my court. This is my house. This is a public court. I'm the public. He's a public servant. Why would I ask my servant in my house, can I take a picture? It's ridiculous. So you just asked the servant, can you take a picture? So obviously you're subservient to the servant. So what's the first thing that, you know, he has kids. I said, the first thing when your kids run up to you and say, Daddy, can I? And the first thing you say is no. Before he even finishes the rest of the sentence, you always figure it's best to say, no, Daddy, can I have a lollipop or ice cream? You know he's going to ask for something. Just the best thing to do is say no. Just like a public servant, his best thing to say is no. Because if he says, can I take pictures here, and you're walking around and you trip, and you break your nose, you're going to say, well, he told me I could do this. You know, it's like you're going to push the blame on him. You're going to hold him liable. So when he's going to protect himself by just saying no, to say no, he's going to play it safe. But the kids could run up to you and say, Daddy, can I? And like, oh, no, not another. No. The first thing you're thinking is how are you going to say no as fast as you can? And the kid's going to say, well, Daddy, can I have a hug? And you're going to say, oh, okay, give me the hug. But you can almost think 99% of the time it's going to, Daddy, can I have something? Ice cream, candy, money, car, something. Anything but, you know, can I give you something, Daddy? So everybody instantly thinks no. So when we got there, we walked through, he brought us to the head of security. So on the head of security wall, they actually have paperwork scotch taped to the security guards booth. It says opening of courtrooms out of hours. Please read. And it's signed by Lord Justice, whoever, you know, like John Farley, whatever his name is down there at the bottom. But it says security of courtrooms. December 16th, 2008. In order to avoid any problems arising between council parties and security, I have issued the following instructions to security regarding of the courtrooms after office hours. Number two is the important one. 1. No courtroom is to be opened without the consent of the trial judge unless arrangements are specifically made in advance, which obviously we did not meet. Number 2. If the trial judge cannot be contacted in an emergency, a party may apply to the duty judge for permission to enter. And that's exactly what we did. But we didn't ask him for permission. We told him we require access to the court. Not to be permitted, that I require access to the court. And fortunately, most of court personnel understand basic, words like that, like I require. Let me see if I can find that for you guys real quick. Person, common, property, require. Here we go. Because when Bali went on trial, let me do the word person first, because I think person's more important. But what happened with that, after hours filing, we gave the security the paperwork, and he says, what do you have here? I said, it's a very simple claim, but we want to be able to tell the truth when we go into Coventry Court, like it's a province, city, town, like Calgary. We want to be able to explain to them, we get to Coventry tomorrow, that we have a claim before Queen's Bench. So when we make a presentment of our claim to the court tomorrow, we want to have the court seal affixed. He says, you already got the seal. I said, that's right, but now we need it recorded. He says, well, the magistrate will take her a while to come here. He says, can you just give me the paperwork and I'll give it to her when she finally does arrive, and we'll record it for you. I said, as long as it's recorded before 9 o'clock in the morning, that's fine. He says, oh yeah, not a problem. And Bali was like, no, we're going to make sure she does it. I said, this is a very honorable man, and we're not going to call his honor into question. I said, argue, Bali. We're going to believe that this man is telling us was true. We're not going to doubt this man, are we? So he's like, but still, I don't trust the English. I said, dude, you better lighten up and back it down a whole bunch of notches. I said, because we're in this building so deep and so far, so late at night, it's scary that we're pulling this off to begin with. I said, that it's actually working. This man knows the rules of court. So obviously he's letting us do this. So it was, yeah, so then we left, and it was about 10 o'clock at night, and we went Coventry the next day for the trial. So me and Bali, we practiced together for weeks. We started we dropped his kids off at school, and at 8 o'clock he'd come and get me. We'd hang out till 1 o'clock the next morning. And then I tell him, look, you got to go home, you got to spend some time with your wife and kids, and come back in 7 hours, and we'll pick this up and do it again. So we practice and getting him ready for trial. So when we got there for the trial, he is like you guys, like magicians. You guys are trying to learn simple basic tricks like pull a rabbit out of the hat, cut the lady in half. You're learning some basic simple moves. So on the third question, he was having a brain fart. He couldn't go any further, and I realized, he refused to appear in person. The lady kept saying that. It was funny. This was the actual trial itself, not the preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing was a lot of fun. The preliminary hearing, we went to, the judge I love that judge, man. I gotta send him a thank you. I say it all the time. It's fun to talk to somebody who knows exactly what I'm doing, and it moves like lightning. So all these Punjabis come in, and they're really upset because this is right around the 30th anniversary of the massacre, and they just wanted a reason to start a fight, burn the place down to the ground. They were just looking for a reason. So the place was packed with bailiffs, cops. And when they started, the trial judge, this was just a preliminary hearing to see if everything was ready to go in the next 2 weeks for the trial. And they were trying to ask the Punjabis, like Bali and them, some simple questions like, is the man known as Balaraja here in person? And he's like, no. And then like the other people, they were called, no. They were like, no, I just meant. And the judge was like, okay, whatever, you know. So then he started to talk to the barrister. Those are the prosecutors over in England called barristers. They got the wigs on their heads. They're the barristers. And he says, you know, we do have a notice just presented to the court today. And he says, I believe it's their friend that they brought with them in the court presented a notice to court. He says, you know, you've been summoned to appear in Queen's Bench. You do know this. He says, yes, Your Honor, we've gotten the notice. And he says, and how is that going to work out for you? You think you're set to go to Queen's Bench? He says, yes, Your Honor, but we want to stay it until April, until we get the witnesses to appear. And the judge said, witnesses? What witnesses may they be? And he says, the police officers. He says, the judge says, you know, officers cannot appear in Queen's Bench. You do know that. Only man appears in Queen's Bench. You do know this. He says, well, we'll get the witnesses to appear. Their testimony will not be taken into consideration. And the Punjabis, the people that are brought there, they were all starting to rabble, making noise, like, you know, like, Carl, do something. You know, they're running this trial again without us being able to speak. See, Carl, they're just talking to each other again. Like, Carl, do something. I said, dude, you are winning like you got no effing idea. Would you just shut the hell up, shut everybody down? Would everybody just be quiet? And he's like, no, this is bull. He says, we bring you over here. You're supposed to come here and take control and don't let them do this. Then they're doing it again to us. Scott, every time for 2 years we've been doing this. And they just run us over. He says, they won't listen to us. He says, we're trying to put things into the case and they won't talk. I said, it's not your case. You don't have a case before the court yet. You can't bring anything into their case. They don't have to accept it. It's their case. If I have a suitcase and I'm packing it to go to Canada, if you try to put your dirty socks in my suitcase, I'm going to say, get those socks out of my case. I'm going to give you permission whether or not you could put stuff into my case. Don't you put stuff into my case until I tell you to. So what was funny is when we got there, things were going great. But the Punjabis kept going rabble. You know, they kept making stupid noises. And I was like, guys, you've got to stop. I said, they were just pissed. And they were just extremely pissed. You know, they were just looking for a reason. And like I said, it was funny because they wouldn't shut up. And I realized we were winning big time. The judge was not going to grant the crown till April. He said, no, you're going to move in 2 weeks. And you will have your case and we'll go before Queen's Bench. He says to the crown, how much does it cost us to access Queen's Bench? How much does it cost the crown? Okay, because you guys have no freaking clue. You guys drive me nuts. How much does it cost the crown to access Queen's Bench? You would think, well, wait a second, it's the crown, they're all the same. Oh, really? The man said to the crown, he says, it's $35K. So in Canadian money, it's $70K. $70K a day. $70,000 a day. He says, well, how many days do you think this is going to take? He said, 2 days. And the judge said, oh, I hope there's a dead body in this case, or a rape, or kidnapping. I hope there's something that happened on their farm other than they were, developing it or planting or doing something that the crown didn't approve of. I hope there's a dead body here somewhere. He says, no, Your Honor. He says, I think it would probably be best if you go talk to their friend over there in the hallway and settle this matter and do not access Queen's Bench because I don't think it's going to bode well for us to access Queen's Bench. And the judge says, as a matter of fact, in the history of England, the crown has never won before Queen's Bench. So, yes, I think it would probably be best for you to go outside and have a conversation with, the other party. So it was funny, the Punjabis were just going nuts. They were like, see, Carl, they're running the whole case again, and then another little. I said, oh, Jesus, dude, we just so effing won, would you just stop? And the judge looked over them and says, you are our guests here, and we will treat you accordingly. And I jumped up, and I said, everybody out of the building. Get out of the building now. And the judge, and I was looking at the judge, and I just said, he just communicated a threat. I said, you better leave the building. And the bailiff started to come over. I said to the bailiff, stop. I said, just give these people a reason. I got these clowns. So I started throwing them all out of the building. And even the man Bali that I brought over there, he was the very last one I threw out of the building. And he said to me like a month or two, he says, yes, now I think I remember when you had me at the scruff of my neck. I know I had him here. So I guess that's a scruff. If you're wondering what a scruff is, I presume it's here because I was throwing them all out of the courtroom, out of the courthouse. Because a guest is an enemy. It's a hostile stranger, it's an enemy. A guest is not a pleasant word. So when the judge just said, you are our enemy, I realized, what's going to happen next.
And that was because they were rabble rousing and just like
Making noise.
yeah.
They were just making
they're
noise. So the bailiffs were going to come over and just control them and just haul them all away. And I had, the case was already won. It was done. It was finished. I was like, yes, I'm going home. You know, if he comes out in the hallway and talks to me, this is done. We're finished. And I go home. But if I went home, the Punjabis and you folks want to know a tenth of what I show you, because I've been done. I said, I communicated well with the judge. I communicated great well with the barrister. The barrister would have came outside and talked to me. We would have squared everything up, and you guys wouldn't have had this great story how to access Queen's Bench and the trip to the castle. You wouldn't know what the word guest means, and you know, you'd miss out all this great details. So he says, yes. He says, when you had me at the scruff of my neck, he says, I remember what you were saying to the judge and the barrister. You said, we are guests in their court. They are going to be guests in our court, and we are going to treat them accordingly because they understand the rules of England as a common law land, and they know that we will prevail in Queen's Bench. You know, we will, you know. He says, yes, now I remember what you, because when I was throwing them out, I was keeping my eye on the bailiffs and making sure my back was covered. I wasn't going to get hit in the back, and so I was throwing them out like one hand this way, one hand this way, and it was a lot of fun. And like I said, so then when we actually got to the trial, and I sat down, and the Crown read out the charges, I looked over the Punjabis and I said, when were you going to tell me about communicating threats, stalking, terrorism? When were you going to tell me all this stuff? He said, well, we figured you would have never came over. Like, you know, they put the cutest little Punjabi boy, like, give a copper coin to the poor little Indian. So I said, that's how you charm me. I said, you dirty little Indian. I said, yeah. He said, but I got you here, didn't I? I said, yeah. They got. See, because Balraj is a twin. He's like the runter leader, and all the other Punjabis, they're big dudes with these turbans and beards and swords. They're pretty impressive people. Like, oh, when the people invaded India, those were the people who were put on the northern border. These guys were big guys, and they weren't peewees. They weren't like the little Indians that you see on TV. These were, holy cow! I don't want to meet this guy. You know, I'm coming to a pass in Afghanistan somewhere. These guys are crazy. So when we got to the second trial, we had the claim now before the court. You know, I was able to put it in with a straight face and says, yes, we have a claim before Queen's Bench. See the court sealed up. Got it. So when it started up, Bali played the old rabbit out of the hat. They said, you know, yes, this is the case against all those people, the Punjabis, and versus the Crown. And the Crown says, yes, the Crown is ready to appear and you know, present their case. And the Punjabis were still playing the old rules that you guys play by, like, oh no, I don't appear, I'm not here, special appearance, all this other nonsense. You know, I'm a man, all this other nonsense. It's like, look, you know, you better accept the title of the defendant, because you're going to wish of them to accept the title of defendant of wrongdoer in our claim. So you better accept the title. And he was like, no. He says, no, you don't appear in their court. We never come in as a defendant. I said, oh, we will come in as a defendant. He says, oh, no, we don't. I said, I'm not coming back to merry old England. I said, your weather sucks and your food is even worse. I said, I'm not coming back. I said, we better wrap this up while I'm here. I said, because I could see the way this judge is going. Well, if they won't appear in person, then I guess we're going to set the day for. And I jumped up and I said, may I assist the court? And I said, court clerk lady walked over. And this time, the second trial, well, the second time we were in court, the first one was preliminary, and the second one was the trial. There was no bailiffs. There was no bailiffs in the courtroom. The Punjabis were there, but it was just the judge, the magistrate, the court clerk lady, the barrister, and all his solicitors. But there was no security. So they probably had cameras. They probably could have hustled in security in a heartbeat. But there was no security. It's like, wow. I guess they realized that I got these clowns. You know, that this guy did it one time. Hey, this worked great. This guy took all you know, he's going to take the heat. You know, the Punjabis aren't going to touch him. You know, he's white, but two Punjabis respect him. But if we try to touch him, oh, great dishonor, and they are going to exact revenge. Because I did something to Bali in court, and he said, if you say that again, I'm going to have to exact revenge, because that's great dishonor. I said, don't worry. I said, and I did something to him and his brother in open court. And it's great dishonor. So the judge let me. No, that's a different story. But I told Bali I wouldn't say it on tape. So what happened was when we got there the second time, I jumped up and I said, "May I assist the court?" And I said, "Who are you?" I said, "My name is Karl Lentz. I wish to be a friend of the court. I wish to be recognized the court as such. I want to have the title of friend of the court." And they're like, "How you may help aid the court?" I said, "Oh, I'm here to aid the court because I believe you have a cultural, societal misinterpretation of the terms of art that are being conveyed before the court at this time. May I, aid the court in assisting in what, the court seems to be in an impasse." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, the Punjabis wish to appear as a man. They don't wish to appear as a person." And I said, "Well, why don't they want to be in person?" Because a person is a mask. A person is a man cloaked, and they just want to appear in court as a man, and they just want to face their accuser, a fellow man, of doing wrong. And the lady said to me, "Well, person, what's a person?" I said, "A person is according to the rank he holds within a society, he could be held, he's going to have certain duties and obligations that may ascribe to him, and which the society may impose. Impose means they may impose upon him by fines, penalties, incarceration, fees, they may impose." So she says, She says, let me explain to the judge who you are. Let me present you to the court. So she went over to the judge, told the judge, and the judge heard everything I said. The judge said, "Make yourself known to court. Present yourself to the court, sir." So they said, "Who are you?" "My name is Karl Lentz." It's like, "How do you spell that?" It's like L-E-N-T-Z. He said, "Okay, Mr. Lentzy." He said, L-E-N-T-Z. Okay, Z. He said, "Oh, Lentz." Because in England, Z is R and Z's, they're Z's. So, "Okay, Mr. Lentz, and who are you again?" I said, "I'm their friend." He said, "Okay, and I'm their next friend." And the barrister said, in the United States, that's called a McKinsey friend. I said, "I can't accept the title." He said, the judge said, "So you're a McKinsey friend?" I said, "I can't accept that title. I wish to, but I lack the meaning of the word." So he said, "Well, there was a famous case in England." I said, "Let me take a guess." It was basically a woman was trying to present a claim, possibly against her husband, and she couldn't speak against her husband because at that time she was the property of the husband, and she had to have a friend speak on her behalf. It's like, "Yes, that's close enough, sir." I said, "Good. Then I'm a McKinsey friend. I accept that title. And we also accept the title of defendant, and we wish to proceed." And the Punjabi started going nuts. It's like, "No, you tell them, no, I don't say don't be a defendant. Trust me, we got this. We're going." And so when they read out all the charges, what they had to basically do was terrorism, all this stuff. And I said, "What would have been nice if you guys told me?" I said, "You know what? Honestly, I don't care. They could have 53,812 other charges against you. Honestly, I don't care." I said, "I got this." So the judge said, how do you folks, what do you say? Like, what's your answer to this? How you plead?" And I said, "We accept the position that the Crown maintains. Everything that they maintain is illegal, and that these defendants are guilty of, we accept. But at this time, there is no man has come forth before the court to lay a claim of wrong, and that's how we stand." So they were like, "You accepted they were guilty?" "Oh, absolutely. Everything we did was illegal?" "You betcha. Because why in the world would the Crown, with all these years of learning and training, possibly open up a court and move a public facility for something that they did not maintain was true? Obviously, that's their beliefs. That's lovely. But you're a person, and you don't exist within their society. So, we're going to go play that we're the old guests. We're going to play that we're the old persons here." So a person is like, let me try to find the other one, make it simpler. That's property. Okay, we'll just do that with the, let me do that again with that. There's my picture. So let me show you guys the better definition of it, so it's easier for you to understand. That's a long dictionary. Yeah, so that's the actual, if you folks actually want to know where I got it from, it's from, actually from Bouvier's. It says, person and man considered according to the rank he holds in society, with all the rights to which the place he holds entitles him and the duties which it imposes. So that's why we accepted the role of the defendant. And how we accepted as a role of defendant is that we clearly said to the court, is that you do know that these Punjabis who sit before you, I said, you do know they're from outside of your culture. And I said to them, I said, fortunately for me, the color of their skin is going to be of great aid to me today, because I'm going to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that these men are clearly idiots. And most people laugh when I say idiots, because they think it's a pejorative term, and it's not. What's great about being called an idiot is that you're just saying that you're a common man. You're an outsider. Let me see if I find it right here. Idiot. There you go. Like I said, I go back to the etymology, the root of the word. An idiot in Greek, it means a layman, a person lacking professional skills, opposed to a writer, soldier, skilled workman, attorney, or lawyer. Literally a private person, as opposed to one taking part in public affairs. One's own, acting as one's own. So, I'm saying that they're a private person and they're not taking part of public affairs, and that they're an idiot and they lack professional skills like that of a lawyer. So obviously you're coming after them with some sort of code, like code section 16 subsection F3214. Obviously they're saying they have no knowledge of the workings, the inner workings of your society. They don't have a clue what this code is that you're trying to impose upon them, and there's no duty and obligation because they hold no rank within your society. You know, yes, you may call them a defendant, but I'm going to make it clear in your complaint that they are they accept the title in your society as a defendant. But we're going to pull the old hierarchy pyramid on you guys, and we're going to say that in the pyramid, and then like I said, you got that capstone, whatever you want to call whatever's up here. Yes, they are a man, and yes, they are a defendant down here, but they no longer wish, because they filed a claim before the court, they no longer wish to be defined as a defendant. They wish to maintain their position as a man. So like I said, one of the stories I always tell everybody is like, say, God comes down to earth, and he, you know, like if you know any of the Greek myths, the God would always come down. And he'd always come down and he'd take on a manifest or a position of a frog or a dog or a pony, whatever he took. And so he would intercourse with man. No, mostly woman he'd intercourse with. But yeah, you know the stories. So, but at whatever time he got tired of taking that position, like I said, say he came down and changed into a frog, and he got tired of man stepping on him, he'd say, you know what, I no longer wish to assume the position, or presume, well, assuming means to bear the liability. That's an assumption, not a presumption. He doesn't want to bear the liability, so he's going to make an assumption, which means, like in the day of Assumption, if anybody's like Catholic, they know it's, you go to heaven, the day of Assumption. So he's going to retake and maintain his position as that of having authority and control over man. So that's how we laid our claim before the court. Yes, we accepted the role as defendant. Yes, we liked it. Yes, we have a lot of fun. Yes, it's nice hearing these guys going spouting about 8,976 things that they did was illegal. Yeah, and great. The only problem is that you know you're talking to a man, and there is no fellow man has yet to appear that said that we've done anything wrong. So yes, we accept all your crazy positions you maintain, because your codes change faster than I change my socks. Because all you folks up here in Canada know that Dean Clifford guy, he's sitting in jail, and he's trying to play by their codes. And I feel bad for the poor kid, because I keep telling him, there's audio that people have transcribed me talking to him, explaining to him, what are you doing, kid? So he knew that when he was going to get arrested, his team had already had an answer to the codes that he knew he was going to be charged with. So something up here in Canada, they had like 23 codes, and when Dean got arrested, when they presented their answer to the court, to the charges, they were all ready. The very next day, his team went down there, threw the paperwork into the court. The only problem was they amended the code. I don't know exactly what date they amended it. It's just like they amended it January 1st, and he got arrested on January 2nd, say. So when they turned their answer in, they said to them, there's only 19 codes that exist in Canada now. We amended and deleted or, rescinded, and now there's only 19. So the codes that they were relying upon, some of them were like in 21 or 22, they were gibberish. The codes were undecipherable now. So they were putting all this ridiculous code into the court, and the courts were like, they don't even exist anymore. What are you saying? This is utter nonsense and gibberish. So if they can modify their code and say it's utter nonsense and gibberish, you better believe when I go to court and I say, what code am I charged with? Section 16, subsection F3Q57D. Oh, really? And you're telling me that's how it existed as of this moment? You don't think that anybody modified it or amended it at the stroke of midnight? You sure about that? Well, I'm not sure. Because like I said, the people in the United States, it's a lot of fun knowing how the United States public laws are created. First, there's a bill. I don't know if you guys had that up in Canada. They had like Saturday cartoons. They had like I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. I don't know if you guys ever saw that one.
Oh, yeah.
So it starts out as a bill. Somebody, some Joe, Q Public decides to send a complaint in the form of a bill to Congress. So then Congress enacts the bill. And when they vote on it and they enact the bill, they give it life. So when they give it life, what they do is they enroll the bill. And now it's public law. And they take the public law and they enroll it into the Library of Congress. So it goes into the Library of Congress. How it becomes a code is, believe it or not, it's pretty funny. You got something called Thompson's. It's a big publishing company here, legal publishing company in Canada. They come down to Washington, D.C., and they enroll the public law. And the public law might say something simple like thou shalt not kill or steal. Let's just say kill. We could do steal. We could do the IRS steal. And say, but the IRS could take your property if this, this, and this. Nah, steal would be a better one. So thou shalt not steal. So they take that. So Thompson says, well, the public law is that thou shalt not steal. So the only problem is that what the Thompsons, what these codifiers, these people who take the public law and make a code out of it, they'll interpret what the public law reads for their society, for the legal society. Now you could get bound up in the laws of legal society, or you can send your own society up there to unroll the public law, and they could decipher what this sentence means, thou shalt not steal. So Thompson takes thou shalt not steal, and they say, well, except in these cases of, like say, taxation, or property taxes, or levies, or fines, or penalties, or fees, or licenses, or permits.
Need a longer board.
Right. So that's what happens. They take this one little beautiful thou shalt not steal or thou shalt not kill and say, well, you could kill if a guy's coming through your house, or if the guy's jumping on your kid, if a guy's attacking you with a knife, but it's got to be 6 inches long. You can kill if you're a doctor and you're pulling the plug because life is going to be worthless to this 99-year-old lady. Thou shalt be permitted to kill if these conditions exist. So the codes could get this nice little simple sentence. I actually pulled up one of the sentences on one of these things I did off the internet. And I said, now, look how they codified it. They took that little, like 4 words, thou shalt not steal, and they made thousands and thousands of billable hours. They could say that we're going to interpret what that literally means. This is what we believe it means. Now, if you believe that's what it means, God bless you, because now you're part of the team, you're part of our society. Now you are you're no longer an idiot. Now we have control over you. Now we have jurisdiction. Because, like I said, I did that to that poor guru. I was on his radio show a couple of years ago, and I said to him, try to get jurisdiction on me. Try to get me into your court. Try to get me, you be the judge. So he thought he was great. So he could never get jurisdiction on me. So it drove him crazy because I knew what to say and I knew how to act like a man. And it drives them crazy because we'll set you up for a competency hearing. So competent in what? Legalese? Chinese? Mandarin Chinese? Vietnamese? Korean? What Vietnamese? What legalese? Is there a law that says that I must be proficient in Chinese, legalese, Vietnamese? Is there something that says requires I, a man, to decipher your language? Is there some reason why? No, is there a reason why I can't just appear in court as a man and wait for a man to come forth with a claim that I've done wrong? Is there some reason that's not a... Are we no longer in a common law land? Did something happen while I was asleep last night? So like I said, what happened with Bali's case is it started at 10 o'clock in the morning. We went till 12. We had lunch until 1:30. It was a long lunch because the judge was researching a lot of stuff. I knew what I must have been laying down in court. He must have been researching a lot. And that's what was fun too, is when this was a lot of fun because I could see the judge trying to comprehend that there is common law. He's taught that common law doesn't exist. He doesn't believe it. He believes the drinking the Kool-Aid just like those other colleagues for all those years too, that the common law is dead. But common just means belonging to all, like in general. So where's the other common law I got down here for you guys? Let me see if I find it real quick. Person, plaintiff. Oh, plaintiff's a fun one to be called. Claim. Civil rights, yeah, that's a funny. Require, I'm going to do that now. Common, person. Common. Let's just go to common here. Let's just do common again. Oops. Common, there you go, common law. You folks always have a hard time with this.
I have a question.
What's that?
I have a question. There are a lot of people here that have questions for you, specific questions. Would you have time to answer them?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not leaving until Tuesday.
That's good.
Yeah, so it says common law in Great Britain and the United States. It's the unwritten law, the law that receives its binding force by the immemorial usage and universal reception in distinction from written or statutory law. The body of rules, principles, and customs which have been received by our ancestors, by which courts have been governed in their judicial decisions. The evidence of this law is to be found in decisions and records of the courts. Some of these rules have originated by edicts and statutes that are now lost gone, and the terms and customs of particular grants of charters. All they're basically trying to say is, if you do a pyramid, again, if you want to do a pyramid of like law, you'll see at the very top, in Canada, in the United States, it's called customs. And you'll see statutes are down here. Statutes are down here. The customs of the people is the true law of the land. So like I say to folks, the very simplest one I do when it comes to customs and law of the land is, like, fortunately you folks live in Canada, so you know something called like Aleutians or Eskimos, and they've been up there for 10,000 years, and you don't see them, all kinds of mayhem breaking loose when you go up there. They're not cannibals, they don't eat you, they don't steal from you, they don't just kill you because they got nothing better to do. They're very law-abiding people. Where do they preserve and maintain their religion, their culture, their beliefs? Do they write it on some sort of snowballs or sort of an igloo or an ice cube? Where do they record these? It's the custom. It's to pass it by word of mouth from family to family, generation to generations. It's the common law is the unwritten law. You don't have to tell somebody you can't steal. My cell phone. You can't steal that. Everybody knows you can't do that in Canada. That's why I don't mind being here. It's not a lawless society. And it's like, well, some places would be, and a lot of people know this with statutes. Statutes could be a lot of fun, like to manipulate statutes. Statutes are rigid. It's just exactly what they call them, statutes. Statutes are rigid. I love statutes. And people are like, why would you want to answer to a statute? I was like, I'll give you a real good reason why. Because a judge explained it to me in great detail after my trial back in 93, 94. I kind of got charged with making moonshine for the Indians I was living with, and they were dry counties in the United States. They just didn't want drunken Indians, you know, running around crazy. So I don't blame them. So in the county where I lived, they couldn't have alcohol, and my wife was an American Indian. So I was actually charged with That's what I was charged with. The manufacturing of a controlled alcoholic beverage, alcoholic substance, that's what it was, substance. By the means of an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage. So, I had a lot of fun in court that day. But the big thing is, the judge said to me, "You plead guilty and you'll leave." I'm not going to explain everything that happened in that trial that day. It was a good half-hour story, so I'll just go to the end. You plead guilty, you're going home. Plead not guilty, you're going to stay. Trust me. So I pled guilty. That's the first time I ever pled guilty in my life to, because he said if you plead not guilty, you're going to go incarcerated. If you plead guilty, you're going to go home. So it was totally backwards of anything I've ever heard. But what I found out, what I did, this was called a federal felony. And what I was in front of a county court. So luckily, in the United States, counties are above the feds. Feds are way down here. And the counties are here, and then the states are here in a hierarchy. And who gets to try the citizens first? First, I'm a citizen of the county, then the state, then the feds. So I got lucky. So the county judge told me, he said, you know, plead guilty, and I'll let you go home. So then he told me $300 fine, 3 years unsupervised probation. He says, can you pay it $300 a day? I said, no, sir, I cannot. He says, when can you pay it? I said, honestly, I don't not know, because you told me it would be best for me to leave the state and go to another state so they can't extradite me if I get a traffic ticket to answer to the 3 years of probation you just put me on. So I need the money to move. So we worked it out to $5 a week for 60 weeks, and that was fine. And we went to the court clerk and I set up a payment schedule. So that's what I say to people: accept all their fines and penalties. Don't argue with them. Just say, look, I'd be glad to do that. How about $5 a week for the next 60 weeks? And he tried to say, how about $6 a week for 50 weeks? And I said, look, I'm a man of my word. You heard me the first time, 5 for 60. If I win the lottery, believe me, I'll pay you guys off in 10 seconds and get you off my back. So he said, okay, fine. So when I came back inside, I went out to the van with my wife, and she said, well, that worked out good. And, you know, at least, well, we got to move. I said, yeah, I didn't want to stay with all you crazy drunken Indians anyway. I wanted to go to Florida anyway. Let's go hang out on the beach. It's wintertime. We'll come back in a couple of years if we feel like it. And I never went back. And that's ex-wife. She went back. So when I came out of the van, I said to them, my wife, this is going to drive me crazy for the rest of my life. How is this judge going to hold me if I actually wanted a trial by jury and all this other stuff? If I actually wanted a normal protocol, how is this going to happen? So then he explained to me the hierarchy in the United States. Even though it's a federal crime, we still charge you at the local level. If we can't work with you at the local level, we are going to still maintain our charges against you, but you're going to be extradited down to the feds. You're going to Winston-Salem, to the big federal facility, and you're going to have to answer their charges. We get first crack at you. So if we could wrap this up here at our home, in our jurisdiction, under our district where the crime was actually committed, we could wrap this up and we could tell the feds, don't bother trying him twice. We already charged him and found him guilty. You can't bring him up on the same charges. He's done. So the judge said to me, he said to me, son, he says, I don't know who you are, but the sheriff thinks you're great. And he thinks you're a good guy. You live with those Indians, and you keep them happy, and they're not coming up here looking for alcohol and stuff. You bring it all up to them. So I said, honestly, we really don't have a problem with what you did, but the feds had a problem with what you did. The ATF was the ones who came in and took all of the distill. They took all the equipment. So, but the judge says, you want to come back to court next week and be found not guilty? I said, what do you mean? He said, that way you don't have to move, you can stay here. I was like, no, honestly, my heart's set on moving. I don't want to win. I'm glad you said to me it would be best for me to leave because, you know, the wife was right there. He said, see, the judge said we got to go. So he said, if you get a traffic ticket, the original charges come back to a federal felony and you got to start all over again. You violate terms and conditions of the 3-year probation. So he said, kid, the best thing for you to do is, he said, if you want to beat me, he says, just destroy the statute. He said, destroy the statute. How do I destroy the statute? He said, well, they're rigid. If you could take one word out of it, that's your loophole. That's your way out. He says, what do you think they charge you with this ridiculous, the manufacture of controlled alcoholic substance by the means of the use of an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage? What do you think why don't they just charge you with what they usually charge people with is like rape, murder, you know, rape, murder, whatever, you know, theft. Why do you think, you know, why do you think they make those so short and sweet? Because they want to nail you. This thing, they know it's bull. He says, they know everybody drinks alcohol in this country. They're giving you loopholes. He's like, what? He said, loopholes, kid. So this is what I'm teaching you, what the judge taught me. And it was so funny, when I came back into the courtroom, I looked into the courtroom, opened the big doors, and I seen two families were like crying. And the judge saw me way back there. And he goes, I said, Mr. Lentz, can I help you? I said, do you mind if I ask a question? And he says, no. So I went to close the door. He says, no, I don't mind. Come ask you questions. So I said, okay. I said, I got a question for you. I said, you know, I said, how is it going to be transported? He explained to me, you know, if I pled not guilty, I'd go to the feds. He said, kid, let me give you a hand here. He says, come back next week and let's do a retrial. He said, what are we going to do? He says, find the loophole. He says, loophole? He says, they gave you 1,000 of them. Find the loophole. He says, what do you mean? He says, I'll just throw you one off for a laugh. He says, let's do one real quick. He said, if you had an attorney worth a damn, he would have just said to you, hey, just say come back next week and said that you used a natural heat source to speed the fermentation. He says their statute would collapse, it would crumble. You can't just take a little bit out of a statute. It would just, it's rigid. It's just going to shatter. It's not flexible like man. It's not a, you know, it doesn't have the capacity to alter or amend. It's going to be, you're going to shatter it. Find the loophole, kid. Look at all the loopholes. He said, let me just toss you one for a laugh. He says, so if you come back next week and you say, I use a natural heat source, like say you put it around next to a white building or a big white rock, or you found a natural heat source under the ground and you put it in the sunshine, you painted the kettle black. He says, just say that and we'll expunge the record. I said, no, that's a really cool, you know, be found guilty of something. He said, yeah, because you got quite an extensive not guilties and, you know, times in and out of courts. I said, but it's almost all traffic related. He says, so you have been in court quite a bit and you do know the rules of court. He says, in that way you can make your record squeaky clean again. I said, no, I'm going to leave moonshine on. That sounds really good. You know, it's a good crime to be convicted of. Because a conviction is just because this is what people don't understand either all the time. If you have a conviction, that means you have a belief. You know, you have a belief Jesus will rise in 3 days. That's your belief. You have a conviction. So, like I said, if you ever see like any of that Spanish Inquisition stuff, and they say, the priest didn't kill you, you killed you. You confessed. You had a conviction. You had a belief that you should die. So that way they could say they didn't kill any man. You know, you wished it. You know, so we're just relieving you of your wrongs, and your, you know, debt is to, you know, be executed. That way you get closer to Jesus with a clean soul. All this nonsense. But a conviction is just you believe it. When a jury comes down with a verdict against you, you were tainted. You were stripped of all like your civil rights. You know, you can't vote, you can't have a gun, you can't have a driver's license. You were tainted. You were stripped. It was like almost like unpainted. You were stripped. You were tainted by the jury. You were not convicted. You were tainted. The jury doesn't have any liability or an obligation over you. You can't sue them if they were wrong because you believed. So it's wild how they use conviction instead of a tainted, because the jury actually attaints you. Because people don't understand this simple concept. Oh yeah. You want to do plaintiff real quick? Well, I never appear in court as a plaintiff. If I'm moving a case, I'm a prosecutor, because a prosecutor just means somebody who's pursuing something, like a hunter. And a plaintiff is in French. So if you said, I saw this on a French movie not too long ago. I was reading the underwriter, so they translated. It actually, I saw an old guy yelling at an old lady and called her a plaintiff. And a complaintiff means complaining, wretched, or miserable. So in French, if you take off one F, that means you're wretched, miserable, and complaining. So when they file complaints, and you have a criminal complaint, you'll always see the plaintiff. And plaintiff is just somebody who's complaining, wretched, or miserable. So somebody said to me that I'm a plaintiff. I said, no, I'm not miserable, I'm not complaining, and I'm not wretched. I'm making a claim, I'm a man. Because like I said to people, like say here in the Yukon Territory, something like that, somebody filed a claim for gold. What did they need to do? The claim is what? About 2 sentences long? Like somebody was asking me this morning, it's like, well, you got to show me how to file a claim. You got to show me how to file a claim. It's so complicated and it's so easy for you. I said, Like say Yosemite Sam would come down and says, I found gold. And the court clerk or the county recorder would say, where? He'd whip out a piece of paper and he'd draw pictures like 3 Canadian red maple leaf trees, 6 blue rocks, and a stream. And there's the gold right yonder. And that'd be his claim, and she'd record it. Say, okay, if anybody comes in there in the future and tries to say that that's where they found it, we know your claim rings true because your claim is the first that was recorded by the county. So to put it into the public record is a damn good thing to do. Like I said, there's other people in Canada, like say, I'm not saying, there's other people trying to say get rid of your birth certificates, get rid of your, what else you guys say, get rid of birth certificates, passports, driver's licenses, all this other stuff. It's all ridiculous because to me, it's just a tool that I use for convenient travel. So believe me, when I came here to Canada the first time, I landed in Vancouver. And I went up to Williams Lake to help a couple who were manufacturing a controlled substance in their home. And this case should have taken them 2 seconds to be done. Because it's funny, well, I was put on trial in that one too, that's fun, but I'll tell you their case first, and then I'll tell you what they did to me when their case was over. The crown was ready for me. It was lots of fun. So I'm still here in Canada, so yay. They don't mind what I'm doing. Whoops. Let me stylize it exactly the way they do it. Okay, so like I said, this is how you folks do things over here in Canada. You've always seen Regina versus Joe, right? You guys have had charges against you, right? You've seen this, right? Regina versus Joe, or you've seen cases against it says Her Majesty the Queen versus Joe, right? See, in Canada, okay, these words, you know, like say, this word, say in Chinese, would be like this hieroglyphic symbol, Her Majesty the Queen. This is what it would look like in Chinese. But when you guys see the word Her Majesty the Queen, what do Canadians think?
Queen Elizabeth
of Windsor. How about, why not the Majesty the Queen of Saigon or Saipan or Rhodesia?
Because we make an assumption.
That's right. Not just a presumption, but an assumption. You're doing both. You're presuming and assuming. So when you make the presumption, that means you're making a guess. When you're making an assumption, it means you're bearing liability. Because what you're bearing liability is, it's making your heart race. It's having an emotional effect. It's costing you something to believe that this has something to do with some lady in England. So if you saw this delivered to you in the mail, it's like I said, it was funny. Me and my wife did that one time. Me and my wife started doing this in court. So when the court was talking to us, we started putting paper like that before the court. When we were in court, me and her, she had 2 attorneys, I had an attorney, and we were doing that. And they go, "What's this?" I said, "It's code." Yeah, well, you're speaking of code, we're speaking of code. My wife does medical coding. I do work for Sony Dell Computers. This binary code that actually reads. We know what it means. He's like, oh, it does? He said, watch this, I'll tell my wife a joke. So I wrote a joke out to my wife, and I was calling them a bunch of clowns, a bunch of fools, and she just laughed. She said, they sure are. I said, these clowns have no idea what we're doing, do they? No. So I said, well, if you're talking in code in our presence, we're going to be disrespectful, and we're going to answer you in our code. So if you're going to talk to us man to man, if you're going to take off that mask, come out a person and talk man to man, we'll talk all day. But you're going to talk to us with this gibberish and hide behind masks and say, oh, I'm the prosecutor, I'm the judge, I'm Her Majesty the Queen. You want to hide behind a title? You don't want to talk to me man to man? Well then, I'm going to answer you in a form of a code that you're not going to recognize, and I'm going to disrespect you. So how do you like it? So that it was funny. I remember her attorney lady said, hey, that's not nice. I said, that's right, it's not nice. I said, it's not nice what you're doing to us either. I said, but that doesn't seem to bother you. So, well, like I said to them, when I said to Joe and Catherine, when they brought me up here, all I said to them was very simple. When I got to their house, I think I got to spend maybe a day and a half with them at the house, and 2 days they were with us in Vancouver with Juvie and David. And I made a nice little simple, I think it was a 1-sentence notice and a 2-sentence claim. I said, look, hand them the notice, hand them the claim. I said, the judge and the Crown is just not going to be able to resist and help themselves. They're going to actually read your claim and notice into the record. They're going to do it for us, trust me. And they did. I couldn't believe it. The judge read the notice, and what's this, a notice? What does it say? It was like 1 sentence. And he says, and this is a claim? He wrote a claim, he read the claim, 2 sentences. I said, oh, yes, they put it on the record. Yes, now we have recorded. Unbelievable. So I said I trick them all the time with that notice and claim, 1 sentence, 2 sentence thing. Get it all the time in the record. But you put one of these ridiculous claims or suits, you hand it to them, you think they're going to read it in open court? They're going to say, I'm going to read this. So I got them to understand, to give the world, you know, to have the world understand that these people clearly accepted our claim, and they clearly accepted our notice. So it's like, yes, they're not idiots. Great. They can't say that we didn't, some of them delivered upon them properly. They got their notice, they got their claim. So I said to them, now, who is the one moving the court? Because Joe, you're a man, right? Okay. Only a man could control you. Only man has power over you, because everything else, a man created. God created everything else. You're the image of God. God created everything else. Only thing to move God. And like I said, I guess that's why they had multiple gods back in ancient times, is because the gods would throw thunderbolts of lightning at each other, and another god would step in, or all the gods would step in and control these clowns from throwing thunderbolts and lightning at each other, and say, look, you got to knock it off. We want to keep heaven happy and quiet. We're going to knock your gods' heads together if you don't stop it. You know, Zeus is going to come in, we're all going to come in, and we're going to quiet you clowns down. So that's why they had multiple gods, so they could have control over each other. But our one God, you know, nobody controls our one God. So when you have a God can move another God, and the image of God can move the other image of God, but a fictitious, something that man created or God created, God could just say, you know what, I'm tired of being a frog. I don't want man to move me anymore. You know what, I'm going to reassume my position up here, and I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to assume it and say, you know what, I'm done playing frog. I'm tired of being stepped on. So Joe, I said, just basically ask, who's Regina? I said, just ask him this very simple question. You know, like if there wasn't Joe versus Regina, say it was Joe versus Susie. Say it was Susie versus Joe. Joe, wouldn't you want to know who Susie is and see if you could settle this on the private side with Susie, so you don't got to waste any more valuable court resources or public court time? Wouldn't you want to try to settle it with Susie and see if you could come to some sort of understanding? That you were doing something in your closet, in your house, and Susie didn't like it for some reason? Well, what is it then if Susie's concerned? What the hell are you doing in your private closet in your house? I thought what was in your closet was in a closet for a reason. I didn't think it was in your closet so Susie could bring it out to the world and let the whole world know what you and your wife are doing in the closet. I said, why don't we just get the simple concept down first? Who's Susie? Who's this magical Susie? I said, who's this magical Regina? I said to Joe and Catherine. I said, just say, there's maybe in Canada there might be 1,000 Reginas running around. In Italy there's probably 1 million Reginas running around. Who's Regina? I said, and just say that and keep your mouth shut. If it takes 1,000 years for them to answer, that's 1,000 years before they can move their case. Just shut up. you asked a simple question, who's Regina? You know, I'd like to, you know, like, I believe somebody or some, you know, some woman or some man is claiming I've done something wrong. Who's Regina? And don't say another word. So what was funny is, when you folks do this, like I said, if this was on top of the paper versus Joe, you'd clearly say to the court, "What is this? What the hell is that? Something's coming after me, and it's a picture. It's a hieroglyphic. It's symbols. It's a picture. It's a hieroglyphic. It's symbols. It doesn't mean anything to me. What is that?" And just if anybody wanted to know, if Regina was suing you, I think the other people who was in my other show knows it. If you had actually done something wrong, as fast as possible, is like I said, people in our culture, they love this 10,000-piece mousetrap. They love all the whistles and bells to make this great, fantastic mousetrap. Me, I take a piece of rolled up newspaper and go whack, and I'm done. That's how I trap my mouse. Like, here's cheese, there's a whack, and I'm done. So I'm like, okay, there's the cheese. Okay, ask them, who's Regina? Whack, I'm done. Answer that. There is no answer. How are you going to answer that? So the crown and the judge are like, holy cow, nobody's ever asked us such a simple question. They were looking at each other, and the crown finally says, the same as the monarch of Canada? What the hell's a monarch of Canada? I never heard of a monarch of Canada. You know, where does she live? Where's the monarch of Canada live? You know, Ottawa? Monarch of Canada, was that a type of butter? A type of wine? That's what was a type. If you said, if you say, right, butterfly. If you say it's the monarch of Montana, we're going to say, oh, it's one of those big butterflies I got up there. So Catherine's like, oh, that's what we thought. Queen of England, that's who we thought. It was Queen Elizabeth. And they were like, yes. Queen. I said to the bailiff, because I stood in the back, I said, it's on. They said, what? They're in a battle of their lives. What? She just can't shut up. It's like Lot's wife. Just don't turn around and look at that, because you're going to turn to pill of salt. You turn around, you're dead. You say anything other than, let them answer, and then we're going to address how they answered us. I said, all you had to do was get them to say, the monarch of Canada. Say, thank you, good day, and leave. I would have wrote back to them and says, yes, in open court that you mentioned somebody named the monarch of Canada. May I please have her address? May I have her phone number? Or if you're her attorney, may I settle the matter with you? And at some portion in time, the monarch of Canada, the plaintiff, the person who's complaining, whining, some miserable person is complaining and whining that I'm doing something in my closet. Are they going to come forth into the open court with their complaint and saying what I was doing in my closet harmed them, or they accrued a loss, a financial loss, or I injured them somehow? Are they going to appear? That's how we would have played it next.
Were they defendants in this case at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would have flipped the court in a sense. Is like you guys were trying to find who was the man.
We would have, if they would have said, no matter who they said, if they said, we believe what you're doing is fictitious litigation, and what we think that you're doing is barratry, that you're bringing complaints that have no validity, that doesn't exist, because honestly, we don't think this Regina is ever going to appear, and we don't think Regina is ever going to pen anything, write anything that we've actually done anything wrong. You know what, honestly, we don't think you have a complaint from Regina. So when you have a plaint, I mean, I could look at my dictionary and show you a plaint. It's something that somebody comes from the public and they write that somebody's broken a public law. Who penned the plaint? And I guarantee it wasn't Regina. So who penned the plaint?
The state.
The state has arms and legs?
The state is people.
No.
That we voted.
The state has no arms and legs. Susie or Bobby or Billy or Joey did. So we're going to find out who wrote this plaint. If we find out that some guy named Bobby or Billy, down in Vancouver, filed this plaint, we're going to find out why do they believe that what we did caused them harm. They better have a damn good reason why. Billy better come up and say that he was directly harmed, injured, or accrued a financial loss because they were growing something in their closet. And Billy better be able to prove it, that he accrued a loss. And Billy will, Susie or Joey, whoever plainted it, will never appear in open court and testify that they were harmed, injured, or wrong, because they know they weren't. So, plaint, there you go, plaint. A private memorial tendered to a court in which a person set forth his cause of action, the exhibiting of an action in writing, a complaint, a plaint. A formal accusation exhibited by a private person against an offender for the breach of a public law. Down here, a complaint, a formal accusation exhibited by a private person against an offender for a breach. So, how is the Attorney General considered a private person? Only when he acts as a man in his individual capacity. He is not a private person when he's the Attorney General. He's just a title. He's not actually flesh and blood. He's an Attorney General. The Attorney General could be the name of a stick of butter up here. The Attorney General can mean anything. Whatever you believe Attorney General means, it's what it means. But to file a plaint or a complaint, it has to be from a private person. Who's Regina? It better be a private person. You know the rules, buddy. It's in your own damn code books. Is she a private person? Are we talking about Elizabeth Windsor here? If he says yes, it's like, oh boy, I'm going to love to have Elizabeth Windsor summoned to appear in court. Because, you know, I've always wondered what she looked like. It's like I said, it's a very famous case in the United States called Clinton versus Jones. It really should have been called Jones versus Clinton because she was the plaintiff. It should have really been stylized Jones versus Clinton, but everybody liked that it was President Clinton, so they decided to put, for some reason, called it Clinton versus Jones. It's backwards. So, what's funny about this case is she was going after the President of the United States because he groped her or something when she went to a hotel room. He called her up for a towel or whatever, and he groped her or whatever. So she was suing him on a civil level. And he was the President of the United States. And he was like, you can't sue me. I got to keep my finger on the button, you know, and I'm the most supreme power on planet Earth, and I got to have my finger on the nuclear button just in case the Russians or Chinese attack. I got to be able to do that and kill all the enemies. And if Mars attacks, I got to be able to push the button and get all the naval forces and the aircraft on high alert. I got to keep my finger on the button. She could wait to sue me when I'm no longer the president. And the Supreme Court came down with a great ruling. They said, if anybody else on planet Earth should realize, you are the #1 servant to man. You are a public servant, first and foremost. You swore to hold the duty and obligation to serve man. She is summoning you to serve her in an Arkansas little hokey-dokey little town court. You will serve her and you will appear. So the ruling against him, against the United States Supreme Court, said, you know you're a servant. You amongst anybody else should know. You exist only to serve and benefit man. If you cause harm to man, you will answer to man. I don't care if she's a stupid motel room clerk lady. I don't care if she's the maid. I don't care who she is. You serve her. You had no right to do what you did to her. She's calling you out on it as man to man. You will appear man to man. Now, if he wanted to claim that he was a man, he probably could have got away with it. But claiming that he's a public servant, the ultimate supreme power on planet Earth, they brought him back down to Earth and said, no, you're a public servant, pal. So this guy who's going after Regina versus Joe, he's a public servant. He better have a damn good reason why he's calling out a man. And it better be a damn good reason. And like I said, the only problem with certain, like I said, when people get in touch with me and they've only heard about me for 2-3 days and they only listen to an hour or two of my stuff, it's hard. My stuff is a lifestyle. You know, it's a belief. It isn't a template that you just put into court. It's a way you act like your whole entire life. How to act when you go in public. Like I always say to people, when I was a kid, we had records back then, and we used to go to Manny's Music in New York City, or we used to go to Bleecker Bob's. And when I went to Bleecker Bob, and I was buying some records like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, because the city, New York City, never sleeps. It's a great city. And he said to me, kid, where are you from? He said, you from Ohio or Chicago? I said, no, I'm here from New York. He says, you could have fooled us. He's like, why? He says, it's the way you act in public. He says, you're very courteous to everybody. He says, you're very polite. You always wear a shirt with buttons. He says, you stand upright. He says, it's just the way you carry yourself that shows us that you're not from here. You're not, you know. And then my friend said, well, where are you? You know, like, he said, well, where do you think I'm from, dude? He said, oh, you're from, you know, from Brooklyn. You're from Queens. It's like, hey, because they had like Black Sabbath or Eat Shit and Die t-shirts on, and I always wore. I never went out in public in my underwear, like in a t-shirt. To me, that's my underwear. I'm not walking around in my underwear. That's ridiculous. My mom taught me better. You never know who you're going to meet. So I always dress nice. So like I said, it's the way you carry yourself in these courts. It's all how you act in public, how you act in court. And like some people say to me, it's like, well, I'm not dressing up to their level. Well, if you try to carry that nonsense off of there in the Middle East somewhere, and you think you're going to not enter their temple in a certain way, they're going to chop off your feet if you walk in there with shoes on or something. You're going to wish you took off your shoes. You're going to wish that you didn't shake somebody's hand with your left hand. You're going to wish that you acted according to the customs of the building's manager, the people the stewards who are running that place. You got to act courteously, and courteous is a word. It's funny, somebody laughed at me at a one of these other things. They say, you mean courteously? No, I don't curtsy to anybody. No, it's a courteous. So I said, somebody Google the word. So they Googled it and read it out, and they said, oh wow, that is a word. Yeah, so it's a word. It's how one acts proper decorum when you're in a court. So when you're always in public, you're always being judged. You're always being judged by your acts, but more by your inactions, what you're failing to do. And like I said, if your parents didn't teach you properly, it's hard to fake it. It's hard, like I said, if people watch those old Star Trek episodes, Captain Kirk was switched with the evil Captain Kirk into the good Captain Kirk. And Spock said it was very easy to tell the evil Captain Kirk because he used his fingers to eat with at the table. He didn't use a knife and fork properly. He didn't know how to act civilized. But it's very easy for a civilized man to act like an animal. I could get down and do what I got to do, but when I have to act civilized, I could act civilized. You can't fake it. So the judge, and you got to understand, this is the culture and society we live in. And if you don't want to act accordingly, like I said to somebody like Dean's brother, when he asked me, can you help my brother? I said, absolutely not. He's going to cause great harm to the society and wherever he decides to lie. I said, because you got this Yukon territory, northern. Why doesn't he move there? Tell me he's going to have fat kids and marry a nice, big old gal and disappear forever. I'll help him get out in a heartbeat. But if he's going to come back into the society, which has like credit cards and debit cards and birth certificates and driver's licenses, and thinks he's just going to start chaos and mayhem in that nice little controlled society, why would I want to cause harm to some society that they took hundreds and hundreds of years to develop to that level? Why would I want to do that? When there's billions of acres here in Canada, if he doesn't like it, him and his little friends could go find and build their own little city or town, like they did in Keene, New Hampshire. These people took over a town that's been around for 400 years. Now these hippies think that, they could walk around nude, smoke dope, drive without licenses, wreck their cars around somebody's tree, and say, oops, forgive me, thy brother. And it's like, hey, this is our town for 400 years. You want to act like that? Go up in northern New Hampshire, go build your own little town, and go ahead and do whatever you want to do up there. But why are you doing it to this nice little community that we have here? It took us 100 years to develop it. Why are you doing this to us? So it's funny, the people in Keene, New Hampshire, when I went up there, the hippies sure didn't appreciate what I was saying. Because they were like, well, they don't got to do anything. This is their community. You guys are invaders. You guys are guests here. You guys are hostile enemies. You better act like you better, assimilate with this culture. Or, find another place to terrorize. I said, terrorism, that's a great word too. Terrorism is just an interference with the proper function of government. So like I say to people all the time, what form of government, well in Canada, what form of government do you folks have?
Fascism.
Social monarchy. Self-government.
Yeah, self-government. I'd say 99.995% of your life, you self-govern. From 0 to 18, you lived under a dictatorship. Here's my house, it's my rules. Live or die. You choose. But once you get to the age of majority, once you decide to strike out on your own, 99.999% of the time, you're self-governing. So the odds of you having to go to Ottawa to ask somebody to call up in Ottawa and say, you know what, I was thinking about having a second cup of coffee before I went to bed at night, but you know what, it makes me kind of jittery. Do you think I should or shouldn't do that? And they're going to be like, who you want again? I was like, I want not Trudeau, who's your Harper or somebody? Yeah, Harper, there you go. I'm just asking, I need a little governing here, because I'm not sure what to do. Because everybody knows to govern just means to steer, like a rudder on a ship. It's just a governor just helps maintain a certain position. And that's what governors do. They maintain a position that the legislators, that the acts of the Congress, that they pass into law, all the governor does is enact on those laws. He just steers it into that position. He's like, this is the way the people wish to go? Fine, I'll help steer them in that position. I'm the governor. So, 99, almost the whole entire process of our life, other than from 0 to 18, we self-govern. So, if somebody tries to get in front of me and impede my ability to go from point A to point B, I don't say travel, I go from point A to point B. Because there's no way to redefine that. And like they come up with 500, what does travel mean? Oh, the Supreme Court says this, the Bible says this, the Quran says travel. Okay, who says from point A to point B? Who defined that? Well, nobody. Well, good. I'm going to use that definition. Are you interfering from my right and from me? Are you interfering with me going from point A to point B? Yes, good. You better have a damn good reason, because that's called terrorism. Because terrorism is just interfering with the proper function of government. So can you understand what I'm saying now, why it's so important when you're a self-governing? Do you understand why now? I say you're terrorizing me, or you're a terrorist, because you're interfering with my right to go from point A to point B. Terrorist. Yeah, look at all these cultures of terrorizing. But it's the interference with the proper function of government. I'm trying to find a great fear. Terrorism is an action against any body, politic, it's men, women, children. But terrorism is just interference with the proper function of government. So if you're trying to be self-governing and you're interfering with my ability to function, obviously you're terrorizing me. There's somebody in the United States called, oh, I don't remember this guy's name. But some guy said he tangled up the court for 4 hours with this silly traffic ticket. And I said, you know, you just admitted on the open air that you terrorized this poor court system. He says, yes, if everybody, you know, committed acts of terrorism, we could shut this court system down. I said, a court system is a public function, and you just don't know how to access it properly or use it to your benefit. So since you don't know how to play the game, you go to like the game of baseball or football or something like, and you're the clown that throws stuff out in the field or run around and just start all kinds of mayhem and nonsense out there because you don't like the game, or you don't believe that anybody should be playing baseball. It's a waste of time, or it's, you know, it's corrupting the minds of children. I said, no, look, dude, if you don't want to participate in the judicial process, don't. I said, just tell them that you do not wish to appear, and you explain why as a man. That you will appear when another man calls you forth. But until another man calls me forth at this time, unless you're going to compensate me for wasting my time because no man is going to appear, at this time I do not find the benefit in appearing in your court. You know, good day. Could you just write something nice like that? Instead of saying, well, you know what, we all got to take our court I said, you know, dude, you had a blue light on your dashboard. The cop gave you a ticket because he was running around stopping cops. You know, he's playing cop. What is this guy's name? I can't believe it. I can't remember his name. And what's that? Yeah, Rod Class. That's his name, Rod Class. With a guy helped in Indiana who had 4 felonies. 2 of the felonies he got was after he put Rod Class's paperwork into the federal court. So he only had 2 federal felonies for failing to file taxes, and 2 more after Rod Class came to his house for 10 days and wrote this manifesto for him. He had 2 more federal felonies put up against him. So what I was trying to say with this Rod Class, this guru guy, I said, do you understand that all you had was a very simple ticket, OEM equipment, original equipment manufacturer, that it did not come with the vehicle at the time of the creation of the vehicle, so you're not allowed to modify the vehicle. I said, why didn't you just have somebody come forth in that court and says, were you there when I bought the vehicle at the time I bought it from the dealer? No. Can anybody testify that that blue light wasn't on the dashboard the day I bought it from the dealer? No. Well, then I say, and I swear, that light was on the dashboard the minute I bought it from the dealer. So that's original equipment from the manufacturer. Anybody going to claim that it wasn't better come forth now, and they better be able to prove it. They better not just whine and complain and say, well, that's ridiculous, that's silly. Ridiculous and silly is not a fact. Do you have a fact that you were with me at the time? Do you have the chain of custody that you saw that car come off the assembly line without a blue light? Do you have anybody come forth to say that for the last 30 years they stood by that car the whole time? No. I said, why don't you just move a simple answer to the court like that? I believe it's OEM. I believe it was there at the time I purchased the vehicle. I do not know how the manufacturer got on the dashboard prior to the day that I bought it, but as far as I'm concerned, it was there when I bought it. As far as I'm concerned, it's OEM. It's the original equipment that on the day I bought it. That's simple. So why can't you just do simple stuff like that and make the court laugh instead of dragging them on with your ridiculous nonsense you put into the court? Because it was funny when the man in Indiana brought me to his house to help him with his IRS case. He owed like 380 something thousand one year, 160 for another year. So this man, he was doing a lot of offshore banking. And he said to me, well, you could spend 10 days on my sofa. He said, Rod, spent 10 days. I said, 10 days. I said, if I read this complaint and I can't figure it out in about 20 minutes, man, I'm going home. And so it's so funny. He gives me the complaint from the federal government. I said, holy cow, look at this on the United States government. I said, holy cow. I said, this is ridiculous. I said, I said, you know what, it's like 9:30, he had an ankle bracelet on, so he could only get me to a motel by 10 o'clock. I said, boy, I got to do this fast. It's already 9:30. I said, you got to get back here by 10, right? Yeah. I said, go make me a cup of coffee and let me see how I figure this out real quick. So on the first page, it was dynamite. The United States government, oh man, this is a great complaint. I said, holy cow, usually I figure it out on the first page. So I flipped it over to the second page. It's like, there it was, 4 words on the second line. I said, got this. So I'm looking through the complaint real quick to see if there was anybody going to come forth to actually have a claim of any harm, injury, or loss. So I was flying through it real quickly, and I couldn't find it. I was like, yes, they don't. Oh, I thought they had it there. Oh no, good. So by the time he's done making a cup of coffee, I was like, oh, it's like 9:45. Get me down to the motel. He says, no, you can stay here. I said, no, dude. I said, I'm done. I said, can we get to the federal agents tomorrow and talk to them? They said, no, we're scheduled for Thursday. I said, can you move it up sooner? Ask them if we can meet tomorrow, because we're done. He says, we're done. I said, yeah, we're done. He says, you read all that? I said, I read all I need to know. Let's go. So he took me down to the motel, and then we could only move it up till Wednesday. So when we went down there to talk to the feds on Wednesday, the one lady, you could tell she was real nervous when she saw me walking in, because he was like a free man kind of guy. So you could see, like, under the table, her leg was shaking. It was funny, and after about 20 minutes, the leg stopped shaking. So the feds, we started talking to them, and he was hitting everything. We practiced for 3 days, so it was good that we had 3 days to kill. So we were practicing what he should say when we go talk to the United States government. And he was hitting them all great. He was basically saying, I don't recall writing that. Did I write that? Does anybody remember me writing that? No, nobody in this room saw me write that. No, you know what? I don't remember that. Like the chain of custody. Has anybody had this document in their possession from the time I delivered it to the United States government? No. Nobody's going to appear to testify to that? No. Then you know what? I don't recall writing that. No, I don't recall. He was doing a Hillary Clinton thing. When she took the stand one time before Congress, she just kept saying, I don't recall. And the congressman asked her a great question. Is there anything you don't recall that you do recall that you can recall today? She says, I don't recall. So it's fantastic that they can't force you to confess. They can't force you to convict yourself. And that's all it's based on, is your confession. You put the pen and paper in hand and you convict yourself. And you self-confess. You tell me what you believe that you made this year. And you put it in writing. And you just say, I don't recall. Do you recall? Because I certainly don't recall. Were you there with me 365, 24/7? I don't remember what I made last year. Why don't you tell me what I made? You're the smart one. You're the got the master's degree. You're the one who's getting paid to do this. You tell me what I made. I'm an idiot. So they love that spiel, So it was a lot of fun. And so it was fun that after about 20 minutes, the lady's leg calmed down. About an hour into talking to us, the one lady said to me, she says, I'm sorry about the way I treated you at first. I said, that's okay, ma'am. I get that reaction a lot when people first see me. And she said, she says, you're a lot smarter than you look. I said, oh, yeah. I said, I do that for a purpose, ma'am. I said, it lets the guard and lets you, you act towards me a certain way. If I showed up in a 3-piece suit and tie and slick, and my hair nice and short like my brother, because he works for an insurance company, you would treat me a different way than you treated me. At first you act hostile and you get all angry. I said, it's a lot of fun. You get very defensive and you say things that you shouldn't say. Because I said to this guy who brought me there, I said, you're going to think that there's something mentally wrong with me. Because I'm going to be like a grand inquisitor here. I said, but I'm going to play like, what's that guy's name? Columbo, Peter Falk. I'm going to be doing like...
Just one last thing.
Yeah, that's his staff.
Yeah, well, you know, I said, like I said to ladies, like, wouldn't that be considered a, what's that word? It's like, and she'd fill in the blank, like confession. It's like, that's right, confession. And you know, it was funny. I said, you're going to hear me, like, looking for the word. You're going to see me acting in front of you. You're going to see me be doing this, like Columbo. And I'm doing this on purpose to have you engage with me, to have you tell me what you believe. So I'm going to hold you to your beliefs. You know, that's what they get you for, their confession or conviction. They get you, they hold you on what you believe. So I'm going to get her to speak to us, or whoever appears, you know, whatever the man wants to talk. Anybody, I said, you're going to see some, like, stammering and stuttering on my part. It's like Columbo. You're gonna say, dude, are you having a mental breakdown or something like this? I said, trust me, you're going to love how I act when I go into these exams. You're going to love it. I said, not when I act in court, I'm going to act a different way. But when I'm trying to get information out of somebody, I'm going to leave a lot of blanks. And they're going to feel that they're helping me because they're a three-piece suit and tie and they're so smart. And they're going to jump to my aid and they're going to fill in a blank. And then when they fill in a blank, obviously I'm going to attack them, whatever that they just said, whatever word that they just used. I'm going to say, oh, really? But wouldn't that mean this? And they say, well, yeah, that's what that literally means. Yeah, so it's just a lot of fun playing stupid because they leave themselves wide open. So like I said, it's an act. And when we went there, it was funny, the one lady said to me, she said, she says, well, we have a national convention for federal prosecutors and public defenders. Last year we held one in Atlanta. Would you be available to come speak to the public defenders? Because we believe that we're going to see a lot of your paperwork come across our desks in the near future, you know, if this stuff of yours catches on. And I said, ma'am, did you see something like mine come across? Like you said, that Rod Class guy, so as soon as I went to talk to them, 2 of the federal felonies against him were dropped immediately. Just because I talked to the prosecutors, I explained who this Rod Class was, and they dropped 2 of them immediately. And then the other 2 were still standing. And what was funny is, the feds said to them, well, we were going to have the trial next week, but you know what, we're really busy, so you know what, we'll do this sometime in 2015. And I said, oh, no, you won't. I said, you're going to move this case against this man now. And I said, if you don't move your claim against him, your complaint against him, I'm going to go show this man how to file a claim against you for fictitious litigation, malicious prosecution, barratry. Because like I always say to people, you got to be careful. And, you know, then these people are going to try to say, well, we'll hold it over for another 6 months or another year. If you really know what you're doing, you're going to keep going on the aggressive attack. You're going to say, oh, no, I've got you right where I want you, and you're not going to try to wiggle something out 6 months from now or a year from now. Oh, no, I'm going to move a case against you now. You better move your case against me next week, because I'm going to be moving my case against you next week. Or you don't move your case against me next week, within 22 days, I'm going to be moving my case against you. So federal is just a Hebrew word that means to pledge. It doesn't mean, federal government doesn't mean United States exclusively, because you guys have federal courts up here in Canada, right? That's right, they got federal courts in Mexico, they got federal courts in China. So federal doesn't mean Canadian government court. Federal court just means it's a pledge court that we pledge to meet. You know, like if you summons me to appear, I give you my word, I pledge that I'll be there. So federal, like I tell people in the United States all the time, if you just listen to like the President of the United States give speeches, it's hysterical. Listening to all the jurisdictions and all of the way that he uses synonyms to manipulate the language. He'll say, you know, us of the federal government. The next thing he'll say, he'll be the United States government. Then he'll say, you know, North America. Well, then he'll say, Americans. It's hysterical. Or he'll say, you know, citizens of the United States. Or he'll say United States citizens. It's hysterical. In one speech, you think he keeps saying basically the same thing. And he said, well, you know, federal, U.S. government, North America, Americans, citizens of the United States, U.S. citizens. every single time he says something, this is not the same as this, this is not the same as this is not the same as this. But he keeps, it's funny, and if you listen to him literally, you're laughing your ass off. Because at one time, it sounds nice that he's protecting you, but he's flat out saying, we totally control you, own you, and do whatever we want with you. And you just laugh. It's like, he's telling the truth. He's saying exactly what, you know, what you'd expect from a, you know, like a mommy or daddy telling the kids. Because like I said, the best speech I ever heard in my whole life was when Barack Obama said, the greatest gift that our forefathers gave us was the right to self-govern. This was October 17th, 2013 at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was funny, I was just listening, you know, I listened to the stupid government radio, so yay. So they reopened the federal government for business. The United States government was funny, they closed down for a while, and they realized nobody cared. So they said they better reopen before nobody cares that we're not existing. The only people that cared was some Japanese and German tourists that Smokey the Bear wasn't out in Yosemite Park. But other than that, nobody cared. There was no riots and looting in the street, so nobody cared. So what's funny is at 8:18 a.m., he said, let's work together to make the government work better. Yay. Instead of treating it like an enemy or making it work worse. That's not what the founders of this nation envisioned when they gave us the gift of self-government. So when I heard him say that, I said, holy cow, this is the first time in U.S. history that I've ever read where a president of the United States flat out admitted that this nation is those of the self-governing. So if anybody from the United States government ever tried to say that they wanted to control me, it's like, wait a second, your great leader-in-chief, Mr. Barack Obama, said, I self-govern. Are those some sort of government rules, like United States government rules? Yeah. Are you trying to interfere with my right to self-govern? Because Barack Obama said that. If you want me to have Barack Obama appear as my witness and say the greatest gift I have in this nation is that right to self-govern. Are you trying to tell me that your fearless leader is lying? Are you telling me, wait a second, aren't you subordinate to Barack Obama? Yeah. Am I subordinate to Barack Obama? Are you a U.S. citizen? Not at this moment in time, I'm not. At this moment in time, what you're witnessing and appearing before you is a man. You know I am in the image of God. I am in the image of you're my creation. You are man's creation. You are a government employee. Your title was designed and created and stylized by man. So, who works for who? Who's the public servant? Who's the public? Am I the public or am I the public servant? Who serves who? And sir, you're out of your control. You're out of jurisdiction. You are now addressing a man. You do know that. So like I said, some of these officers that you meet do know this and some don't. So like I said, when I was working on my car at my sister's house one day, and the moving van pulled up with the sheriff's department, and some movers, my sister owed a debt. The debt was tiny. The debt was only $3,500. But when she moved out of New York State, she was one of these, you know, it's called the Hamptons, like rich people. They thought they were. You know, she married into like the Gambinos, so they all thought they had money. So she had 1 million credit cards. So there's one credit card that she owed was only $3,500, and it was to some fancy store called Macy's. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. So it's a hoity-toity kind of store. So they, you know, $3,500 is peanuts, you know. So what happened was she didn't give a forwarding address when she moved to Virginia. So they moved immediately with a warrant and debt on her in Virginia. And Virginia's a Commonwealth state, and well, it's not a state, it's a Commonwealth, and it moves like lightning. You get judgments against people so fast, it's not even funny. They maintain the peace like you have no idea. In Virginia, it's funny, if I woke up at 3:07 a.m. and a county sheriff was, deputy was sitting next to me in my bedroom, there's nothing I could do about it. It's a Commonwealth. They don't need no warrants, they need nothing. You know, when they maintain the peace, they mean it. It's a lot of fun living in Virginia. There's very little crime where I live. Everybody knows the rules real well. So sometimes there's a benefit for being in a Commonwealth compared to a state. They do it for the common well-being. Everybody's in one communal. Everybody like pleases everybody. It's amazing. Because like I said, where I live, not too long ago, some girl was raped, and the guy was put on trial. And as soon as he was put on trial, the guy tried to say that the girl wanted it, and the dad stood up and put a bullet right in the guy's head in court and killed the guy. So it was funny. Obviously, they had to, you know, arrest the dad and prosecute the dad, but the jury found him not guilty, and they let him go. What they should have charged him with where I lived was discharging a firearm in the public, because it could have ricocheted off that guy's head and hit that poor clerk lady. That I would have found guilty of, if they said he discharged a weapon in public. That I would have said the jury should have found him guilty of. But killing that guy, pfft, they don't care. You know, that's like I said, where I live, that's fine. You know, somebody did something like that to your daughter, you want to do that, that's fine. So it all depends on the jury. It all depends on who your neighbors are and where you live. Like I said, if it was the Eskimos, they might do the same thing to them. They might have even a more fun punishment for raping one of their kids. You know, so that's the common law. That's the beliefs where I live. That if somebody does that to your daughter, put a bullet in his eye, and everybody in the neighborhood says, "Yay, we don't have to worry about our daughters now because that guy's gone."
Is it the same in the state of Indiana, the common law?
A common law. Oh yeah, common law is.
Is it also in the state of Indiana?
Common law is. Yeah, I'll show you. There's a Commonwealth. I think there's seven Commonwealth states, 7 Commonwealth territories in the United States, and Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Virginia, Kentucky. Those are the big ones that I know of, and they're pretty close to me, so that's why I know them too. But common law is in a lot of countries. I'm trying to pop that map up. For the common law, you got common law. Like I said, in Quebec, if you go to YouTube, Here you go to YouTube, and you get Karl Lentz, James Daly, Restoration Birds. You put that on YouTube, you'll see Mr. Daly. He owns Lion Safari Park up there in Hamilton. It's a great big huge drive-through park. It's like the biggest drive-through park you folks have here in Canada. So he called me up here, and him and his friends' birds were being taken away by the Crown. So his one friend in Quebec went on trial for failing to register the birds, not having the proper permits, no vaccinations, you know, keeping birds in captivity, all this nonsense of endangered species. So he said that to the court. You know, I guess I could find it later. I'll take a break, whatever. You could actually hear Mr. Daly saying it to me. And the man has got 350 employees in his zoo. So this man has there'd be nothing for him to gain to call me up and lie. And he says, I'm going to transcribe this stuff from French into English for you, so you can show people proof that this restoration of property stuff works, and it's true, and it even works in Quebec. Because like I said, this is a map of all the common law nations on like Australia, India, but mostly almost everything's under some sort of Napoleonic code or Sharia law, some sort of Islamic-based law.
Why is South Africa a different color? I've looked at your map before. Am I just seeing it wrong? Or
by jurisdictional, like Quebec.
Oh yeah.
Quebec runs both ways under Napoleonic code and common law. But common law always prevails. So common law is just the customs of the people. Common law is always at the top. Like, what do our people do? See, that's what I'm saying. When you go to Mecca, and you want to go see, you want to go circle that rock. They're going to, right, well, they ask you a question, and they ask you a question, in the Quran, and you have to answer it right, and if you don't, they have the right to kill you for trying to trespass, into their holy temple, and that you're an infidel. So, you know the rules. It's like, if you don't know the Quran, if you're an infidel, you better not try to come here, because the penalty is death. So, but like I said, Mr. Daly, he's talking on the phone to me, and he says, well, it worked out great for the man in Quebec. He said, this is all in French. He says, and what happened was they took that man's birds as well, but you never use the words birds. See, because government exists to secure, the number one purpose that governments exist for is to secure and protect the property of man. They don't exist to secure and protect your rights, your car, your children, your bank accounts, your houses. That's not the way they exist. They exist to protect your, and secure property. So that's why they exist. So if you keep coming to them and say, well, I need you to protect this, I need you to protect that, they have no duty and obligation to protect your birds. They have no duty and obligation to protect your car. Of course, it doesn't say that literally in the law. What they exist for is to protect your property. And property is that which is proper to a man, that which is exclusive to all others within society. This includes all the products and services he creates by laboring his or her body. So what's funny is, governments understand this simple concept. So when this man walked into a court, and he accepted all the illegal activity that the Crown was claiming or complaining, the criminal complaint, not criminal claim, all the complaining that they were like, fine, 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 sure I do that, fine, fine, yeah, fine, yeah, I did, yeah, you're complaining some more than I'm, yeah, fine, yeah, great, that's fine, but this is still common law, yeah, you know what, and I still haven't done anything wrong, so you know what, keep complaining, and I'm just going to accept everything you're complaining about, because you know what, it has no bearing on me, it has no force and effect, it can't do anything to me, you're just complaining. I accept all your complaining, believe me, it's a lot easier to just accept your complaining than complain back or argue back. I'm not wasting my time. I don't have to answer to a complaint. I have to answer claims. So when they got done, the Crown got done with his portion, he simply said to them, okay, fine. Did I accept all your fines, penalties, and all this other stuff? Yes, fine, great. And he said, the judge, now I require of you to restore my property. So he said the courtroom went deathly silent. He said, what? He said, I order and require of you to restore my property. So the judge or the magistrate looked over at the Crown and said, restore this man's property immediately. And the Crown tried to say, what? That's ridiculous. Only find endangered species, you require it post haste. So he said that the judge said, you know, you'll have your property returned, sir. And the man, when he was walking out of the courtroom, he said he could hear in the courtroom the Crown going crazy at the magistrate. Do you realize what you've just done? Do you realize that we can now all be held liable for stealing this man's property? So the judge was just saying, but that's the law of this land. If some man comes forward and makes a claim that this is his property, like I said, I could claim that this right here is my property. And unless somebody comes forth and says, Carl, how do you claim it's yours? Well, I possess it. So 9/10 of the law, it's mine. And then the other man, who's probably as truly is, would probably say, wait a second. No, I bought it. I have the receipt. It's like, oh yeah, let me see the receipt. Because I could say, I have a receipt. How do you know I didn't have this one in my bag? Well, this looks just like mine. Well, I possess it, so I guess we're going to have a trial by jury. So I guess our peers are going to make, what's the law of this land? Even though there's no law that literally says possession is 9/10 of the law, everybody believes, well, how did he get it if it's not his? And if nobody's got the receipt to prove otherwise, then the man who's holding it is the rightful possessor or owner of the property.
Question. The property, the Squamish Nation here, the people claim that it's their property, and the white people came and took it over, and they want it back. How do you resolve this?
They're not part of our culture. We don't recognize that they even exist. They're idiots as far as we're concerned. They're outsiders. Now, if they come forward and they become like as a man, and they say, I'm a man and you're a man, is that not true? I was like, yes. Then good. Then you do know that you are now on my land. It's like, this is my land. It's like, how is it your land? Well, your grandfather was taken away from his grandfather. Good. Do you have any proof of that? Is there any man who's going to come forth that says that my grandfather took it from your grandfather? How do I know for sure that your grandfather had this? So this is what I try to tell people. I actually think, you know, like a Dean guy might be a real passionate, nice guy, but I think the bankers and everybody's actually trying to help themselves by giving somebody like Dean all kinds of misinformation. Because if you destroy your registrations, so that's a good question that lady put up, in a public record.
We're going to take a break here in a couple minutes.
What you just referred to is happening in court right now in Nelson. The determination's on Tuesday. Exactly what you just said.
What's that?
First Nations lady's being charged for contempt of court for protecting her property. This ridge that we're standing beside is called Perry's Ridge. You're standing in the Sluchin in her traditional Tampula.
Okay.
And she's doing that in court, and she's upholding her traditional right to her property because of her usage.
Right. Usage is a huge thing.
And she's also part of the law society of her nation.
Right.
And we tried to start a common law, and she went legal with it, but she's been fighting it from her heart and passionately. The judge was put on notification, and he responded fully to it. He's acting with such respect.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're not. If they know, right? They know the law. Judges aren't as dumb as you think they are. And the big thing is usage. It's the custom. It's the practice. It's the belief of the people that that written law. Let me just say that if anybody tries to whip out this written law against her, all she has to say is who wrote it. Like when I had that enrolled law and put the law, Library of Congress. Because when they come after you, they're coming after you with a code, right? And obviously, code and law are not the same. Well, one's got 4 pictures or symbols or hieroglyphics, one's got 3, so obviously that picture's not the same as that picture, that obviously they're different. It's a code. So if they try to come after you with a piece of paper and say, what are you relying upon? And they say, a subsection of the Canadian Act 1992 section, are you relying on a code? Is that from the Code of Canada? Yeah, well, where's the law of Canada? The law of Canada is based on the customs and beliefs of the people. This is common law land. Our law comes from the people. Our law comes from the customs of the people. Now, if you're trying to whip out a code that was codified from a public law, are you telling me that you are trying to hold or convene a lawless court? Where's your law that backs up this code? What? Where's the public law? Will you go to the Library of Congress or Library of Parliament? Will you whip out the actual public law and unroll it? It's enrolled. Will you unroll it and will you read it out and place the law before the court? Because right now you got a code before the court. When are you going to bring the law before the court? Right now you got a lawless court. And I'm bringing the law. The law is the customs of our people. And this is a common law land. And in a common law land, it's unwritten. It's based upon the traditions and the customs of the people that inhabit this section on planet Earth, like the Eskimos. If you're going to go up to their land, wherever they live up there, and you're going to say, no, this is our land, and they're going to say, well, we've been here for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Well, we've been here for 10,000 years. And you're going to have a trial and say, well, look, we have a piece of paper from the King of France that gave us this land back in 1801. It's like, yeah, great. And you're going to have the King of France testify that that's a true, accurate, authenticated document. And even if it is, what gave him the authority and the right? Well, the Pope did. Oh, really? And who's the Pope? Well, he's the supreme being on planet Earth. Well, I think there's a Pope in some sort of Hindu culture. There's a Pope probably in a Buddhist culture. I'm sure there's a Pope somewhere in Aboriginal culture down in Australia somewhere. There's some grand poobah down there too. So what? It's just because the Pope said it, or the Grand Pope of the Aborigines. So what? Well, he's the supreme creator of all the lands of Earth. You know what? What's the customs and practices and policies and beliefs of the people? That's the law of the land.
But you said the registration public record.
Registration and public records are awesome because people, like I said, I think they find a nice, passionate guy like Dean, a good-looking kid, full of heart and all this other stuff, and they just give him all this bullshit, like, oh, destroy your registrations. Well, if you destroy all the records of whose property, whose house, and whose car this is, like, say you're driving down, like I said, to people in the United States, some guy said he was going to Atlanta, and that's a pretty bad neighborhood, some places down there. What if you rip off your registration numbers, have no license plates, and take off your serial numbers out of your windshield, and your car gets stolen? What are you going to tell a cop? I have a gray Ford. Okay, what's the registration? What's the title? What's the numbers we get fined by? He said they won't be able to find it. I said, no, it'll be super easy for the finder because you're the only moron on planet Earth that ripped off the serial numbers, and they say, oh, there's the car, the only car on planet Earth out of serial number. It's going to be pretty easy to prove that's yours. I said, but seriously, if they didn't have these serial numbers on these cars, and cars were stolen, and they just changed a blue car to a green car, a red car, how are you going to prove it's your car? They're going to, because it's registered somewhere. See, these things were set up like 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago for the benefit of man. And sometimes, like say a banker or lawyers or legal system will manipulate this beautiful tool. Well, and you just got to get it back into its original benefit to man and not allow it to harm man. That's the big thing.
How is it beneficial to us to have a vehicle that's registered to the government and they can dictate when and where we can use it and how we can use it?
We'll say that we owe China a debt. Because in the United States we owe $1 trillion to China. What if China says that we're going to come by and we're going to take your car and we're going to bring it back to China? Yeah. We're going to take that because that's what we want to satisfy the debt, because we want the money. Okay, it was called reparations. It's like that's what basically started World War II. is what happened was my family was in Germany at that time during reparations, and the French and the English wanted reparations for all the damages and all the debt that the Germans owed to the French. So the French, was smart. The French had like an intermediator who spoke German. So unfortunately for the Jewish people, they spoke German. So the German Jews were the brokers that went between France and Germany. And my family said is that these Jewish people would come into it's funny, the Jewish people would go into like the brokers would come into the German people's homes, and they would take like a clock, a cuckoo clock, or they'd take dishes, or they'd take machinery tools from the factories from the Rhineland, and they'd send them over to France for reparations for the war debt, because they didn't want German money. They didn't want green pieces of paper. They didn't want German marks. They didn't want brown pieces of paper. They wanted a tangible asset like cars, or they wanted cuckoo clocks, or they wanted something for reparations of the war debt. So the kids finally had enough of it, like by the time 1930, there was like 1918, 1990, they was like, wait a second, it's been 10 years since that war. My daddy fought that war. Why are you taking my stuff? It's like, well, we still owe $1 trillion. We'll never be able to pay this off. You're going to keep doing this for us for hundreds of years. We see where this is going. You're never going to let us work down the interest. You're just taking it to cover the interest. The debt's going to stay there forever. So it was during that reparations between the wars that, to me, started World War II. It's because the German people had enough of being in debt and just saying, why do we keep having to pay back a foreign country? We can never advance. Well, you people are advancing off of our hard work and sweat. You guys are being a bunch of lazy, taking all our money. Why should we do it? So,
Isn't there a similar contract between France and the United States?
What do you mean? Between France and the United States?
They've got a debt that's not being paid.
Well, what I'm saying is the man said, what's the purpose of having registrations? Is so that I could claim as a man that is my car. And now if you're saying the United States government owes China, the United States government owes France, I could say, whoa, 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 I'm not a part of the United States government. If the United States government owes you a debt, that's the debt between the United States government and China. I'm not part of the United States government. I'm a man. This is my car. Not only can I prove it, but we have it recorded with the state that is, I am the lawful owner of that vehicle. They have the title of my car. Who cares? It's just a title. I actually have the possession. It's like I said, if somebody gives you a title, they could take that title away from you anytime they want. If the Queen of England gives you a title of being a knight or a sir or a lord, and she doesn't like what you're doing, she could remove that title from you. She's not going to remove you from you. She's going to remove the title from you. So she's just going to take that title away from you and say, you know what, you'll no longer get the privilege, or we don't get the benefit of having that title. But if the state of Virginia has the title of the car, they will protect my car, and they'll help me obtain my car. If somebody tries to take my car wrongfully from me, the state of Virginia will make that man give it back. Just like in the Wild Wild West, a whole bunch of, like a little old lady, and her husband went out there and they moved out there. The husband died. She had a herd of cattle. The bad guys come, and she runs into town and says, hey, the banditos took my cattle. And it's like, oh, you're Mrs. Jones? Yeah. Oh, you guys settled here like 40 years ago? Yeah. You register every year, your herd of cattle? Yeah. Okay, we'll round up a posse and help you get those banditos gone. But if she didn't go through the registration process, she went to town and said, the banditos got my cattle. The banditos say, hey, we don't know nothing about no her cattle. Those are our cattle. And she's going to say, you got any proof they're your cattle? And she's going to be like, well, no. She says, well, why don't you come to town every year and register them? That way we go out there and protect you. But until it's their word, it's just as good as your word. Maybe just some crazy delusional old lady who's got dementia or something like that. Maybe it really is the banditos' cattle. So that's why the registration process is of great benefit to man at times. And like I said, if they try to use it against you, you just say, whoa, I'm not a citizen. I'm not a member of your society. Wait a second, whoa, I'm acting in private. I'm a man. No, that's my car. And nobody within the public is ever going to come forth and say it's their car. Because you're going to say Manitoba, wherever we are, BC is going to say it's their car. Does BC have vocal cords? What man in BC, when you have them summoned to appear in your court, is going to testify? If you have to go to their court, they don't need a man to testify. They just have a prosecutor, or they have a code that's just going to move their court. So when they're saying it's their car, who's saying it's their car? Well, Canada says it's their car. There's somebody named Mr. or Mrs. Canada, or is that their first name or last name? Canada saying it's their car, or British Columbia saying it's their car. Well, they better come to my court, because my court is going to summons me to appear in your court. Obviously, I'm going to create my case, and I'm going to open my case in the same court at the same time that you're moving your case. We're going to hold both cases at the same time. We're going to open up your case, and we're going to open up my case. And is anybody from British Columbia ever going to come forth and say that that green Opel car GT is theirs? No, I'm going to say that green Opel GT is mine, and it's going to stand unrebutted, because nobody from that side is going to say it's not. The best they could say, well, he didn't pay taxes, he didn't pay this, he didn't pay that. It's like, okay, that's fine, that's true, I didn't pay taxes. I'll be more glad to pay taxes. The best I could do is $5 a month for the next 10,000 months. And why am I not failing to pay taxes now? I agreed to pay taxes, like what this man did with his birds. He said, now give me back my property. And he got his property back. And he didn't register, and like I said, all he had to do was come forth and say that those are his birds. But if he came and registered the birds, yes. Would the government came then and gave him a hard time? No, they wouldn't have taken his birds. But even after they take his birds, because he didn't register and doing all this stuff, he still said, fine, you know what? I'm guilty of all that failure to register. I'm guilty of all that stuff. That's fine. Wonderful. You know what? Send me a bill. In the meantime, give me back my property. And he had to give him back his property.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, guys.
Before Karl loses his voice, sweats to death. Because they basically determined how the settlers traveled on the land and settled. Yeah, those original, because the way the colony in Quebec, Canada has led us to believe is that we have to listen to their side of the agreement, but not honor their side, because in their side they had the power of their language. So everything.
You got it going, Dave?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Good to go.
Go ahead, go, man.
Contractually, it was nation to nation.
That's right.
Yeah, let me say the last thing,
That's why.
one of the things I brought up that people didn't understand is when I was saying, when you see in law, you see the word like property, but you don't see, and like I said, you don't really see them mention the word land. Because like I said, if you see land, and as the best definition for the dictionary I could find was Webster's 1828. Where it clearly said, 1, the inhabitants of a country or region, a nation or people. That's considered land. And there was a couple of sentences they gave back then. These answers in the silent night received, the king heard himself, divulged, the land believed. So people, or the land and the king are one. From King Arthur in southern Britain. It doesn't mean the king and the dirt are one. It means the king and the people are one. And like I say to people, somebody said natives. Well, we all came from the land. We didn't come from Mars. We didn't come from Jupiter. We all came from the land. You know, our parents ate of the land, and we grew of the land. So the land and the people are one. And if you don't believe it, guess when you die, guess where you're going to go back to? You're going to go back to the land. So like I say to people all the time, that's a good example all the time when I use the word land, soil, or dirt. If I say to people, okay, legalese, when you have to be expressed and implied. These all basically, you could say, mean the same thing, but only this means man, or only this means people.
You gotta start with some LSD.
So, when you go through, this is what I try to say to people, and I said that in Quebec too, because I did a show in Quebec, but it took forever, because I had to have a French translator. But I asked somebody in Quebec, I said, I know in the United States, that the banks can't own land and they can't loan money for land. Is that true in Canada as well? And she said in Quebec it is. It's true as well. I don't know how it is in BC, but the banks cannot loan money for land. Because the banks can't own land. And like I try to say to you guys, there's a lot of kumbaya stuff, because if you say that, you know, people think land, soil, dirt is the same thing, it's not. The banks can't own the people. So a lot of people don't understand that simple concept. So like I say to people, there's land. What was the other thing I was saying? Sequester, sequestration. That's what they did to the Germans. That's Catherine and Joe, plaintiff. Okay, the other man wanted me to say what we're doing with my sister with the $3,500 from Macy's. He said, hey, you never finished the story. I said, yeah, I go off on some tangent, I always forget to come back. So what happened with my sister was, when they came down, I was working on my car. This was back in 2007. So I came out from on my car, and I thought they were looking for me, obviously. You know, nobody's going to come looking for my sister. She's a school teacher. She worked at school for the deaf and the blind, so I said, hey, looking for her. So funny, when they came down and they said, we got a warrant in debt on your sister. I said, they got a warrant for, you know, a warrant in debt. I said, who was claiming the debt is due? They said, Macy's. I said, oh, good, Macy's is claiming the debt, you know. Good, do you have the warrant to appear? He says, yeah. And as soon as I saw the warrant, I said, wait a second, under what jurisdiction are you at this time? He's like, what? I said, you're under my jurisdiction, aren't you? You crossed that threshold up there. You're now on private property. You're not in public anymore, are you? He's like, no, I guess not. I said, so you know you are my guest, right? And he says, yes, sir. I said, good. Then have I ever met you? You ever met me? You know who I am? No, good. So then you know how this works. For you to, you know, appear on my land, you have to be bonded. Just in case you cause any harm or injury to my land, you know, I require a bond of any guest when they appear on my land. So it was funny. He said to me, so whoever wrote out that warrant, whoever that had that issue warrant, Macy's or Macy's attorney, tell him to put his bond upon that warrant and then come back and collect on the debt. And he's like, he went to leave. And I was like, oh no, I ain't playing this, you know. I'm going to make sure this guy gets the rules of the game down the first time before he walks off my driveway. But most of you folks would be happy if the guys left to go get a bond, because he would have just went back to the Macy's attorney and said, this man needs a bond before we could execute the order. So funny. I'm just trying to look for something small because it was so funny. I said, yeah, well, when you get that bond, I said, and it has to be a heck of a bond, like $1 million bond. I said, and I threw a box of matches out of my pocket. I said, come back and burn this place down to the ground. I said, because whatever that bond is worth, I'm going to claim every damn penny of it. So he's not going to see a penny of that bond. So I'm going to make the full claim that anything that you do on trespass on this land caused $1 million worth of harm and injury. So, and I'm going to keep that bond. So he's like, oh, so he came up to me, he's here in my face, he says, you know who I am? I said, I know exactly who you are, and you know exactly who I am, don't you? I said, you are the public servant and I am that of the public. I said, you are not on a man's land. You do know that, right? You do know whose jurisdiction controlled. You do know you are a guest. I explained that to you. He says, you know what I could do? I said, I know exactly what you can and what you cannot do. Is the more important thing is what you can't do right now. I said, but what you can do is go get a bond. And I said, I already gave you the rules of the game. Once you give me that bond, you are never going to get it returned. I will cash it in for every penny that's on it. Believe me, I will make a claim for every dollar on that bond. So he goes to me, he says, oh, and I said, you have a judgment on her as well? Let me see the judgment. And he said, how much is the judgment for? And he said, $3,500. I said, oh, good. I said, I'm the initial lien holder, I'm the primary lien holder on all my sister's assets. So give me the judgment. I said, you know the law, first in line, first in time. Give me the judgment, because now I'm going to use that judgment to actually help collect the debt that she owes me. Still, it's like, when did you get a lien on her? I said, oh, I liened her up years ago. He says, where is it recorded? I said, right here, and I'll utter it here in any open court you wish to summons me to appear in, because this is a common law land, and only a man can testify in a common law open court. So my claim will stand true that she owes me a debt. And how much does she owe you? I said, more than she could pay me back in 3 lifetimes. So to say, thank you, Macy's, for working very diligently and getting another judgment against this deadbeat. So I said, that'll just prove my claim is true. So he says, it was funny, he said, he says to me, he goes like nose to me, he says, is this what you're going to say? Is this how we're going to play this? Is this how it's going down? I said, that's my word, and I said, I'm going to stick it to it till the day of my die. I said, bring me to any court, and I'll say again what I said in front of you. Whatever that I said today is true, I'll hold it in any court you wish to bring me forth. And it's funny, he grabbed me by the shoulders and he said, God bless you, sir. He said, I love people who know the law. You make my job so much easier. He says, you really think I want to go into your sister's house and go into her closet and take her clothes, take her socks, take her underwear, pack it all up, put it up in storage somewhere? He said, you don't think I'd rather be chasing bad guys? He says, but I got this little pipsqueak attorney from Richmond, the capital of Virginia, calling me up every 5 minutes saying, have you executed the warrant? Have you executed the warrant?
And probably nobody here knows, if the sheriff or the deputy doesn't execute the warrant, what happens to the sheriff or the deputy?
Gets fired.
They become liable for the debt because they think they're in cahoots with the person that the debt is also been, right, so they're in cahoots. So they're going to get a higher authority like the U.S. Marshals or the state or the National Guard to go into the sheriff's home, and they're going to take equal value out of the sheriff's home of what is due, my sister's due. So that's why the deputies and the sheriffs are very adamant on executing warrants because they know if they don't do it, a higher authority will come down upon their home and it'll be executed against them. So the deputy asked me that. He says, you know what's going to happen if we don't execute this warrant? I said, I know, your sheriff's in a lot of trouble. He says, yes, and obviously our sheriff does not want to be in a lot of trouble because your sister can't settle her debt. And I said, well, how much does she owe again? It was like $3,500. I said, can I see the order? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, I'll work this out. I said, does the attorney have a, did he give you a business card? He said, oh yes, right here. So he gave me the attorney's business card. And I said, I'll settle this matter with the attorney in about 15-20 minutes. I said, my sister's in school and her phone's off, so let me run up to the school and talk to her and have her work a settlement out with the attorney. And he says, oh, that's a good idea. I said, I almost forgot, I better call the tow truck company and tell them not to take your sister's car out of the parking lot at her school. I said, yeah, she'd appreciate that. So she had a brand new Mustang convertible. She would have, in 2007, yeah, she definitely would appreciate it. She would work her heart. Because in Virginia, they will auction your stuff off in like 20 minutes and they'll get 3 cents for all your stuff and you still owe the $3,400, $997.97 still owe still. But everything, they'll execute the warrant. So they move like lightning in Virginia. It's a great state to live in, a commonwealth to live in.
Would that work in criminal matters if someone appeared with a criminal warrant? You can
It depends, like I said, if they got extradition treaty. If they have an agreement to actually come into somebody else's land or somebody else's province or country or territory, yeah, then sure. Like that's why the Indians do a lot of nonsense and they run back to their reservations because there's no extradition treaties. So it depends. So like I said, somebody asked me to have my sister, and yes, did I know that I could tell her, like pay off like, you know, 0.35 cents a day for the next 1,000,000 days? You better believe I could have told her to do that. I've known this stuff since I've been a kid. My mom worked for the IRS since 1972, and my dad couldn't write English. He was German, so everything he knew was like these simple man. He knew how to handle things very quick, very fast, black and white, just like a very simple person knows how to do my stuff incredibly quickly because they're not encumbered by all this colorful language, and they just see things crystal clear. It's you guys who have these colorful languages and that blocks you from seeing what I do so quickly. So like I said, when I got to my sister's school, I said to her, I said, I had a nice encounter with because what's funny is the last thing the deputy said to me before I asked him for the number, I said, you know what? He says, do you live here? I said, no. I said, my folks got a farm up the road. I'm just helping my sister here. And he says, you going to be here tomorrow? I said, maybe. He said, but what happened? You're not here and your sister's here alone. And they send it to another deputy who doesn't know the law as well as I do. This deputy was really good with the law. He says, my sister's probably going to crap her pants, beg for mercy, and you're going to tase her, and he's going to take everything out of her house. He said, absolutely. I said, yeah. I said, where's that? Does the attorney have a business card? He said, yes. I said, I'll settle this real quick with him. So I went to the school and I said to my sister real quick what happened. And I told her, I said, look, you got the $3,500 to pay him. And he's like, well, no. I said, okay, can you make like 3 payments of $1,000? And she's like, no. Can you make payments of $700 a month for 5 months? And she's like, no, it's got to be kind of close. She was like crunching the numbers. I said, how about $350 for 10 months? And she said, okay, I could do that. And like I said, if anybody ever checks my background, I've never even applied for a credit card in my life, nor a mortgage, because I've known this nonsense my whole life, that bankruptcy is a joke. It's easy for me to do. And it's easy for me to pay a third, a percent of a penny for the next 10 billion years. And as long as their books balance, they're not going to come after me and they have no claim. So could have I said that to my sister? Could have I said, you know, pay, you know, instead of paying $350 for 10 months, could I said to her, do it for 100 months at $35 or 1,000 months at $3.50? Absolutely. So the man Gus that I'm helping, his girlfriend did that, and she decided to do it this route. And it was funny. The attorney for the credit card company said, "No way, honey." Before the court started, she said, "No way. We're not going to accept $10 a month like it ain't gonna happen, like 33 cents a day, we're not gonna take it, honey. Not only we're not gonna ask for it, you're gonna give us an extra $4,500 for court costs. So she was like, she's still stuck with this. It's funny, when I met her, I met them at a Brazilian buffet. It was good food. But she said to me, can I help you? You know, she said, can you help me? I said, what's your problem? So I wrote on a napkin what she should write to the court. I said, there you go. Just put in, you know, the nice piece of paper and put it in. So now his girlfriend's a believer, because when they went to court, the attorney tried to settle with everybody before the court. And when the court opened up, she put that piece of paper in front of the judge. And the attorney still insisted on the entire amount that she owed plus $4,500. And the judge said, well, she gets to pay $10 a month. And she called up Gus when I was in Virginia, and he was staying at my house, because he's going to help me put the training DVDs together. And now she's like, oh wow, that nonsense really worked, because I'll have it paid off in like 22 years and like 8 months, you know. So I was like, okay, you know. I said, you know, if you want to actually extend it for 22 years and 8 months, that's fine. And some people are happy with that. They don't care, you know. They don't care if, and like I said, it's funny, if the corporations are paid, as long as their books balance out, that's all that really matters. Because they're not suffering, you know, that nobody's not going home without food. And that's why I warn people, you got to be very careful when you're a corporation, when you try to go up against a man, when you want to claim a debt is due. Because I, as a man, could claim that you owe me a debt, and my community will get together, and we will go into your home, and we will take, you know, $5,000 worth of your possessions, and we will pay me off immediately. But a corporation, like I said, they're under the control of man, and as long as you're coming in as a man, they have to take whatever you give them. Like, you know, same thing with, like, say, God, you know, if you just have to take what he gives you. You know, you can complain all you want, but you can't actually force him to do anything. So then somebody else asked me during a break about a title, and I think all these title nonsense is all silly, because back in I'm trying to remember, it was 72 or 73, they stripped Muhammad Ali of his heavyweight boxing title. And just because a government agency and a board, you know, corporate board, stripped the man of being the heavyweight champion of the world, every single man and woman on planet Earth knew Muhammad Ali was the heavyweight champion of the world. So if the customs, practices, and, you know, the beliefs of the people, we all knew he was still #1. And they kept trying to put other people in his place, and we all knew that the guy was a joke. You know, he was never going to be, you know, #1. We all knew who's the rightful owner of the title, a heavyweight champion of the world. So you could call it or strip it of the title all you want, but we all knew it was true. And then when he did come back and he did win the title again, everybody's like, see, we told you. You could strip the man of his title, but everybody still knew what he really truly was. So like I said, if somebody gives you a title or grants you a title, it can be taken away. And like I said, what happened with me and Bali in court, Bali wanted to put a witness on the stand. Farmer Charlie. Farmer Charlie's the guy who gave me that English border collie, and he's a productive border collie. He's already going to have puppies and three females already where I live. So he's doing his job. But Farmer Charlie wanted him to witness what happened between the Punjabis and the county police, state police, provincial police, whatever you guys call them up here. So the Crown barrister said, no, according to Rule 17B, he has to make a application to the court for 30 days of all the witnesses that he's going to bring forth in the trial. And the judge realized that I had a claim before the court, and he was looking at the criminal complaint against the Punjabis at the same time. So the judge knew it wasn't exclusive, the rules weren't exclusive to the Crown anymore. Now that there were 2 sets of rules that the judge had to abide by. Say he had to abide by the rules of basketball and the rules of baseball. There was 2 different games going on here. So we wished to place the witness to testify, you know, and they wished that we could not place the witness before the court to testify. Well, no, they maintained the position under Rule 17B. So this barrister kept trying to explain to the judge, you do know the rules. Like, this is the rules of the court. And he didn't realize, it's like, this is the rules of the court, But we have the rules of that court going on as well. So you had that court and this court going on. There was two different courts going on, and that poor barrister, he didn't realize there was two courts going on at the same time. He thought it was one court. He thought it was just his case that was being moved that day. He didn't realize, because he, even at the end of the trial, he said, but common law is dead. How did you do this? I said, well, obviously it's not dead, and you need a little bit of studying. But what was funny is, Farmer Charlie, the barrister, I mean, he was great. I mean, he was shaking the bar. He was spouting out for the judge. You know, if we don't abide by rules, we have these rules, these civil procedure code and rules. They must be maintained. They are rigid. You can't decipher it. You can't use your own opinion. You have to abide by these rules. This is expressly how we play. 30 days, not 29, not 29 and a half. Everybody within this legal society, we all know that the legal society will collapse if we don't all abide by these rigid rules. And you're going to have like a chain effect, and it's going to destroy this whole legal society and everything we've done for 1,000 years if you don't abide by the rules. So the poor barrister didn't realize. The judge is like, well, I'm going to overrule it in favor of, you know, what they wish for, to have the witness appear. So you can see the poor barrister's like, that's the end of civilization as far as he knows it. It was the end of the world. I mean, the guy was flipping his wig. I mean, the guy was getting adamant, you know. I mean, he kept, you know, like I said, he actually was literally keep pulling his wig back on because he was thrashing the boss, saying, Judge, listen to me, pay attention, you're missing Rule 17B. And he was like yelling at the judge. It was funny. I couldn't believe the judge didn't say, you know what, just calm down. So the judge overruled him 3 times, and then he said, the judge said to Balraj and the Punjabis, he says, do you want me to place the witness on the stand? And what do you think Bali and them said? They said, yes. And I said, Bali said, stop. He says, what? I said, no. I said, you want of no man, God provides all. I require of you to place my witness on a stand. If you don't do your job, I will place my witness on the stand, and my witness will testify on my behalf. I want of no man. So what was funny is the judge realized in what he was doing. Because if somebody asks you, do you want me to do something? It's like asking mommy. You know, it's like, mommy, I want a drink of water. Or mommy, I want a lollipop. Mommy could say, denied. Mommy could say, nope, it's not true. I'm not giving it to you. I'm not giving it to you. So when you require of the judge, what you're doing is you're saying to him to demand, to ask as of right and by authority. We require a person to do a thing and require a thing to be done. So when you require something, it's not request, because you're requesting something that's like asking somebody to do something. And if you're asking somebody, hey, can you do this for me? They say, not at this time. So you require them. When you require of a person, the judge is a person, he's not a man at that time. He's acting as a person within a society. He has certain duties and obligations to abide by a certain set of rules. So you can't say you require a man to do a thing. No, you require a person to do a thing. So a person and a man obviously is not the same. So, like when the government says something, the government can request of you. The government can't require of you. So when you see something in your paperwork saying, well, we require of you, it's like, are you talking to me, you as a plural, or you as a singular? How are you addressing me? Do you believe I only exist in the form of a person which you have authority over, but you have no rights to control? Now, governments have authority, but governments have no rights. Man has rights. Government has authority. Government has obligations, duties, and responsibilities, and they're chartered, and they're contracted, and it's in a rigid form. It's expressed. Man has rights. Man has property. And that's the number one thing that you always see these people going on about. It makes you kind of laugh, because the very first thing that people try to convince people of is that we don't own anything. A lot of these people go on and on and on. I hear some talk show people say, well, no, I don't believe that the people own anything, like it's all belongs to God or something like that. I mean, I forget what that spiel that you hear, but you hear that stuff, like we don't own anything. I know you guys have heard that, right? We don't own anything, right? And it's the very first, what's that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but why do they say you don't own anything?
Because as soon as you do register something, you're giving up your ownership, and that's why it's being regulated.
Yeah, but,
And if you die, you can't take it with you, so
You're only here for a limited time.
right, so that's the very first plank of the Communist Manifesto is the abolishment of private property. They don't want you to believe you own anything. Like I said, communism in one form is a beautiful thing because it's like Jesus, it's communal, it's communion, it's everybody gets together and we all going to take these 2 loaves of bread and these 3 fish and we're going to feed 1,000 people. Well, you know and I know, they're all going to be dead in 24 hours and you think everybody's going to get a crumb and anything's going to come of that. It's a ridiculous concept. To me, I want to capitalize on the situation right now. What we got 2 loaves of bread and 3 fish. What we're going to do is we're going to find the 2 or 3 best men here out of these 1,000 people, and we're going to give it to those 2 or 3 best men who are either great hunters or great fishermen, and they're going to go out in that boat and they're going to bring us back 10,000 fish. So we're going to give all supplies to this man or these 2 or 3 men, and they're going to go out there and hunt and get us a buffalo and bring it back. Instead of eating crumbs, we're going to feast on buffalo tonight, or we're going to feast on a boatload of fish. But to think that we're going to feed 1,000 people with a crumb and a lick on the side of a piece of fish, and somehow that makes sense for our survival as a community is ridiculous. So communal living sounds nice until you realize that you know the odds of it actually working is pretty slim in a time of crisis, in a time of scarcity. But in time of plenty, sure. So like I always say to people, we got a nice balance like in the United States. To me, it's like we got like a semi-communist country and a semi-capitalist country. And capitalize means to take advantage over somebody else who's less fortunate. Capitalize over the situation. You know, like if you're willing to work 40 hours a week and I'm willing to work 50, obviously I'm going to get a job and you're not. They're going to take me over you because I'm willing to capitalize on that. And you say, hey, that's not fair. What about your quality of life? It's like, well, I'd rather have a job than quality of life. And say that's not fair. So like I said, in a lot of these cultures, like in the United States, it's nice. We got the government, we try to keep them from encroaching too far on the rights of man. So we push back. So like I said, and I try to push back, and I try to tell people all the time, like when I talk to U.S. Marshals, I said, obviously, I have to push you guys back with paper. Obviously, I can't push you guys back violently or physically because there's a million more of yous waiting outside that door for me. And obviously, if I thought I'm going to shoot my way out here, my gun's going to jam eventually, it's going to overheat. Obviously, you got more bullets and guns than me, I'm going to perish. So I'm not stupid enough to think I'm going to take you guys on with force other than through the force of paper, pen, and ink. So I said, that seems to be my best approach, and it seems to be working quite well, because these people in the legal society, everything to them is rigid. Everything is on paper. Everything is in writing. Everything is bound by certain rules. And they live and eat this stuff. Because to me, these people are word nerds. This is like the revenge of the nerds. They've been picked on their whole lives. And now they got positions of authority, and they think they have power over you, and they're going to control you. It's like when I saw that movie, my sister said to me, she said, you got to relax a little bit. Let's watch Fast and Furious 5. And before even the credits rolled, the beginning scene comes out where that Vin Diesel, whatever his name is, he's all in shackles and chains, and he comes before the judge, and he says to the judge says, it's the order of the court that you spend 15 to 20 years in federal correctional facility, federally, violated this. And at any time, Vin Diesel showed beyond a shadow of a doubt that little pipsqueak judge had control over him, because all he did was turn around and walked off with the U.S. Marshals. So before the credits even rolled, it's funny, if you watch that movie, you see the credits didn't even roll. The title of, nothing even happened. It started, the scene started that. And I hit pause. And I said to my sister, I said, when he, hey. Yeah. I was going to get you.
Sorry, folks.
Now I'm going to stick the microphone in. I'll get you. So before it even started, the judge, I said to the judge, it's the order of the court. Why didn't Vin Diesel say, I haven't received the bond. I haven't received compensation yet. Who's placing this order? With the court. The court's placing, who's the court? Because I never consented to jurisdiction and control over. You know you were speaking to a man this whole time, right? I made it perfectly clear in my initial offering to the court that this is a man that is before you. Is there another man who's going to claim I've done wrong? I will appear as a man, and I have the right as a man in this society to appear in a court of law and have the accuser brought forth to make his claim that I've done wrong. And at this point, no man has yet to come forth some ridiculous federal United States code has been uttered into the record by somebody who has no right to even stand in court, called the prosecutor. Nobody has taken that stand and testified under oath or affirmation that anything they're saying is true.
No standing.
There's nobody who came to this court has standing. So, if it's the order of the court, who's the court? I'm not a participant of this court. I don't accept the title of this defendant. So, who's the court? And if the order of the court is, 15 years in jail, well, I'm going to require $1 million a year for compensation for carrying out your order. I'll be glad to carry out your order, just compensate me, fair and justly, and I'm going to need the money up front, because honestly, I have no idea who you are. I have no prior business association agreements with you. I need the cash up front. Because that happened in Indiana, there was this family that brought me out there to run John Deere plants. And when the two brothers came and met me in Virginia, I said, I'll do the show as long as this brother, he's a very violent militant guy, stays out of my face the whole entire time in Indiana, or I'll leave. Because he's just very militant, and he writes all this manifesto stuff. I said, I can't be bothered with this stuff. I said, you guys do exactly what I tell you to do, or I'm going. So they agreed, and his brother tried to say, I've done jail time, I'm a tough guy. I said, look, I don't care who you are. I said, I'm telling you, I see you in my face, I'm going to keep your money, and I'm leaving. I said, he ain't getting it back. So they didn't show his face, but it was funny. He finally got picked up on a $50,000 bond. And the very first thing he did when he got brought in there, he was listening to my 36-hour whatever, little training DVDs I did in Indiana. And the very first thing it says, well, it's the order of the court that you be held for $50,000 bond. And he says, he said to the judge, I hope you have your checkbook ready. The judge was like, why? Because the court's going to order me, I'm going to require compensation. So you got your checkbook ready to carry out that order? So he said the judge got up and left, and the sheriff's department that brought him in said, I've never seen a judge just leave. And the judge left, and he never came back in. He's like, where'd he go? He's like, I don't know, I've never seen a judge. And then the guy said, hey, that guy called, you better get him back down to Indiana, because this is pretty good stuff. But that's all he knew how to say, is like, if that's your order of the court, I'm going to require compensation. I hope you got your checkbook ready, because I hope you're ready to pay me and I'll be glad to carry out the order of the court. Because I say to people, I love being ordered around. Because when you work at McDonald's or something like that, when you come to the drive-thru window, the lady says, can I take your order? Because when you give your order, everybody knows when you get to the window, you're going to have to give fair and just compensation before you get the product. They're not going to give you your hamburger and say, I hope you like it, and then pay for it. No. They're going to come to the window, you're going to say, hey, fair and just compensation, that'll be $10, please. I say, okay, good, now here's your hamburger. So they're not going to make any money unless they're ordered to perform a service or produce a product. So I did this one time, and the man Jimmy Lynn came down from Texas to meet me after it worked 2 different ways. A traffic stop worked 2 different ways for him. And I said, look, there's like 3 or 4 different ways you could handle traffic stops. He says, okay, give me one. I said, okay, here's the first one. And he carried out the first one. So he was listening to my CDs the whole day, he said. So he got pulled over by a cop, and the Texas Ranger down there. And the Ranger said to him, license registration. And he says, is that in order? He said, absolutely. And he handed him his license registration. He says, I'm going to search the vehicle, get out of the car. He says, is that in order? He says, absolutely. He got out of the car. He says, step to the back of the van. I'm going to search the back of the van now. He says, is that in order? He says, absolutely. And then he says, put your hands on my car. I'm going to open up the back doors, and I'm going to have my back turned. You put your hands on my roof, my hood of my car. And Jimmy just started busting out laughing. And the officer said to him, what's so funny? He says, oh, I'm jacked up on call. He said, this is exactly what Carl said you would do, that you're just carrying out orders and it's nothing personal. That this officer has a job, a duty, and a responsibility and obligation to those in the public to perform. And when he carries out his orders for those 5 days that he's an officer, he's going to be fairly and justly compensated on Friday. I said, so, why don't you help him in his duties, obligation, and his performance? Why don't you just carry out his orders? And when you carry out his orders, why don't you just require fair and just compensation for complying with the orders? If he wants to believe that he's got control over you, let him believe that. So what's funny, Jimmy said to the officer, he says, well, this is exactly what Carl said, that you're doing this because you're ordered to do it. You're ordered into the squad car. You're ordered to patrol this precinct. You were ordered by your shift commander, who is ordered by the lieutenant, who is ordered by, gets his orders from the captain, who gets his orders from the commissioner. And on Friday, you guys are all fairly and justly compensated. So guess what? Has this traffic stop been pleasant so far, Mr. Officer? He said, well, yeah. I said, I'm carrying out all your orders? Yeah. And you carried out your shift commander's orders? Right. So when Friday comes and you get my invoice for carrying out all your orders, you're going to fairly and justly compensate me, correct, sir? So he said, the officer just looked at him and dropped all the paperwork on the ground and said, get out of here, you're scaring me. So when Jimmy left, I said, Jimmy, why didn't you say, is that an order for me to leave? He said, oh, I missed that one, didn't I? I said, yes. Anything that comes out of their mouth, just like the lady at McDonald's, is that extra onions, sir? Good. You place more on the order. It's more. Anytime they open their mouth, ask for fair and just compensation. And this worked over in New Brunswick, Canada. Another man had me on a show over there. It's Jonathan Jesse, the folks that got their kids back, those guys. And he started his own show. So a guy called up and said, hey, this call stuff worked. He says, I got arrested for drinking and driving on Saturday. And every time I went into the, he went into a jail cell, I asked him, is that an order? Or I went for photos, they said, is that an order? So every time they were asking thumbprint, finger, every time they're saying, is that your order, is that your order, is that your wish, is that your order? And they said yes. So on Monday, he says, I went back to the precinct that I was arrested in, and I found the supervisor, and I gave it to the Crown prosecutor, my bill for $5,000. And he said the next day all the charges were dropped against him, and they're just hoping I go away and I don't try to execute the invoice that I allowed to pass. That I'm just going to be happy that the charges are dropped. And he says, but I want to collect on the $5,000. And I said, well, tell that man if he tries to collect on the $5,000, I'll show the cop how not to, or how to pay back that $5,000 on a penny a day for the next 5,000 years. I said, because the cops are going to be scared out of their minds that every time they see a drunk driver weaving down a road, that if a clown like you is going to stop them and charge them $10,000 for your right to go from point A to point B, that he's going to be fined, you know, that you're going to invoice him for $5,000. He's just going to call up all his friends and family on a cell phone and say, hey, are you on Highway 11? You better get off because there's some crazy guy just driving like this, but why didn't you stop him? I'm not going to get fined for $5,000. That happened to me last time. I'm not going to interfere with any moron's right to go from point A to point B. If he wants to kill himself, let him kill himself, but let's get everybody else off the road in front of him, because we're not going to interfere with this man's right to go from point A to point B anymore, because I'm not going to get stuck with a $5,000 bill. So I said to them, I said, you guys got to understand, you know, I wouldn't want to be a cop that somebody like kicks like a black kid in the behind and I get sued for $5,000. I was like, oh, what did you want me to do? He's like, well, you should just let him, you know, rob that little old lady. You should have done it procedurally. You should have, whatever, read him his rights. I was like, oh, geez. You know, this job is too much. You know, they're going to get good people who are just going to say, you know what, I ain't going to be a cop no more. This, you know, this is too much litigation for me. I just want to do my damn job. Just like I said, the deputy said, he said, you think we really want to go in your sister's house and take all her tissues and underwear and toilet paper? We don't want to do this stuff to little old ladies. You know, we just want, you know, but this is our job. This is getting ridiculous. We just want to go chase bad guys, real bad guys. So, like I said, the big thing with the private property is that they try to tell you folks that it's an evil thing. And like I said, when they took my kid a couple of days after he was born, the very first thing we said, because first we met nice ladies from a Baptist hospital that asked us if we needed any help with the kid because he's going to be permanently disabled because he had Down. So I was like, oh, okay, no, we got this covered. And folks got a Jehovah's Witness church on their farm. We're fine. We got thousands of little ladies that help us. We don't need any help, thank you anyway. And then they asked if, and then they left. And then two other women came in, and they said, well, yeah, you know, we need you to sign some paperwork. And I was like, paperwork for what? It's like, well, the child's going to need Medicaid and Social Security. He said, no, he doesn't. I said, that's why he's got a family. We don't need no centralized government at this point. When we do, believe me, we'll let you know. So it was funny. They said to me, but you don't understand. You know, he's going to be permanently disabled. You could actually collect money, like $30,000 to $40,000 a year, just watching him take care of your own kid. And I was like, thank you, man, but no thank you. That sounds like so evil in so many ways, it's not even funny. So it's funny, they said they kept insisting that it would be in the best interest of the child. I said, ma'am, are you a government agent? He's like, are you here in official capacity, or are you like representing another church or something? He's like, oh no, we're here in government capacity. I said, well, you do know that the government is not allowed to solicit a man. You do know that. You know, you can't come to me with an offer. You know that's so illegal. It's not even funny, even in your own code book. Under the Social Security or Medicaid Act, 672 or 472 or subsection F, you can't approach us. We have to approach you. So what are you doing again? He's like, well, you know, if you don't cooperate with us, the judge won't like it. I said, well, F you and F whatever judge, but you know what? We don't require anything of this centralized government at this time. I said, the only thing I can tell you ladies is we're going to leave the hospital now. It's 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning before I go to work. We're gonna feed that child one more time. My property better lie where I leave it. And they said, property? It's like, oh my God, I can't believe you just called him property. I said, what? What do you think he is? He's like, oh, he's your child. I said, what? No, he's my property. Child is a subset or subcategory of what I claim is my property. I have property, my rights are my property, my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations are my property, my truck outside is my property. Hey, as a matter of fact, the mother of my child down there at the other table, she's my property. And a black lady and white lady, they go, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. I said, what? I said, hey woman. She said, what? She said, am I your property? She said, you better believe you're my property. I said, there you go. I said, we have an agreement that she and me were exclusive to all others within a society that only we can enjoy, that we exclude all others from society from encroaching upon our, you know, right to private property. I said, so what makes you think that property is an evil word? She was like, well, slaves. I said, well, first of all, slaves is written different, so obviously it's implied that slaves are property. It's not expressed. And obviously, if you knew Roman law, slaves have a higher standing in court than a citizen, because a citizen bound himself voluntarily to the state, to the government. A slave is a free man who's captured, and his duty and obligation is try to escape from the state that enslaved him or captured him. So a slave actually had higher standing in Roman court than a citizen did. A citizen was obligated and duty bound to abide by the rules. A slave had no knowledge of the rules, and he was like, I'm an idiot. So yeah, I guess we can't hold him liable. He's a slave from, you know, wherever. So what does he know about our rules and customs? So a slave actually could get away with stuff in Roman law that a citizen couldn't, because a citizen is obligated to abide by the rules of society, and ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the societal law in which you agree to abide by. Like if you're a member of the Moose Lodge Society, the Boy Scout Jamboree Camp Society, you are obligated to be bound by those rules of that society. So if you don't, that society has the right to impose upon you and to make you perform in a certain way or punish you. So like I said, the other thing I wanted to talk about, let me see if I got where that word was. Land, we got that. Sequestration. We did that. Oh, there you go. They were talking about the folks in BC with the, you know, stuff in their closet, growing stuff. And I said to them, everybody knows, especially the court, especially the legal society, they understand the law of England, and they understand that this is how the trial by jury, you know, operates in Canada and in England. I said to them that the plaintiff must appear at some time before the verdict is rendered. There can't be no verdict without a plaintiff. So it's very simple. It just says the old law, he is, you know, it just says an order for the amendment to which by the old law he said is liable. What an amendment means is just a fine, a penalty, like how much money he has to pay out in case he fails in the suit. The plaintiff has to appear as a punishment for his false claim. So if he wanted the guy to pay $10,000 and he picked out the wrong guy, he picked me. It's like, I told you I wasn't the right guy. I told you that was the guy over there. Oh yeah, I guess it was. So not only do you have to not pay you $10,000, you have to also pay me. And punitive damages is when the court says, look, well, this guy put you through a lot. Not only are we going to give you $10,000, we're going to give you $30,000 on top of that. So you'd never ask for punitive damages. The court awards you punitive damages. So when I see these people making these claims for $500 billion, it's like, you better be able. A man can only claim what is due. So you better have proof, like bills, receipts, something that says that, you know, it cost me 10 days of work. That was $300 a day, that's $3,000. You can't claim more than what's due. If the court awards, you know, punitive damages because of the outrageous behavior or filing false claims against you or destroying your name or your reputation or your standing within the community, they can award you punitive damages, but you can't say, and I want $10 million because he hurt my feelings. You better have something like tangible, or you could actually show that my standing or loss happened in the community. So like I said, the big thing with Joe, what they were saying up in Williams Lake area, it says if the plaintiff does not appear, no verdict can be given. The plaintiff is to be set in non-suit. So this is what I tell people all the time. I said, in an administrative court, their rules are whatever they wish them to be. Everything is just moving on paper, back and forth on paper. There doesn't actually physically has to be a defendant. There doesn't physically have to be a plaintiff to appear. Everything's in writing. It's two-dimensional. Everything's on paper. So if you don't evoke the court to move in a third dimension as well, to work in the common law and have man on man, they're just gonna keep moving with their administrative proceedings against you, their administrative, trials, hearings, whatever they want to call it. So like I said, at the end of Bali's trial, what are those folks called? Not Hindis, the Punjabis trial. It was funny. At 3 o'clock, the judge started reading the ruling of the court. And it was count 1. Harassment, guilty as charged. Crown versus Jones, 1992. Crown versus Susie. And then he'd give the opinion of that court. Then he'd go to like Crown versus Charlie, 2011. He'd give that opinion. So it's funny, the barrister and all the solicitors, they're just attorneys and prosecutors, were just writing like crazy. All these notes that the judge was giving out. All this, because during an hour and a half break before the ruling, the judge was making his opinion of the court. So he was doing a lot of research, and he was just giving all these opinions of the court. So the barrister and the solicitors said, oh good, next time we have a harassment trial, we're going to use this. Next time we have a stalking, a communicating threat, terrorism case, we're going to use these citations that this judge is giving us now. Great, this is wonderful. So it was like count 2, stalking, count guilty as charged. What they did was illegal according to English code, and Crown versus Terry, Crown versus Taylor. So terrorism, guilty as charged. Illegal activity, according to the Crown code, So funny, the Punjabis looked at me and they said to me, I hope this has a happy ending, because this sounds really bad. So I said, just wait, guys, just wait. He hasn't gotten to the common law side of the case. So that went from 3 o'clock until 3:40, and then the last 5 minutes, the judge said, now for the common law side of the case. And he says, this has been the most bombastic, idiotic, and I said, oh yes, we're going home. I said, I'm going to go. I said, we got something to talk on a TV show tomorrow. I said, wow, this is great. I'm going to be a star on TV. Yay. Bali, you're going home. Tell all your friends we're going home. And he's like, what? I said, he said, he called us idiots. I said, thank the Lord, sweet Jesus. I was waiting for that magic word. So he was like, I missed, like I said, for about 40 seconds of the rest of what he was saying. And he just says the case is Bali said to me, he says, well, I know the difference between dismissed and discharged. If he says discharge, can I object and can I say dismissed? And if he says dismissed, can I object and say no, it should be discharged? So that when the judge said all 5 charges against the 3 defendants are discharged. So I was like, damn, I don't even get to say anything in this trial. He said, I knew to object. I said, go ahead, you can object if he says dismissed. But he said discharge. I said, wow, I haven't seen a ruling for discharge since like the 1950s. And I said, and it was funny because the Punjabi started to applaud. I said, knock it off, you morons. I said, we're still in court. The judge could just say, oh, did I say discharge? I meant guilty as charged. Sorry about that. I said, you better just keep it in your pants and wait till you get home and celebrate. I said, I don't know what you Punjabis do when you're happy, but don't do it here. I said, proper decorum, gentlemen. And like I said, I said to them, I said, Bali says, well, why is discharge so amazing? And I looked at the Crown and the judge was still there, and it's like, that means that they were asking for you, they made a false claim, you would ask of them. He's like, what does that mean? I said, do you wish for the Crown? He's like, what? Do you wish to make a claim for the Crown? He says, I could do that? I said, oh, absolutely. I said, but what would you do with it? He says, you don't even know what it is, do you? He says, no, not really. I said, look, and if you do make a claim, I'll help these guys beat you. I said, trust me. I said, no, what we're going to do is the Crown now is going to respect the Punjabis because the Punjabis know how to move a court. And the Crown is never going to come up with these nonsense charges against you folks ever again. So you guys are going to live now in England in peace, and you're going to get along whether you like it or not. because if you do this to them again, I'll show them how to make a claim for the crown. So it was a lot of fun, you know, so I had a good time in court. And but the only charge I didn't get Bali those people out of was a parking ticket. So yeah, because I knew they could handle that, and they're still scared to move that claim into a Queen's bench, you know, to move the claim for the parking ticket. But the big ones I got rid of for him, but the little one I left. They said, we're not going to work on that. We're going to let them stay that for 6 months, and you could work on that. You know, I said, but I'll take care of the big ones for you.
So Carl, the plaintiff must appear in the common law court.
Oh yeah.
In the defendant court,
the
plaintiff doesn't matter unless you...
In an administrative court.
Yeah, so...
In administrative, right.
You were saying at one point that you could play the defendant right up to the end and then say, oh, actually, you know what, I'm a man right now.
Well, what it is, I played the defendant, and I said, I accept everything they said. That, yeah. Like I said, here, I'll play the defendant thing for you guys right here. Because you could actually see where a man did it in open court. And instead of me just giving you an example, thank God people all over the world are starting to do this stuff. It's funny how I got known in Quebec is I got like a fan base in Croatia, and they called the folks in Quebec and said the man's coming through Canada, catch him. And they're like, but we don't speak English, and they're like, just stop him when he comes through. So it was funny, they hooked me up with an English-speaking lady, so I did a show over there in Quebec, and the lady translated, so it was a lot of fun. But like I said, my stuff was being heard in Croatia, you know, because it was on that English TV show. So yeah, I think it's pretty funny. But it's starting to catch on, and it's a lot of fun. That people understand how simple this stuff is. But this is, like I said, where the man agreed. I'm the defendant. I agree, and within your society, everything I'm doing is illegal, and you're going to impose a fine, and penalty. You know what? Fine. I'll take your fine. I'll take your penalty. I'll take whatever you guys want to dish out to me. Fine. What's the? Just send me a bill. Just give me the bill. Oh. After you give me the bill, they're right. Did I accept it? Yeah. Now you act honorably and give me back my property. And they had to give him back his property. How could they say no when he was so nice and he said yes to everything? They had to say yes too.
What you're doing works, you know. Mr. Daly, can you say that again? Because I want Gus to hear this. Hey Jimmy, yeah, come here a second too. I want you to hear this too. This is Mr. Daly, the man I'm helping out in Canada with the birds. Go ahead, tell him what happened in Quebec.
Okay, last week in rural Quebec, a fellow that obtained some birds of prey had them without a license and got charged for not having birds without a license. He said, fine, I'll pay my fine. And he told him the amount of the fine, and he said, fine, I'll pay that. And then when there was a break in the discussion with the judge, he said, I require and order the immediate restoration of my property. And he never said another word. Dead silence in the courthouse. The magistrate there, we call it a Quebecer, so this is somebody who thinks this is the Napoleonic code. Right. But he told them that...
Can you hear this right?
Yeah.
No, can you turn up loud your microphone?
Return the man's property immediately.
Because I don't think anybody else could hear it.
Wow.
Can you guys hear it?
So we're getting this
Yeah, turn it up, man.
put it into English, and then get the court record of it so we can
That's
send
about
it
as
to
loud
you.
as it gets.
And you've got some written evidence that what you're doing, even with somebody who doesn't understand it fully.
Right.
But he was caught, he was good enough to only say what he was told to say and not ramble. He just said, I require and order the immediate restoration of my property. The magistrate then, there was dead silence in this courthouse, I guess. And he turned to the Crown Prosecutor and he said, return the man's property forthwith. Whatever it was in French.
That's what happened to the lady in New Brunswick. That's what happened to the lady in New Mexico. And I was just discussing that with Gus. Gus is from Quebec. He's standing right here. He's the man. He was saying, hey, Mr. Daly, how are you?
Very good, thanks. Hello?
Hi. I'm from, you speak French?
No, I'm not a Quebecer. It just was somebody I knew did business with somebody in Quebec. And the Quebec body or the police services there, they're charging for keeping birds without a license. So he went in, he agreed, he found out where to pay his fine, said yes, I'll pay it forthwith. And then when there was a lull in the case there, the communications, he said, I require and order the immediate restoration of my property, period. And the fellow never
might benefit from this. But if you're holding somebody, say somebody leaves property, like I don't know, one of your employees, or somebody leaves their stuff, their belongings on your property, and they owe you rent or they owe you money, you can't hold their property. If you go to court, well, you can until you go to court. What's going to happen is the judge is going to say that the kid is going to say, Mr. Daly's got my property, but he wants me to, and then you're going to say, well, I want him to give me $3,000 he owes me first. And the judge is going to say, no, you give him back his property immediately, then you file a claim for the payments. But no, if it's property, it has to go back to the proper owner immediately, no matter how much debt is due.
Well, I guess after this took place and they concluded, there was a big rampage going on out in the hall in this Quebec courthouse. With everybody out in the hallway, they started yelling at each other because the potential liability.
Oh yeah, so it's dealing with that. Oh yeah, that's what I said with the lady in New Brunswick, Canada. They said the Crown prosecutor said all 20 affidavits were removed from the court case file. All the police, all the social workers, everybody who worked for the Crown, everybody removed their name from the case because you just reported a theft. And they're all going to be held liable. So everybody removed their name from the case. They'll pull their affidavits up.
I'll get all these transcripts transcribed into English and send them to you so you've got them just in your back pocket.
That's good.
It's for evidence that what you're saying actually works. Because you couldn't have better evidence of that with somebody who didn't really know what they're doing.
Right, exactly. Well, like I said, that lady...
He didn't say more than he needed to.
That's right. That lady who bent tacos for a living in New Mexico, she spoke barely any English. I was only able to talk to her for maybe less than 10 minutes. I just said, can you say, I require restoration property? I require property? And she says, I say, I require property? Yes, I require restoration property. So we practiced a couple times. I said to her husband, who spoke perfect English, boyfriend, I said, work with her. Just get her to say these 2-3 sentences and tell her to say nothing else. And that's the episode where it was only 43 minutes long, where the husband said she just said it a couple times in open court, and she was drunk, and she beat up cops. She still had criminal charges on her, and she still got her child back immediately. The judge said, you know the law, to the Attorney General, restore her property. And he said, the Attorney General said, but Your Honor, he says, and I restore it now. And the kid ran across the courtroom and came to the mom, a 3-year-old girl.
Well, it was the same thing here, but I'll get the transcripts in English for you.
Yeah, and French. And French.
And French.
Too bad Mikey didn't know.
Yeah, so that to me is the big thing is that
that to me is the big thing is what Mr. Daly said is when you make a claim, the reason why it's so important to make it short and sweet is because you have to say it verbatim, exactly. You cannot add a word, you can't take a word away. So with Bali, it was 8 words. So there's no way in the world they could possibly trip him up. I can't imagine how he could possibly be tripped. It's like, I claim the wrong of trespass, see Exhibit A. How in the world can you possibly be tripped up? Because when you make a claim, you have to be dead on accurate. Like I say to people all the time, like say there's a contest, like National Geographic has a contest, you know, back who's going to discover like the bottom of the ocean, or who's going to discover the South Pole. And let's just say who's going to discover the very, you know, the lowest point on planet Earth. That's say the last point that has to be discovered. And say that say it's $1 million award, or say $1 billion award. There you go. That'll make people more interested. 10 billion or $1 billion award. Who could ever hit the bottom of the planet Earth, the lowest point? And all the National Geographic Society's got to do is get a lawyer to say to the guy who thinks that he discovered the lowest point, and say to him, so, did you put a flag on it, on the bottom? Yeah, I put the American flag at the bottom, the Swedish flag at the bottom of the world. Oh, really? And how was it down there? Was it cold? Oh, it was below freezing. Oh, and how was it? Could you see clearly? Oh, no, we could barely see. So are you sure that you put it on the exact dead spot of the lowest point on planet Earth? It's like, oh, yeah, we know we did. It's like, but you said it was cold. You said you could barely breathe. You could hardly see. And well, the GPS coordinates said it was right there, so we were there. It's like, are you sure that you weren't off by 1 hair or 1 breath? Are you sure you weren't off by maybe a slightest of a millimeter? Are you sure? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, would you bet your life on it?
that if we went back there, you were on that spot. And he's like, you put it that way, I guess no. I guess maybe if I'm off by a millimeter, well, no. The rules are you have to put it on the lowest point on planet Earth. It has to be on, not close, not semi-close. It has to be dead on. So that's how lawyers will try to convince people, a man, to lose his status or position in court by getting him to convince him that let's be reasonable about this. Are you sure? You just got to keep saying look, all I claim is I, a man, claim the wrong of trespass. That's it. See Exhibit A. Did you see Exhibit A? Good. Do you understand Exhibit A? No. Okay, I'll explain Exhibit A, but my claim always stands true. I believe I've been done wrong due to a trespass. What trespass? See Exhibit A. I'll talk about Exhibit A, but I'm not going to discuss my claim. I believe I've been done wrong, and that's it. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say another word. And like I said, with this man, like Mr. Daly kept saying, the man just said, I order and require the immediate restoration of property. Because like I said, governments don't exist to protect you, birds, your money, your bank account, nothing. They don't exist. It's just only to secure and protect your property. So I said to Mr. Daly, he said, just like you have 350 employees, if one of the people that work for you steals something or breaks something, you hold his property until he compensates you. You have to release it to him. As soon as he gets to court, the judge will say, Mr. Daly, is that your property? It's like, well, no, it's his property, right? Give him back his property. Now we'll discuss the matter of the debt that he owes you. But no, if you're claiming that that's your property and nobody else is making a claim for the property, it has to go back to the rightful owner. So you have to give back the man's property. And that's what, like I try to say, they try to say, oh, it's evil to think that you're an owner. Let's be all kumbaya. There's no property. It's like, really? Do you understand your rights are your property? Do you understand that you only have certain things that which you can and cannot do if you wish to? You know, rights are just a subcategory of property. And if you're saying, well, nobody should have property, oh, really? Then you have no rights. And it's like, well, that's not what I said. It's like, yes, you did, because rights are a subcategory of what you claim that is what is to be used by you and exclusive to you. You got the right to free speech. You got the right to travel from point A to point B. So, what was I going to show you guys? Oh, that thing with the one man asked me about real civil rights, international rights, and stuff like that. UN, all this nonsense. All these charters and civil rights. There you go. And what a bunch of a list that civil rights have. I guess I can try to make this bigger, but it's ridiculous. I tried to do this way. That's why we came here an hour late, because I was trying to do these PowerPoints real quick that people were asking me that nobody's really asked me before in other seminars. I said, let me put a couple of these things up here. But like I said, when people say stuff about like civil rights, to me, I have no civil rights. When they say to me, you have civil rights, it's rights or privileges that are granted by a government. And if something is granted, if it can be granted, it can be given, and it can also be taken away. Like mom gives you the right to stay up until 9 o'clock, but then she also has the right to, take it back. So, you know what, I don't want any civil rights. I don't want something that can be given to me and can be taken away. I just want my property. I don't want any rights that you bestow upon me. I don't want nothing titled to me, granted to me. I just want my property. I want to claim what is due, what is mine, and mine alone. And the government can't make a claim. The only thing the government can ever do is, like I said, make criminal complaints against you. The only thing the government can do against man is make complaints. They can't make a claim against the man. So like I said, like a legal society stuff, they'll give you guys all this ridiculous nonsense, the right to due process, enjoyment of life, liberty, property, protection, the right to vote, equal access to schools, recreation, transportation. It's all nonsense. It's like, look, if somebody's, trespassing upon me, doing me wrong, by interfering, like a trespass is anything that you believe that somebody deliberately set out to do to you. Negligence just means an accident. Okay, they did something to you, they hit you with their car, but, that they sneezed. So it was negligence. It's not that they did you wrong because they would say, hey, you know what, I'm going to run over any black truck I see today, I'm going to slam it with my car because I hate black trucks. That would be wrong. But if he hits your car by accident, it's negligence. It's not wrong. So somebody else was saying something about like birth certificates and stuff. What were you guys going on about? Because this is all I hear all the time, how evil the birth certificates are. Because let me just play the one thing. Oh, no, go ahead. Tell me how evil they are first. How evil is birth certificates there, Tim?
There you go.
How's that?
Real evil.
Yeah, how are you allowed
Which,
it?
well, that's where we get entrapped into this whole system, is through the creation of that.
I see it as your property. You can use that as your, that's gonna be your essentially,
It's a
it's your
receipt.
property, a receipt. The only one you got.
It's a valuable
From the government
warehouse
actually signed
security.
by the
It's a treasury receipt.
Somebody started a trust, and here's my receipt for whatever they might owe me or may owe me.
Yeah, so it's a real bad thing to have up here in Canada, huh?
Oh,
That's right, people don't want it.
it's
People don't want it,
valuable
huh?
warehouse security.
Yeah, but what's the benefit of having a birth certificate?
Commerce.
Yeah, what kind of commerce?
Like in the public.
Like what kind of benefit? Okay, this makes it really simple. I'm from the United States, right? Right. You guys can own land. Can I own land in Canada?
No.
I don't got a birth certificate. Can the Chinese come here and buy up all your land?
I have no problem at all.
No problem at all.
The Chinese could buy your land.
They're
Yes,
buying it
I
up
know.
right now.
Are you sure it's land that they're buying and not real estate?
Real estate.
Real estate is not land.
This is true.
That's right.
Well, they're claiming ownership to it.
Of
Well,
what? Real estate or
Real
land?
estate.
Yeah.
Real estate is
And
not
thousands
land.
of
They're
acres.
putting barbed wire fences
Real estate is
around
that which
Can I
exists
interject
above
because
the
They
ground.
potentially
Yeah,
are
so
going
what?
for
It's
land.
real
like
property
claim
will-
over-
They can't, the banks can't own land.
Hey
I can't
Justin,
own
what are
land.
they claiming on
I
you?
hear that,
Didn't
but-
they-
You guys are confusing real estate with land.
Justin, what are they calling your house? Land?
They called, yeah, in my documents it says that the lands consist of a house.
That's right.
So,
The lands consist of a house, that's right. If the lands consist of a house, are you saying that my house is inside of the land? Or is my house above the land?
so land, real estate is everything.
You
How
have
about
a
the land?
basement is
Right,
inside
real
your-
estate is that above the land, like every millimeter, every breadth hair above.
Right, and
The-
they're putting
like-
barbed wire fences
How about
around
the
off my
basement?
land.
their
It's
real
inside
estate,
the land.
and they're telling you to stay off it.
That's land. And who's telling you to stay off it?
The Chinese.
Kim Jong Dong.
No, that's not Chinese.
No,
That's
it's not
him, that's
Korea.
him.
Put you in the
That's
process to
Korea.
step onto it.
And who's gonna, and because, like, okay, let's say you fell out of an airplane in a parachute, you're saying they're gonna shoot you when you land on their land?
They will escort you off immediately.
What's that?
They'll escort you off immediately.
Okay, so they'll escort you off, so you're saying that nobody has the right to, real estate? Nobody has the right to,
That's true, because if you don't pay your property taxes, your house is taken back by the municipality.
but not the land.
No, just the,
Well, it's
well,
not
you
your-
can't
So
go
how-
back to the
yeah,
land and
how
sit
do
on
you
the
go back
land.
to
Okay, like I say to people, when the bank makes a claim, when they give you, you put up the land as collateral, right, because it's your land. Right?
The house is, like, the real estate is collateral, not the land.
What is the land? Is the land in deed or is the land
It
in?
can't be owned, the land can't be owned.
Okay, it's deed?
Well, title, land.
Okay, they got a deed up here in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's got title.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's just
Deed.
registered in the land titles office.
Yeah, and who's the deed to? To a man or to the bank?
Well, the bank only has title. They don't
That's
have
right,
the deed.
they don't have the deed. That's right, because the
Because the
bank,
deed was never had here because there was no treaty, because they needed a treaty to get the deed.
no, the
Bank
deed, they do have
can't
deeds.
loan money on
Well, let me
land.
put this, in the United States, there's deeds, and then they got the title, or the mortgage. They got the deed, and then they got the note.
That's right.
Okay, so the deed is the land, it's based upon the land, and it's always in the name of a man, it's never in the name of the bank. So the bank said to me, well, we got a mortgage on that home of yours. I said, that's right, you do got a mortgage on a home. That's right, you want the home. You're absolutely right. What am I thinking of? Come and get your home off of my land.
Yes.
If you want to claim it's your house, I'm not going to argue with you. I totally agree, 100%, that I borrowed all this money from you, Mr. Bank, and you have every right to come and collect your home, because you know what? You actually, and your investors actually put all this money into this home. I didn't put a dime. All I did is put my signature on a piece of paper saying I'd pay you back, and guess what? I didn't. Oh, well, I guess I'm not a man of my word. So I guess, you know what, it's only fair and just for you to come here and take my home, not take your home off of my land. Because the bank has no right to land.
What if I did put money into the house?
Then you get equitable compensation for what you put in at that point.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
But if you,
Can you make a claim from the private on that?
But why don't you just tell the bank to come get their damn house off your land?
Yeah.
So
Because the bank doesn't have
You
ears.
and I both know that's not gonna happen.
What's not gonna happen?
The bank will not come along and take that
no, you
house
get
off the land.
escorted out by.
So?
You'll get escorted off by the sheriff at gunpoint if you want.
Why? You told the bank to come and take, you told the bank to come get your car.
They won't
So
listen.
if the bank, if your bank wanted to take your car back from you, right? And they'd come on your property and take the car, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they did.
They wouldn't escort you off, would they? They just escorted the car.
Yeah.
So take the house. escort the house off the property.
You can't have the house unless it's on wheels.
That's
What
not,
if
that's
it is
not,
basement?
they want the house. They screaming
why
up and
we
down
have
in court.
land
They
titles.
want their house back. Give them back their house. So do you want it piece by piece? How do you want me to deliver it to you? You want me to mail it to you? Or do you want to just come and take it all in one piece? They have places, they have the ability to actually move a house. They could have house movers. Move your house off my land. And when you cross my property line, you cross into my threshold, you're gonna need a permit.
Yeah.
You're gonna need a permit to enter into my land.
So I
And I'll give you a permit, but it's gonna cost you $1 million a day. Because I'm the one who issues permits on my land.
You don't own your land up here, the municipality, it's under its district of municipality, so
No,
if you're
no, but I
incorporated.
got, the name is on title though.
Your name is
So
on the
now I have a
title,
question. When
but
it
that
comes to the
land
real
resides in the district of.
But who has the control over the land here in Canada?
Well, if you've signed any sort of bank papers, you've given up that consent in a sense.
No, yeah, 'cause the corporation can't own
Land
land.
titles, Guy.
Yeah, land and
Even if there's we have land and titles, Guy. There's a deed registered there and there's a title registered there.
Yeah, but the state-
So-
And you have a legitimate claim to your equity, what you've put into it as well.
Even if there's,
But the claim of a man stands higher than the claim of a fiction. This is my understanding or comprehension
and
of
even
it.
if there's a utility right of way, if there's a natural boundary or a locked fence or gate, it's trespassing.
So just to be clear, can a man own the land here in Canada?
Not from my understanding.
What's the truth? Who knows the truth?
Well, like I said, in the United States, we own our land.
Yeah.
The land is in our name. My
No, we
land is
have
in my
deeds
name.
here, for sure.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? We have deeds here. Does that mean we own the land?
Well,
I don't have a deed, I just have a land.
See what
Does
happens
nobody
if
know,
you-
like
Well,
yes or
does
no
somebody-
answer?
Yeah, but
what about the
See what happens when you
disclaimer
don't
about
pay
Aboriginal
property
land?
tax.
What?
Then
The
you'll know.
disclaimer about Aboriginal land?
Does
Title's
the
nonsense.
province or the town, or does somebody need a warrant to come onto your property?
Yes.
Generally.
Well,
Actually,
no.
no, they don't. They actually can pull up.
Don't.
They don't. They can pull up on you because you have the fact that your house is already in a municipality.
No, I'm saying, Ken,
You
okay,
just can't bust your door down unless they have a warrant.
okay, that's what I asked you. I said, do they have to have a warrant?
Yes.
And who issued that warrant?
Issues the order.
Usually
Usually
No,
it's the judge or.
Casper the Ghost didn't issue the
There'd be a
warrant.
man or woman behind
A
that.
piece, right, a piece of paper, right, a
Sure.
piece of paper, or somebody put hand to paper and they issued the warrant. Who issued the warrant?
They didn't use their bond to issue it. They used your bond.
I'm asking a simple
A
question.
man or a woman
man.
who's acting.
Fair enough.
A man issued the
Yeah.
warrant, right? They
Yeah.
put pen, paper, and ink to paper and they issued the warrant. Bob issued the warrant.
Okay.
So you're gonna hold Bob accountable to you man to man. Because you have a problem understanding the concept of man to man. You don't ever deal with these people man to man. You want to deal with them because they're wearing a badge or whatever they want. You want to look at them as you look at. Yeah, you're saying the judge. You're saying prosecutor.
Well, this is the person that actually
You're
would have
saying that
signed
you're
the
saying the
warrant.
county or the town or whatever you just said, something about a county or town. This county or town is Bob?
They have a name, yes, but it's like, where did you, so you're gonna take the judge, Bob,
Okay.
to common law.
This is what I say to people all the time. Is you guys keep doing this a million times. There is no such thing as they. They aren't doing
Sure.
anything to
Yeah,
you.
it's
Bob is doing. This sounds like some
prerogative,
1950s horror movie.
Yeah.
It's them. It's coming after me. Oh, it's the revenge of the them.
Don't distract the
It
issue.
just does. It sounds
Don't
like a
distract
really
the issue.
bad
It's
science fiction
still,
movie.
we understand the man and the woman concept behind
Then
the
say it
the
every. If you
costume.
understand it, it's a lifestyle.
It's not a
belief.
concept.
It's not. It's what I live every day. And when I encounter a man with a badge, it's very easy for me to get through this in 2 seconds. It's like, oh, hi, Bob. How you doing? It's like, oh, what's your name? Oh, my name's Carl. How can I help you today? You know, we're talking to you, man. That's how Jimmy Lynn did the second traffic stop. He said the second traffic stop. He said to the officer. Officer said to him, a license registration. He says, I got to ask you a question, man to man. You are a man, correct? And the officer looked at him and said, what? License registration. So it says, man to man. You're a man, right? And you're interfering with my right to go from point A to point B. You do know that. He says, license registration. He says, you are a man and I'm a man, correct? Yeah. Do you have any right or authority to tell a man what he can and cannot do? And he said the officer just left. And then he said that on my show. You know, he said when the second one worked, he said, that's it, I'm going to come up and meet you. I got to see who the hell you are. He said, because this stuff is just too ridiculous. So they understand the concept man to man.
But he better not smell weed in your car, because otherwise he's in there and he's pretty much butt raping
Only
you.
if you allow him in there. And
Okay.
No, he's in there. What do you mean? There's no allowing.
What did I say that happened in New Brunswick with the drunk driver?
Yeah.
He handed him a bill for $5,000 on Monday, and all the charges were dropped by Tuesday. Because the officers realized that he did wrong.
Now they're not wanting to.
Did you ever send him a bill for the invoice?
Yeah, I sent him an invoice for $50,000 for getting in the back of his car.
And what did they do?
The charges are still going ahead.
Good. And why aren't you enforcing the charges, on enforcing the bill?
Well, I am actually. This is my
How?
next claim. This will be the claim.
And what did you do to enforce the bill? The guy, somebody owes me, I owe you $50,000. What are you doing to enforce it?
I guess I'm going to go to claim
You
it.
guess.
Yeah.
You guess.
Well, I haven't made the claim yet. I know.
I guess you got to learn how to make a claim in court
I have
that
a
somebody's
claim.
failed to
Well, this is what
compensate.
the whole understanding of trying to concept of doing is to be able to take an actual procedural way to now go and force that claim into a Queen's Bench or whatever your small claims, whatever you want to call the courthouse you want it to be, to go down there and actually do that.
If somebody owed you money, how long would it take you to make a claim against them? 5 seconds? But because he's an officer, you're not too sure where to go.
Well, because I don't want to be stung by paying his fee schedules for having to show up for any of
If
that
a man owed you money, how long would it take
I've
you to
seen
make
that,
the claims
that
court?
actually worked with Joe and Catherine. When they put in their Queen's Bench, what did they receive? But a fee schedule from the Crown. So that actually tells me that the fee schedule is absolutely 100% correct because they're using the same shit.
Okay, and when I explained to you guys, when the Crown was summoned to appear in Queen's Bench in England, they had to pay 70,000 Canadian dollars
To the
for every day to appear in Queen's Bench in my court.
And who are they paying that to?
Queen's Bench, the administrative cost for having Crown appear in Queen's Bench. Just because Joe and Catherine only listen to 10 seconds of my stuff and they're not winning every single thing they're doing is because they put 10 seconds of effort into it. Like I said, if somebody owes you money, you're like, well, gee, I guess I got to go move a claim against the cop still. No, you got to move a claim against the man.
Well, yeah, in his area of districts, that means you have to go to wherever they live, and we do live on a large landmass. Can I mail it in? Can I register mail in my claim to the actual courthouse?
Of course you
Or do I
can.
actually can show up?
Of course you can.
You know, this is where you have to.
If somebody owed you money in Manitoba, what would you do?
Well,
You'd make a claim in Manitoba. You just file a claim to the court.
In their city of area.
That's right, wherever they live. You just say, because they're obviously going to require the police or the authority to go into that man's house and get a judgment against him so they could take his property from him so he could turn it over to you for whatever he owes, the warrant of debt. You want to have them execute the warrant of debt. No sheriff is going to execute the warrant of debt from BC over Manitoba. You're going to have to get the BC, Manitoba department of, the sheriff's department out there to go execute the warrant of debt.
So it can be mailed in, and as long as you can mail that in, you can actually get a court date and then show up for that and actually then stand and, as a man, claim that he owes you money.
If it's worth it to you, yeah, you drive over there and go get it. If it's not worth it to you, you're not going to make the claim.
Oh, no, I'll be driving.
Yeah.
I had my car removed from my property. I counted the revenue agent.
It was seized or was removed?
It was seized.
Seized means
Writ
it
of
went through.
seizure.
Yeah, right, that's why. Removed and seizure doesn't mean the same thing.
Okay.
Seizure means it went through a legal lawful process.
Right.
Removed just means it could mean
I wasn't
like.
a party to it. But they
Right,
just
well,
went
you
and
were a party to it. You put pen, paper, and ink in your writing, and you dressed somebody. You wrote to the CRA or whoever IRS. Who took it from you?
CRA did.
There you go, CRA. How did they know you existed on planet Earth?
Because I applied for a social
There you go.
insurance card.
Right. And when you applied for it, then what happened?
Well, then you're
You gave power of attorney.
Then you're a party to their body world.
You believe you're a party. How long are you a party? How long are you?
As long as you want to be.
And why did you decide to stay there until they took your car? Why didn't you opt out?
Because I didn't really know how to do that.
Yeah, well, you basically have to say to them, CRA is like, I believe that you are trying to, like, intercourse and commerce with me, or you're trying to engage, or trying to communicate with me. I've never met you, Mr. CRA. Can we have lunch, and can we have coffee?
Yeah, I would have done that 4 years ago if I had that understanding.
Yeah, but like I said, that's the whole thing, is when somebody's sending me a letter in the mail, the very first thing I send back to them, I say, oh, thank you, Mr. CRA. That's an odd name for a child. You say it to yourself, right, that's an odd name because, like I said, I thought somebody was giving me a ridiculous emails. His name was called Amicus Curie, Raindrop and Drizzle and Bucket. And so I thought the guy was joking. I actually met these Jamaican people. They came and met me in Virginia. And they really did have a kid named Amicus Curie and Rain Bucket Drizzle. So
my question, Carl, is when I file a claim, do I go after the agent or do I go after the woman who wrote the order in the federal court?
Well, who
Or do I go after the bailiff?
All of them, join the claim.
No, you go after the man or woman that operated any one of those positions.
Singularly, like,
Okay, so like you said, they, to me is, when they seize something, that means they did it through a legal, lawful process. So you're gonna have to show them where they did not do something legal or lawful. Somehow they went around what they were only obligated, and you agreed that they could or could not do against you. So how are you gonna show that what they did to you was illegal or unlawful when you consented to it? Like if you belonged to a golf club and you didn't pay union dues or membership fees, or you drove your golf cart across the ninth hole or something like that, and they're going to impose a final penalty on you, and they're going to get other people of that society to impose upon you and take money from you, or it won't let you, it won't, take fines, or, like I said, when they get a posse to come to your house and, obtain property from you because you owe fines or penalties to that society, you have to allow them to impose because you agreed to the certain rules and conditions in which you would be bound by. So when you intercourse with these societies, you become, like I said, you go over to a Muslim country and you want to be a Muslim, or you want to practice Islamic law, you better believe if they're going to cut off your hand, they're going to cut off your hand.
Right.
And after they cut off your hand, then what are you going to do? Make a suit? That's like, wait a second, you agreed to be a part of this culture. You agreed to be part of this society. This is what you agreed that you would let us impose upon you. And now you don't want it? How are you going to spin the clock back and go backwards? And that's what I try to tell people all the time. They want to go back to the IRS and go after these people for what they did 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. I was like, how are you going to do that when you were part of their culture and part of their society?
Because theirs is a fraudulent culture.
You agreed to be a part of it.
They failed to disclose all these.
So because they failed to disclose, or you weren't trained, disciplined, and monitored properly by your parents before they put you out into the public.
You know what I heard you say one time? You were like, it was a judge or a justice down there, and he said that you hadn't become a man yet, and you got kind of offended.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm just kind of being reminded of that right now, because it's like a bunch of like adults here that are still got these like child-like symptoms in their bodies.
Yeah, so that's a great. Because what's his man's name? He had a funny first name. He had a woman's first name, but he was a big guy. Oh man, I wish I could remember his name.
Lori?
No, it's funny. Sandy Callahan Jr. Yeah, his name is Sandy Callahan. If you Google him, he's got his own law practice now. And he was a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves down there, so he was a big guy. But his name is Sandy Callahan Jr. He worked for the Northern Division of Department of Justice at the Criminal Division in Birmingham, Alabama. And we went down there and we tried to whine that, the state of Alabama took my newborn and they wouldn't give it back, wouldn't give us the case file, wouldn't do this, wouldn't do this. All this nonsense. He says, honestly, the United States government can't help you. I said, why not? He says, honestly, no government official can help you. I said, why not? He said, because another government has got your child, no other government official can interfere. You have to learn what it takes to be a man in court. If you don't learn how to be a man, you're never going to see your kid. He said, there's absolutely nothing the FBI could do for you, because it's funny, because then we went over to the FBI. But he said, until you learn how to be a man, you're never going to get your child back. Once you learn how to be a man and move a court, you'll know what to do. So I was insulted because, like I said, I had my whole family there, my extended family, and I said, well, I've been taking care of my folks' farm, and this is crazy. What do you mean I'm not a man? So what was funny is, we even went down to the FBI, and the FBI had a dad and a daughter team. It was weird to see dad and daughter FBI agents. So they went down to the family court, and they said, we'll get a copy of this contract, we'll get a copy of this case file. They accept federal funds, the Child Service Protection Agency. We have authority over them. We're going to go make the claim that we want the access to the paperwork. So 20 minutes later, they came back, looking down at the ground and said, didn't go too successful there in family court, did it? He says, the FBI guy said, no, when we got to the court clerk, we actually see a copy of the case file. And they said, oh, that man's case file, both copies of it is in the judge's chambers. We'll go tell the judge that you're down here. He said the judge came down, her name was Sandra Storm, came down there and she said, I'll give you 3 seconds to get the hell out of my building. I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. I'm going to keep you here for the rest of your life. Wow. So you got 2 seconds, you got 1 more second, get out of my building. So I said, so the judge kicked you out of the courthouse? And he said, absolutely. So I said, yeah, I guess FBI badge really didn't work too well with her, did it? She knows whose jurisdiction this is. You walked into her land, you walked into her territory, her jurisdiction, you're a guest. And she could consider you a hostile enemy, and she could keep you here as long as she wishes to, until she retires. She was like, yeah, we couldn't get anything. I said, that's right. And you're the FBI. And see how well it worked against that 70-year-old little old lady who, that's her courthouse? You're not operating on the same rules. That's her jurisdiction. She has control over that. But like I say to people, you know, the birth certificates are fine and all this CRA stuff is wonderful for corporations, but like I said, I haven't dealt with the IRS. You guys know why I don't deal with the IRS, right?
Yeah.
Because of my mom and what she told me.
Good old mom.
Yeah, she told me, you know, do you believe you owe taxes? Do you remember that? Yeah, so like I said, I'll do it real quick for you guys. My mom said to me, I was working on her car. She had to go to church on Wednesday, so we had to do this quick. You know, I walked upstairs, and my mom said, look, you're a bartender, and you bowling alley, you fix machines, you chase pens, you make like minimum wage. How could you possibly owe taxes? My mom did all the family's tax returns every year. This was back in '87. She says, how in the world could you possibly owe money? I said, well, I put down 9 dependents, so that way I get the maximum amount in my paycheck every week. She says, yeah, well, that's illegal, and that's, you know, you just committed fraud on a federal document, and you could go to jail for that. She said, that's okay, I'll see if there's any fines or penalties. I'll write a nice note back to them and say that you'll never do that again. She says, and don't ever do that again. Don't ever mess with the IRS again. So she looks at me and she realizes you're going to mess with them until the day you die. You're just one of those kind of kids. You're just not going to stop. She just knew me since I was born. She's my mom. She knew I was always going to, no matter what she told me, I was going to try to figure out a way around it. So she said, let me tell you everything you need about the IRS. And I was carrying groceries up the stairs, and we talked at the top of the landing, and she wanted to cook dinner. So she did this really quick. She said, do you believe in Santa Claus? I said, no. I said, but, she said, I told you that there was a Santa Claus. And she said, yeah, so I guess I lied to you. And I looked at her, I was like, She said, do you believe in a tooth fairy? I said, no. She said, but you used to. And who told you that? I said, well, you did. You're my mom, so I guess I'm a liar. I said, huh. I said, do you believe you have to pay the IRS taxes every year? I said, yeah. She said, oh, you're not following this. And she said, I really gotta go. She said, Santa Claus? No. Tooth Fairy? No. IRS? Yes. She said, oh, one more time. Santa Claus? No. Tooth Fairy? No. IRS, you gotta pay taxes every year? I said, no. She said, that's all you never need to know about the IRS. Now go outside. If you don't believe you owe taxes, you don't owe taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Go out and go fix my car. So what was funny about that, what she was telling me about this belief concept, is the reason why she told me to believe in Santa Claus when we had time to talk was Santa Claus was like this eye in the sky, this network, this iNet or Skynet, that he's going to watch me and see if I'm naughty and nice, if I'm behaving, if I'm doing what I'm supposed to do when mom's not around. He knows when I'm naughty, knows when I'm nice, so I better be good for goodness sake or I'm not going to get a benefit. So she's got this Skynet guy watching me. And it was a benefit for her because she could perform and she could act as a mom, and me as a kid was controlled by fear or terror that if I did something wrong, I wouldn't get a great benefit. So it's the same thing with the tooth fairy. If I didn't brush my teeth, I wouldn't get money for bad teeth. So it made me brush my teeth. Instead of her playing cop every 5 seconds and making me brush my teeth every day, she knew if I wanted cash, I'd brush my teeth. So, like I said, the same thing with the IRS. It's the same concept. Do you believe that you have to pay taxes? Well, then you pay your taxes. If you don't believe you have to pay taxes, nobody could force you to do something. It's all voluntary. And like I said, that video that I showed everybody to watch all the time, Harry Reid keeps saying to this kid, the kid keeps saying to him, it's like, taxes voluntary. He says, absolutely. Nobody could force anybody to do anything or give any of their property over to the government. And it all has to come through voluntary consent. He says, but if I don't pay my taxes, I'll go to jail. He says, yes, if you don't pay your taxes, you will go to jail. And he says, but that doesn't make sense. And Harry Reid was saying it dead on. You know, you're bound to that duty and obligation. You consented to it. Nobody else did. You did. So those are your responsibility. That's your obligations. You have to live up to them. If you don't, your society is going to impose upon you until you do. So like I said, people have to understand this simple concept. When you're a member of society, I don't care if you're part of the Aboriginal people or Eskimos, if you don't do what you agreed to do with the Eskimos, well, when the bad weather comes and you have no food, And what are you going to do? Start crying to the Eskimos like, hey, give me some fish? Because it's like, no, you had a duty and obligation you failed to perform, you die. And that's the rules of our society. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have joined you shouldn't have been part of our society. So it's just very simple, basic concepts that you owe a duty and obligation to those within the society. If you want to pull out of that society, nobody could force you to stay in that society. And like I said, with this birth certificate, it doesn't show that they have proof or control over you. You just say, at any time, that, like I said, a man could say, a government has certain charters and they're bound by statute. There's only certain things they can and cannot do. A man could believe he's anything he wants to be. A man could believe he could fly to the moon. Everybody thinks that's crazy. Some man thought that he could sail around the world and not fall off the edge. People thought that was crazy. So any man could believe whatever he wants to believe, and no matter what anybody says is crazy, a judge knows that if a man says that he no longer wishes to be part of that society, the judge knows that we can't force him to be part of this society, and that you can't impose a duty and obligation upon me anymore because I no longer wish to be a member of that society.
So how can you do that? You just go to the board and say, I don't want to be...
You put it in writing. You just say, I no longer wish to participate in this society. I'm sorry if I imposed or interfered at any time in the past. Send me the bill for any due obligations or past due bills that you believe I owe you. I'll tender them to me, and I'll settle them and discharge them as fast as I can. But I no longer want to be considered part of your society. Don't hold any more obligations and duties and responsibility upon me.
What if you have the same house and you don't get out of your house and you still have to pay property taxes?
No, I'm saying, no, property taxes is not what I'm talking about. You know, property taxes to me, you know, like I said, a lot of people boo me when I say property taxes, but if you don't pay property taxes, go look at Detroit or go look at Camden, New Jersey. It's the people who don't pay property taxes. They got no police services there, they got no fire departments. You need somebody bringing into your home, call up a private security force to come and protect you because the police aren't coming anymore.
They never
people don't want to pay property taxes anymore, and the property taxes that they are collecting are so small, they had to like let all the police and fire departments go. So your house just burns down to the ground. Because like I said, it's a modern concept to have a police force or a fire department. It is a modern concept that you grew up to believe that they're supposed to be there for us at all times. But, you know, back in the 1800s, you paid people to put out your fire. You paid people to come and police your neighborhood. You didn't just get it because you just happened to live in that neighborhood and you could dial 911. Back then, you had to hire private people who were willing to do that kind of work for you. So like I said, that's what they're going to try to do. The municipalities are trying to privatize everything. They're trying to say, you know, privatize the roads. You know, we don't want to take care of the roads anymore. We're going to bring Spain over here, and they're going to buy up all our roads, and they're going to put toll booths every 5 miles here in Canada.
Oh God, that would be terrible.
But that's what they're going to do because you folks don't want to pay taxes. So if you don't want to pay taxes, don't pay taxes. But how are we going to keep these roads up and running? If you guys don't give
so much tax.
But I'm saying if you don't want to, just say everybody decides not to. You just say, you know what, we don't want to pay taxes anymore. How are the public services going to be?
What about all the royalties that the government brings in through our resources and
gas tax?
Well, okay, like I said, all I'm trying to say is what happened in California. There was a town like Salinas, California, and the mayors and everybody was taking all the property taxes and giving themselves like $1 million paychecks every year, and they're all sitting in jail right now. So you have to find a man who's taking the money and doing something other than what it was earmarked to do. Yeah. So if you don't want to take the time to find out where is all this tax money going and actually criminally going after the man who's actually taking the money or the woman who's taking the money for their own private interests, you know, then it's just because you guys are too lazy to actually find out where's all this tax money going. But some people actually take the time out to figure out where every single nickel, dime, and penny. Thank God you've got some really nerdy guys out here in these patriot movements that'll actually go through all the books and try to find out where every single nickel and dime that was collected from the people, where it went. It's because the people remember what the 9/11, when that 9/11 nonsense happened, and I'm trying to remember the man who was in charge of Donald Rumsfeld. Do you remember what he said on September 10th? Does anybody remember the day before?
No.
He said, well, the Department of Defense, we can't account for $1 trillion is missing.
Oh, yes, yes,
Fill
yes.
off the truck.
Yeah, $1 trillion is missing. On September the 10th, he came out and said $1 trillion was missing. And Building 7 and the Pentagon, where the Pentagon got hit, just happened to be the places where the records were kept for the accounting of that $1 trillion.
Yeah.
And Enron, and a few other things.
No. I am talking just
Yeah,
about September the
yeah,
10th.
yeah.
I'm not going off of no crazy conspiracy nonsense. All I'm saying is on September the 10th,
Yeah.
he gave a public announcement to all the news medias of the world that he says we have to give full disclosure. We're the United States government. We do the honorable thing. We are going to give the people full disclosure. The Defense Department, we cannot account for $1 trillion, and we'll figure out where it went. Trust me, we'll figure this out. So the very next day, Building 7 falls down and wasn't even hit by a plane.
Yeah.
The Pentagon was hit on the side of the building where all the accounting records, the bookkeeping records were kept. So with pinpoint accuracy, all the bookkeeping and accounting of the $1 trillion disappearance disappeared the very next day. So it's just remarkable, like I said, that they know that the government officials could have all went to jail. People could have, Halliburton could have gotten in big trouble. That's the corporation that provided all the defense contracts. They were the ones who were the major contractors who took all the money in. So this is what I'm trying to say. They know it. Even the government officials know that if they embezzle money or take money and you guys catch them, they will go to jail if you guys prosecute them. But if you don't prosecute them, they're just going to keep doing what they're doing.
On that note, we gotta shut it down, guys. We can go outside and talk. Let's just